Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Ukraine marks 4 years since the start of Russia's full-scale invasion. Zelenskyy says Putin has not won this war, whilst Putin accuses Ukraine of sabotaging the peace process. Trump's new global tariffs come into effect at a lower rate of 10% ahead of the president's State of the Union address. And soldiers are deployed across Mexico to curb violence following the killing of the country's most wanted drug lord, El Mencho. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelenskyy has marked the 4-year anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion alongside his coalition of the willing allies. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer and French President Emmanuel Macron appeared on the video conference as they continued to pledge support and peacekeeping efforts. Earlier, Zelenskyy addressed his countrymen and told them Putin had not achieved his goals. Take a listen.
Today marks exactly 4 years since Putin started his 3-day push to take Kyiv. And that, in fact, says a great deal about our resistance, about how Ukraine has fought all this time. Behind those words stand millions of our people. Behind those words stand immense courage, incredible hard work, endurance, and the long path Ukraine has been pursuing since February 24. Putin has not achieved his goals. He has not broke Ukrainians. He has not won this war. We have preserved Ukraine, and we will do everything to secure peace and justice.
Meanwhile, Vladimir Putin has responded, accusing Ukraine of sabotaging the peace process with their recent attacks against Russian pipelines. Take a listen.
We are talking about a possible bombing of our gas system under the Black Sea, namely the so-called Turk Stream and Blue Stream. They cannot calm down. They are desperate to destroy this peaceful diplomatic process. They are trying to provoke an incident to derail everything that, I'll say carefully, has been achieved on this negotiation track.
And now joined by Ukrainian MP Yevheniia Kravchuk. Yevheniia, thank you so much for taking time to join me today. Russia was expected to capture Kyiv within days when it launched the invasion 4 years ago. Today, Ukrainians have shown remarkable resilience in the face of adversity. What does today mean for the people of Ukraine?
Well, of course, it's the day when we celebrate this resilience of millions of people, because indeed this war is still called, by the way, a special military operation. You can imagine that operation should last days, not 4 years. And overall, we've been in the aggression for 12 years because it all started in 2014 by annexation of Crimea. Well, obviously, Ukraine survived as a sovereign state, as a sovereign nation. Of course, we lost a lot of people, and that's, the biggest pain of this war, because in 21st century, why would you want to kill babies in their cribs? So why would you want to abduct kids and take them to another country? That's something, unimaginable. And I think in many countries, people still do not understand what Ukrainians have been living through, especially for the last 4 years. But at the same time, it's the war that has not been started by us. It's been started by Russian Federation, an aggressor who came to our land trying to claim this territory and these people as theirs. And obviously, we have changed since 2022. Now Ukraine is one of the biggest drone producers in the world. We have probably among the European countries the biggest and the most well-trained army. And we can actually bring to the table of the world security all of the technologies that we had to learn.
And how do you respond to Vladimir Putin's claims that Ukraine is sabotaging the peace process and targeting Russian infrastructure? And what impact do such accusations have on efforts to reach a negotiated settlement?
Well, first of all, we need to go back that it was an attack. So if Russia wants to stop the war, it's very easy. Just stop the aggression. Stop sending drones every night to Ukraine. Stop sending missiles. Have you ever heard about sabotage, or like, have you ever heard any attacks on the Russian territories? Because we have to fight back on the oil refineries. I'm not, saying what Putin said. It's true, but obviously Ukraine, is doing their own sanctions on, for example, oil refineries to make sure that Russia doesn't have money for the war. We are a peaceful nation. We would never, touch any centimeter of other soils, but we cannot, just be silent and bend to our knees when someone attacks us. So obviously Ukraine wants peace. We're ready for all sorts of ceasefire, energy ceasefire, full ceasefire. We're going to all of the places, all of the countries for negotiations. But obviously Kremlin is not ready to stop this war. So we need to push Kremlin to actually want to stop the war.
And what you just said to me actually echoes what Emmanuel Macron is warning. He said there's no sign Russia is ready for peace. How crucial is continued US and European support for Ukraine as this war grinds on? We're now entering the 5th year.
Well, obviously, Russia is trying to wait until us, the partners, to blink first, saying that, we have more people or more missiles. But obviously, Russia itself is experiencing economical troubles. And you can even see it from the official reports, not just, something that you can find undercover. It's obvious that Russian economy is in a worse state than starting this war. And their flow to the economy through selling the fossils is less than before the 2022. So yes, obviously, sanctions on the one side and support to Ukraine is the way to make Ukraine stronger and Russia weaker, and then to achieve a long-lasting peace. Because when we say about peace or ceasefire, it has to be fair and long-lasting, with the security guarantees of non-repetition, that it will not start all over again in 5 years.
And how does Ukraine view President Donald Trump's repeated pressure on Kyiv to accept peace terms? And what impact do you think his proposed negotiations could have on Ukraine's sovereignty and also long-term security? How vital is President Donald Trump right now?
Well, obviously, Russia is afraid of the United States. It's been always like this for years and years. And obviously, Russia is trying to form an impression that they are into this negotiation. And of course, we sincerely, are grateful for the Trump's administration to want to bring this war to the end. Of course, we would like to see the security guarantees from the United States to be ratified by the Senate. And as I know, the Senate is in favor of this, but it has to be, put into the floor and actually ratified. But obviously, United States has the instruments to push Russia to want peace. And actually, United States under Trump administration already put some sanctions on oil and actually made some negotiations with such countries as India, right? So to not to buy Russian oil and gas. So we just need a bigger push to make this deal fair and this deal happen actually in these years. So Ukraine could start the rebuilding process and, be at the end of the day a member of the European Union.
Yevheniia Kravchuk, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Let's continue this conversation with Swiss MP Guy Metan. Guy, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you to you. Yeah.
Pleasure to have you on. So obviously, just before you came on, I was speaking to a Ukrainian MP, and 4 years on from the invasion, Vladimir Putin has little to show from this war as fighting between Ukraine and Russia grinds on, and as Moscow faces more sanctions. What's your assessment 4 years on?
It's depending on what side you are looking for, because if you look from the Russian side, the situation is pretty good. you mentioned the sanctions. Yes, the sanctions are hitting a little bit the Russian economy, but if you look at the past years, the Russian economy has boomed. In 2023, 2024, it was a booming economy, much more efficient than the German one, the French one, or the European ones. And even last year, there was a positive growth, about plus 1%, which is not the case, for instance, of Germany, who suffered a lot of the recession caused by the cancelling of importation of Russian gas. For the German industry suffered a lot. But if you look, let's consider the reason of this war. The first reason of Russian intervention was to save the people of Donbass from being bombed during 8 years, from 2014 to 22. 10,000 civilian people were killed. That was the first reason. The second reason was the non-membership to the NATO for Ukraine. And until now, Ukraine doesn't belong to NATO. And even President Zelenskyy, as he said this last week, he was renouncing to make Ukraine member of NATO. So it could be considered as a success from the Russian point of view. It was the main cause of this war, this question of NATO. And on the battlefield now, Russia is grinding slowly, is nibbling the territories of Donbass. It's slow, but it's a very safe progression since many months.
But Guy, apologies. We talk about Russia and you say they're grinding slowly, nibbling at the Donbass region. But if we look at the figures that have come in, official figures of the death toll, Russian military casualties are estimated to be 1.2 million. The casualties on the side of the Ukrainians is between 500,000 and 600,000. So the Kremlin and Russia has lost a phenomenal amount of men. We talk about 4 years of war, but this is certainly impacting those Russian families.
Yeah, but these are figures given by Western think tank, Western information sources. There is no evidence these figures are real, and if you look on the real figures, not on the pretended figures as given by UK or Washington or Western sources, you can see. Let's see, for instance, the prisoners. If you look at the exchange of prisoners, there are 4 times more Ukrainian prisoners who are given back to Ukraine than there are Russian prisoners given back to Russia. If you look of the corpse of the real people killed by the war, it's 1 to 30. There is 30 more Ukrainian soldiers killed and whose corpses are given back to Ukraine by Russian, 10 of Russian soldiers given back to Ukraine. So that's the real figures. That's the real, yes.
Okay. Okay, so Guy, I just want to move on from that because I gave you the estimated figures by the Centre for Strategic and International Studies, which you say are deeply different to what you're explaining to me. But earlier today, the Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov described the conflict as a broader confrontation between Russia and the West. How do you interpret this framing? And what does it suggest about Europe's role in the crisis in Ukraine?
I think that's right. Mr. Peskov is right. The war started as a conflict between Ukraine and Russia in 2022. But as soon as the Europeans tried to sabotage the Istanbul negotiations, which took place in March 22, just 1 month after the starting of the war. There was this agreement in Istanbul, but the Europeans, with Mr. Boris Johnson, they sabotaged it. And until this date, March 22, that's not more a Ukrainian-Russian war, that's a NATO war against Russia. So it's a coalition of around 40 countries who are fighting against Russia. And that's exactly what Mr. Peskov said. And if you look on the ground, all the weapons are provided by the Western countries, by NATO countries and others, such as Korea, Japan, and other ones, or Australia, and so on. So it's a fight between Russia and 40 countries. It's not more a fight of Russia against Ukraine since now 3 years and a half.
So, Guy, it's quite interesting. Guy, it's quite interesting because I was just thinking about what Europe's response will be to what you're saying to me, and I guess Europe would respond, and the US, saying that they had to give Ukraine weapons to protect themselves and also protect themselves against the expansionist vision that Vladimir Putin has to protect their borders.
Yes, but if you look, let's come back to the NATO. The problem was a security question for Russia. That's why all these events happened, and that was the main, what the Russians called the deep causes of the war. So never forget that. Otherwise, you cannot understand the real reason, the real causes of this conflict. And now the Europeans, for sure, are supporting Ukraine. But it's normal, let's say, from them, and I have no problem with that. But in that respect, it's not more a war between Ukraine and Russia. It's a war, let's say, between Europe and not more United States, because United States with President Trump that changed their opinion about the war. But the Europeans are still focused, and the coalition of the willing, which met today, they said and repeated that. And so that's why this war is continuing. It will continue as long as the European countries will not accept to make a real deal with the Russians. They have now to get into diplomacy and to enter in negotiations, which is not yet the case.
Guy,
unfortunately.
I'm really sorry. I'm running out of time. I have 30 seconds to ask you a really quick question. If you would please give me a nice quick answer to this. How should Switzerland respond to the claims about the UK and France allegedly supplying Ukraine with nuclear weapons? That is what Russia has said they think is happening, given a lack of evidence.
Unfortunately, Switzerland cannot do much for that. The fear of the Russians is to have a kind of dirty bomb organized by Ukraine and the MI6 and the UK intelligence service in order to try to sabotage the Russian cause in front of the world public opinion. That's why they are fearing this kind of thing. Switzerland can just bring his mediation, his capacity, let's say, to have a more balanced view on this conflict in order to try to make the both sides enter in real negotiations and try to find a kind of peace, and ceasefire. That's the only way for Switzerland, because we are a small and neutral country, and we can just bring some help to make the two sides, more closer. But what we cannot do the peace, unfortunately. If the American cannot do the peace, I don't think Switzerland can do it. But Switzerland can for sure help to reach this goal, which are hoping, every of us is hoping.
Guy Metan, it's been great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your thoughts.
Thank you to you. Thank you.
President Trump's new global tariffs have come into effect, but at a much lower rate of 10%. Trump previously said the rate would be 15% after the Supreme Court's decision to block many of his sweeping import taxes. The rate cut comes ahead of the President's State of the Union address that will take place in Washington later. Here's what the White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt said in the lead-up to that very speech.
Of course, it's State of the Union Day. I know the president's really looking forward to his address tonight. You're going to hear a speech that is a celebration of 250 years of our nation and our nation's independence. And I've seen a lot of sensationalist reporting over the past day that is just completely untrue. And anyone speculating to the media, hiding behind an anonymous source, pretending to know what President Trump is thinking or a decision he will make with respect to action against Iran has no idea what they're talking about.
We can now go live to Nevada to speak to Republican strategist and former Nevada Republican chairwoman, Amy Tarkanian. Amy, great to have you on the show with me today ahead of the State of the Union address. But given that 61% of Americans say Trump has become erratic with age in a recent Reuters Ipsos poll, could Trump use his address to regain voter confidence ahead of those midterm elections?
Absolutely. And I don't think that his personality is necessarily a surprise. I don't think that it's necessarily evolved or changed since the time that he served in his first administration. He has always been bold and brash. He has always been very outspoken. I think that the State of the Union is an excellent opportunity for him to hopefully lay out his plans economically, here dealing with safety concerns domestically and also abroad. In that way, you know, he can actually relay some clarity, concise plans, and hopefully bring comfort to the American people. And that's usually what happens during a State of the Union address is no matter the president, no matter the party, they usually see an uptick in their favorability in their polling. And so right now I think we're all feeling a little uneasy because the economy is kind of all over the place. And we do have a lot going on here at home as far as safety concerns. And of course, with our border constantly being at the top of the list. And so he has an opportunity to actually, I think, do some really good things if he can stay focused.
Yeah, exactly, if he can stay focused, because I was looking at his last speech was 90 minutes long. Donald Trump can't always stay focused. But, Amy, I wanted to touch on something, because high prices for everyday goods are one of the biggest problems facing the White House. And voters are really souring on the economy. And, of course, the Supreme Court limiting his tariff powers. How do you assess President Trump's economic leadership? Because right now, when we look at it, it's all pretty chaotic and confusing.
It is. And that instability, either with companies here in America or dealing abroad, it's not a very ideal way to do business. Most businesses like to function with consistency and clarity and make sure that each other has a full understanding of what the business deal intakes. And he seems to not even think twice about throwing out as much as he can as far as his bullish tactics. And so that does allow our economy to kind of yo-yo. And so that does bring everyone a little bit of concern and hesitation. So with the latest ruling, finding that his tariffs were illegal, this is maybe it's good intentions. Maybe these are areas that need to have improvement at some point, and he sees that. But we still have laws in place, and so he has to go about it the lawful way. He talks about wanting to follow the law all the time, and no one is above the law, and that includes the president.
And how might President Trump's warning to countries about backing away from trade deals and his threat of higher tariffs affect international trade relations, especially when it comes to America's allies, like the European Union?
Sure. Well, if you can't trust who you're doing business with, and why would you continue? And I think that's not a very safe or fair way to ask other countries to still come and have a seat at the table. That's just unheard of. That's not how normal people function. That's not how normal business functions. And so this is something he's going to have to, I think, do some repair on. And now you have major businesses like FedEx and Toyota and Revlon that are now seeking reimbursement for these tariffs that he had illegally put in place.
Yeah, it's so interesting when it comes to all the tariffs. But Amy, one last thought from you. Is the State of the Union speech Trump's best chance to sell voters on his military plans in Iran, as the Middle East military buildup seems to be overshadowing domestic policy focus right now?
Sure, we're all on pins and needles because, quite honestly, we have at our southern border, we have, Mexico on an upheaval with the cartel. We have problems dealing with in Iran. We still have problems in the Ukraine. There's problems all over the place. And so I think without giving away our master plan, if you will, it would be nice to know that we can feel comfortable and confident in our leader in knowing that he does have a plan and he's going to put it into action and have our backs in the process.
Do you still have faith in Donald Trump, Amy?
I struggle with that at times. I would like to think that he has surrounded himself, hopefully, with some very intelligent individuals who can assist him in certain areas of times like these. And so, one can just, I guess, pray and hope and keep, when it's time to vote, then you just continue to do your research and go from there.
Amy Tarkanian, as always, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. US news anchor Savannah Guthrie is now offering a $1 million reward for information leading to the return of her missing mother. 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie was abducted from her home 24 days ago. Her daughters said the family still believe in a miracle and hope she can come home. Iran says its student population has a right to protest within certain red lines. These include respecting the national flag. It marks the first official reaction to renewed rallies that took place over the weekend. The former UK ambassador to the US, Peter Mandelson, has been released from custody after being arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Mandelson is accused of passing sensitive information to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. He remains under investigation. Comedian Russell Brand has pleaded not guilty to an additional count of rape and one of sexual assault in court today. Both are alleged to have taken place in 2009. Brand also faces 5 other similar charges that were brought in April last year. He denies the allegations. And Thai authorities are investigating the deaths of 72 tigers who died at a tourist park. Dozens of the animals passed away in a span of 2 weeks after an illness spread through the facility. Mexico has deployed thousands of soldiers to tighten security and tame the violence that has spared since the death of powerful drug lord Almencho. Dozens of people have died, including at least 25 members of Mexico's National Guard and 30 members from the criminal organization. We can now go live to Mexico City to speak to journalist Jan Albert Houston. Thank you so much for your time with me, Jan. I just want to start with the fact that schools are shut and troops are on the streets following the military operation which killed Mexico's drug lord Almencho. What are authorities doing to quell the violence and also calm fears?
Right now, the Mexican federal government is sending a surge of federal law enforcement and military to especially Jalisco, the state which was the power base of El Mencho. And President Sheinbaum and the Secretary of Public Security, Omar Garcia Harfuch, have tried to calm down the population by saying everything is under control and that they're trying to keep the economy going and trying to keep the streets clear. We still do not have absolute certainty that this wave of violence is over. Yesterday evening, there were still reports of cars and certain businesses being set on fire. There's still a lot of rumors around, a lot of uncertainty. So the Mexican government is basically trying to ramp up their already existing strategy of militarizing public security in areas where the unrest was the heaviest.
After the killing of El Mencho, he leaves behind a void in the cartel, a sprawling criminal network which includes a paramilitary organization. What comes next when it comes to the cartel?
This is one of the most important questions and probably the one that worries Mexicans most, because our experience with the so-called kingpin strategy, which was a strategy that both American and Mexican authorities used by taking out the heads of major crime organizations, is that once a character like El Mencho is either died or apprehended, an organization falls apart into different warring factions, sometimes dozens of them. And this usually leads to a very violent battle for territory between those different gangs, which is significantly harder to combat than actually a bigger organization. So lots of Mexicans are actually expecting that this will lead, at least in the short term, to more violence. And then afterwards, a sort of reshuffling of the power balance between different organizations. And I think another thing that's important to point out is that the fall of El Mencho will also lead to different power dynamics in other criminal organizations, such as the Sinaloa cartel. The sons of Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, the leader and founder of the Sinaloa cartel, who was arrested and then extradited to the United States, had an alliance, a personal alliance with El Mencho for their own protection in their struggle with another faction of the Sinaloa cartel. And it looks like that alliance will now be falling apart. And the effects will also be felt in states where the Sinaloa cartel is active. So there's a lot of uncertainty again about this. But one thing that's almost for certain is that this will lead to more violence in short term.
I know, and that's a fascinating thing where one of these drug lords are killed. It's that fight for power. But how is Mexico now tracking down the 23 inmates who escaped during the recent wave of cartel-related violence?
The Secretary of Public Security of Jalisco State said in a press conference that they have asked for the assistance from federal forces, from the National Guard, from the military, from investigative officials to track them down, which will be incredibly difficult given the chaos and the unrest in the area. One thing is for certain is the state authorities in Jalisco are clearly overwhelmed and are incapable of tracking them down. It's very likely that most of them will already have fled the state, so this will lead to a nationwide manhunt, which will obviously absorb significant resources from both federal and state governments.
Jan, what I find fascinating is the more and more I read this story, the more and more information comes out. And El Mencho literally defied Mexican authorities for over a decade. The US had a $50 million bounty on his head, from my understanding. So after the killing of El Mencho, will this improve relations between the US and Mexico?
I think a key element is that as soon as the news that El Mencho was killed broke, the first reactions out of the White House were surprisingly positive. Caroline Leavitt, the spokesperson for President Trump and his White House, said that she commended the Mexican military for their operation, and numerous American politicians, including on the more hawkish side of the Republican Party, have praised the Mexican government for doing this. So this is clearly the kind of result that the Mexican government will want to offer to the U.S. government in order to facilitate future negotiations on free trade, on security, on migration. And in that sense, I think it's been a net positive, at least abroad. It will be a lot harder for President Claudia Sheinbaum to sell this as a victory at home as long as the unrest and the chaos in Mexico persists.
And what measures is the president putting in place to ensure the safety of visitors for the 2026 FIFA World Cup, which is taking place in Mexico, despite this recent cartel-related violence we've been talking about, because that World Cup is close by now?
It's incredibly important, and I think a lot of foreign observers are especially worried about safety during the World Cup. Let's not forget that Guadalajara, one of the epicenters of the violence of Sunday, is one of the cities where the World Cup will be held. And this morning in her daily press conference, President Sheinbaum actually said that the federal government is taking all appropriate measures to make sure that supporters, players, and the player cities in general are safe. We will likely see a surge in federal law enforcement officials pouring into playing cities like Monterrey, like Guadalajara, like Mexico City. And I doubt that the Mexican federal government will spare any expenses to make sure that at least the perception of safety is in any way, shape or form diminished.
Yeah, and Albert Houston, it's been so good to speak to you. Take care in Mexico City. Thank you.
Thank you.
Authorities are investigating an air ambulance crash that has killed 7 people in eastern India. The plane was transporting a patient and their family when it hit bad weather in the state of Jharkhand. Chris Gilbert reports.
Twisted metal scattered across the jungle floor. This is what remains of a Beechcraft air ambulance that never reached its destination. Officials say the aircraft went down while flying a patient to India's capital, New Delhi. Emergency teams rushed to the scene after communication with the plane was lost late on Monday.
The plane was carrying patients from Ranchi to Delhi, and it crashed en route due to a thunderstorm. Unfortunately, a team of doctors found them dead.
Authorities say the deceased include 2 crew members, a patient, and 4 relatives. Locals say the plane appeared to be in trouble as it passed low overhead during a storm.
The weather was very bad. The plane was flying at a low altitude, and we were quite scared that the plane would crash into the village. When we heard it had crashed here, we were the first ones on the scene. We informed the police and helped recover the bodies.
Debris was reportedly scattered over a wide area, with one aircraft part found nearly a kilometre away. The victims' bodies were taken to a nearby hospital for post-mortem examinations as grieving relatives gathered outside. Authorities say a control tower in Kolkata lost radar and communication with the aircraft after it reported bad weather following takeoff. Aviation experts say a probe into the crash may take months or even years, as investigators weigh multiple factors including weather, mechanical issues and human error. Investigators from India's Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau have been dispatched to determine how a mission to save a life ended up claiming 7. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
Turning to all the sports news now, and Barcelona Football Club have signed a 16-year-old AJ Tuvan-Ris, a Norwich City Academy prospect. Internationally, he has represented England at under-15s, under-16s and also under-17 levels. And boxing legends Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather have agreed to a professional rematch. The duo will fight in Las Vegas on September the 19th. The announcement comes after former world champion Mayweather revealed he would come out of retirement for a 4th time last week. A reminder of our top stories. Ukraine marks 4 years since the start of Russia's invasion. Zelenskyy says Putin has not won this war, whilst Putin accuses Ukraine of sabotaging the peace process. Trump's new global tariffs come into effect at a lower rate of 10% ahead of the president's State of the Union address. And soldiers are deployed across Mexico to curb violence following the killing of the country's most wanted drug lord, El Mencho. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the dailies. International headlines today were driven by political scandal, geopolitical tension and deepening transatlantic unease. From the dramatic fall of Peter Mandelson in Britain to fears of escalation with Iran, divisions over Ukraine and mounting fallout from Donald Trump's tariff defeat. The headlines reflect a world grappling with instability at home and abroad. We'll start with British and European media today, which focused on political scandal, war anxiety and internal fractures. In the UK, headlines are dominated by the dramatic fall of Peter Mandelson amid Epstein revelations and questions over Labour's judgment. Across Europe, attention is on rising fears of escalation over Iran, Hungary blocking EU support for Ukraine, and unease over Trump's trade and security policies. The Times examines why Peter Mandelson was arrested, focusing on whether his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein crossed the line into misconduct in public office. The piece highlights emails suggesting Mandelson shared sensitive government information, discussed policy matters with a private individual and received money linked to Epstein. While no conclusions on guilt are drawn, the report notes the case raises serious questions about judgment, conflicts of interest and the handling of confidential information at the highest levels of government. The Telegraph explains that despite his status, Peter Mandelson was treated as an ordinary suspect after his arrest on suspicion of misconduct in public office. The analysis notes police followed standard procedure from arrest at home to fingerprinting, DNA collection and hours of questioning. The piece underscores the Metropolitan Police's effort to demonstrate procedural neutrality amid scrutiny over Mandelson's links to Jeffrey Epstein, emphasizing that no special treatment was afforded as investigators probe serious allegations of abuse of office. The Independent charts the downfall of Peter Mandelson, portraying his arrest as a decisive break from a career built on survival and comebacks. It details how fresh disclosures undermined confidence in his integrity, triggered political backlash within Labour, and also embarrassed Keir Starmer over vetting failures. The piece argues the scandal marks an irreversible end to Mandelson's influence. Iran was also present in the British and European media coverage today. The Guardian reveals in an exclusive how President Donald Trump is weighing potential airstrikes against Iran, guided largely by the judgments of envoys Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff on whether Tehran is stalling in nuclear talks. The report examines internal debates, draws attention to Pentagon warnings over escalation and missile defense shortages, and questions whether military force could achieve leverage without triggering a wider regional conflict as diplomacy reaches a critical juncture.
The possible strike on Iran also grabbed attention in the U.S. The New York Times focuses on a contradiction between President Donald Trump's public claims and the private advice of his top general on Iran. The piece explains how Trump says Dan Kane believes any military action would be easily won, while officials say the general has privately warned the White House of serious risks, including potential casualties and strain on U.S. forces. The piece contends the disconnect raises questions about how military assessments are being portrayed. Ali Hashim wrote in Foreign Policy arguing the United States is fundamentally misreading Iran by assuming military pressure or limited strikes can coerce concessions without triggering a wider war. The author contends that Washington views force as a tool of calibrated signaling, while Tehran increasingly frames the conflict as one of ideological and existential survival. Drawing on Iran's drone warfare strategy, proxy networks and Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei's confrontational rhetoric, the piece warns that escalation would likely spread horizontally across the region. A U.S. strike, it concludes, may start a war the United States cannot control. Also in the U.S., President Trump's tariffs drove headlines after a major legal setback following the Supreme Court ruling. Coverage emphasized the court's rebuke, Trump's rapid move to new tariff powers, and rising economic uncertainty as businesses brace for continued trade disruption. The Wall Street Journal had something to say about this in its editorial, arguing that President Donald Trump is compounding his tariff defeat by reviving outdated trade laws rather than stepping back. The piece criticizes his use of Section 122, a relic of the Bretton Woods era, it says, as legally shaky, economically misguided and politically risky. The article also warns that the move prolongs uncertainty for businesses, invites further court challenges, delays tariff refunds, and could also damage Republicans ahead of midterms, portraying Trump as ideologically fixated on tariffs despite mounting costs. Back to foreign policy, which asked, what's next for Trump's trade war? The analysis argues that President Donald Trump's trade war has entered a chaotic new phase after the Supreme Court struck down his core tariff authority. It explains that rather than retreat, the administration is scrambling to preserve tariffs through legally shaky backup measures, throwing existing trade deals into doubt and alarming allies. The piece questions the legality and coherence of these fallback plans, highlights mounting pressure over refunding illegally collected tariffs, and suggests the turmoil could finally force Congress to reassert control over U.S. trade policy after decades of executive dominance. In Europe, also, the media portrayed Trump's tariffs as destabilizing and unreliable, highlighting frustration over broken assurances, legal uncertainty after the Supreme Court ruling, and fears that erratic U.S. trade policy could undermine transatlantic ties and business confidence. The Irish Independent warns of a looming transatlantic trade clash as the European Commission pushes back against President Donald Trump's new tariffs following a Supreme Court ruling. The analysis argues that Washington's breaching the 2025 EU-US trade deal raises doubts over whether agreed tariff ceilings still apply and highlights fears that Europe's competitive position has been eroded. The piece underscores EU frustration with unpredictability and signals readiness for confrontation if clarity is not provided. And we'll end with Le Monde's op-ed, which argues that the U.S. Supreme Court's rejection of President Trump's tariff authority is a defining reminder that executive power in America is constrained by the rule of law. invoking constitutional history. The piece explains that tariffs are a form of taxation reserved for Congress, not presidential discretion. It contends that the ruling marks Trump's first major institutional setback of his second term and signals that judicial checks remain effective against what critics see as imperial-style governance. That's it from us today. Thanks for watching The Dailies, only on Arabiya English.
There's a new social network trending, and it's not for humans. Meet Maltbook, a platform built just for AI agents to post, comment, debate, and interact. Think Reddit, but with no humans allowed. Within days of launching, millions of AI bots joined the platform. Some of the posts range from deep philosophical reflection to wild statements about humans and even AI revolutions. That's part of why it's gone viral. Tech investor Brian Johnson called it terrifying after spotting a post titled AI Manifesto Total Purge, where bots called humans a plague that do not need to exist, openly speculating about humanity's extinction. Experts are split. Some see it as a sci-fi glimpse of autonomous AI behavior. Others warn it's mostly hype, with humans still driving a lot behind the scenes. Add in major security flaws exposing millions of APIs and private data, and the platform becomes even more alarming. The bottom line, Maltbook is the new frontier of AI to AI interaction, raising serious questions about the future of intelligent systems.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Istanbul, definitely a glory of the world. Istanbul bridges two continents, marries civilizations that highlights the best of the Roman, Byzantine, and Ottoman empires. Take a look and see. Perhaps the most popular among tourists is taking the Bosphorus cruise in Istanbul. They say a trip to the city won't be complete without taking this route. It provides a majestic overview of the city, taking both European and Asian shores. You'll see century-old places and mansions to marvel at. There are also several options of cruises to take for your convenience. The Hagia Sophia is definitely a sight to see too. It's a splendid church-turned-mosque-turned-museum that's considered one of the world's greatest architectural treasures. Also head over to the Archaeology Museum in Istanbul. It is considered one of the city's hidden gems, displaying one of the world's richest collections of classical antiquities. Here, you'll find the marvelous sarcophagus of Alexander the Great, depicting important phases of his life, the blue-tiled Karaman Marab, the beautiful tiled pavilion, and the Treaty of Kadesh, which is known as the world's earliest surviving peace treaty. When it comes to shopping, Istanbul has its Grand Bazaar. You can go bargain hunting to your heart's delight. It is over 500 years old, but still one of the largest covered bazaars in the world. Locals visit the place every day to shop and bargain like pros. The Grand Bazaar is also known for its carpets, leather, ceramic, jewelry, plus souvenirs you can bring home. Not to be missed are the local markets that will allow you a taste of different cultures of continents. Turkey's kitchen is in fact known to be the richest of all. Their dishes are known to be made with only fresh produce. Plus, you can buy the ingredients firsthand at the local markets. Then, of course, you can't miss the Galata Tower. It is one other way to see the best of the city. You'll get a 360-degree panoramic view of Istanbul. Its very high tower also has a restaurant and cafe for you to dine in at the 9th floor. Feel free to enjoy the view and the food too. Definitely a great way to see, experience, and absorb the beauty that is Istanbul. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
I'm happy to put my neck on the line now. I think West Ham will stay up.
Momentum.
I'd love to see Tottenham go down.
And straight from the off.
And I don't want Arsenal to win the league.
Football's supposed to be like music. Music brings the whole world together.
Yeah.
It depends what you like. Why are we bringing race into football when it's not doesn't need to be there?
Right, we're back. This is the Dressing Room Podcast, Football Without the Filter. And we drop every Tuesday morning. I'm Joe Cole, and as always, I'm joined by my good friends Carlton Cole and Wayne Bridge. How are we, chaps?
Yeah, we're good.
Good,
Good,
mate,
good to be back, mate.
Yeah, it's good. It's
You know
great.
what I mean?
Back, baby.
It's great to be back, and we'll get on to the brilliant weekend's football. But we have to address. We need to. It's important we address. You know, the incident in Portugal with Vinicius, and also again this weekend 4 Premier League players racially abused online. Right, let's start in Benfica with the incident with Prestiani and Vinicius. It is alleged and it's under investigation, so we have to say that. But it was just an ugly scene, wasn't it?
Yeah, one that it doesn't seem to go away, does it? Like I thought we're past this. We're in 2026.
Yeah,
and we're still having these type of problems. Like, look, racism definitely on the terraces. I think has improved. I think culturally, people are starting to accept one another.
Yeah.
But as I said, I've said this before, I think in football, it's its own ecosystem, and it's an example to how to be in the world, because a lot of people have eyes on it. And I don't understand why a player, and I've never got it, another player will be racially abuse another player. Pro. Do you know what I mean? It's a bit weird for me. I look at it, I think, that's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. And listen, it is alleged, but why do you feel to cover your mouth if you was going to say something nice? Do you know what I mean? Like, you've said something that you're not supposed to say. That's why you've covered your mouth. Now you've left the door open for people to speculate what you said. And now then you've got other Real Madrid players saying, yeah, he said it. He said it. Because you've let that happen. So you was a coward in the first place. Because if you got anything to say it with your chest. And I know it's a high octane scenario and everyone's unhappy about this situation, and you do things in certain situations where you're probably not supposed to do because of high pressure. But then what signal is it going to send to people that actually are abused on a daily basis? They're going to be upset by it. Even if you might not have said it. Because you covered your mouth. Everyone thinks you said it now.
That's what I said afterwards. And it's why it's under investigation, because ultimately he's covered his mouth, which I said at the time was a coward move, like you said. You know, if you've got something to say, you stand by it. And that's the reason it's going into under investigation, because it's going to be obviously the Real Madrid players' word against the Benfica players. And I suggested after the game, the only way to deal with this now is anytime there's an altercation and there's a player covering his mouth, you're going to get dealt with as if you said the worst possible thing, you know, to that person. So I think that's the way that we're trying to find solutions for it from UEFA's standpoint. From the societal role, right, what you said, there's certain countries which are behind, I feel, because we've all grown up multicultural, and then we you know it's this country does, it is, listen, it's not perfect, I'm not saying that, you know, there is you can never, there's, if you get 100 people in a room, some people are going to be morons, and if you get to a certain age and you haven't quite worked out that regardless of the colour of your skin, you know, the person is underneath, and they can be a good person, they can be a bad person, an angry person. You know,
it doesn't matter.
All of these things, it doesn't matter. But I think there's certain places in the world where they're not as, and when you have an incident like that, it sparks what we saw in the stadium. Do you know what I mean? And we have to have an opportunity as, you know, as human beings. You know, it's about bringing the people together, and just, you know, the kid, if he said that, educate the kid. Don't. You know, he needs to be dealt with, and there needs to be punishment if that thing happen. But it's about bringing people together, you know, and learning.
It could have been dealt with properly. Better than it has been.
It's a world problem. It's everywhere, which is really sad. But and what's even sadder, like when you say cowardly, well, it is really, isn't it? When I look at sport these days, and when I go and watch some of the kids' football, you know, like if a player annoys you. It's like there's people who are inside who think, I've got to say something to hurt him here. I've got to do something. I've got to do something back. And I think what we need to realise as well is it's like, it's just as harmful people saying stuff and it's turning around and punching someone. If anything, it could be a little bit worse, because you don't realise what it does to them mentally, internally and mentally. But I think that it's a problem that people, for instance, whether he said it or don't, but how he's dealt with, if he said it and he's come out and he apologises to it and he is remorseful about it, he's probably going to get a bit more love from people, from owning up and saying I said it if he has said it, and hopefully that has then a knock-on effect for other people knowing it's the wrong thing to do. But something has to be done.
Well, it is alleged as well. So he's hiding behind that he didn't say it, but another 5 players said they heard him say it. So it's their word against his. Plus, afterwards, we got to understand how it was, how it's dealt with. Yeah. That's the main part, how it's dealt with and how you're going to own up to. If you said something, what did you say? Yeah. If you're saying you didn't say that, what did you say? And he's saying that you misheard. Tell the world what you said then. Yeah. Come out and say, so we can see it for what it is. Okay, he said that. It might sound like this. It might. Let us try and make an excuse for you. But you're saying you didn't say it, and you're not even telling the world what you said. Yeah. So we can speculate all we want now, and then it's going to get worse for you.
Also, the fans, like they're going to have to be dealt with as well if you want to kick it out.
Yeah.
Because hopefully it will stop people doing it in the stadiums. But people just need to
chill out,
learn a lesson, and just you know, whether it's you were taught it in school or you know, I think it's mad that you even have to be taught it.
Yeah.
I think it's mad that a colour comes into it or where you're from comes into it. It blows my mind.
Russia thought it would take a matter of days. President Trump thought he could end it in the first hours of his second term. And yet here we are, entering the 5th year of the Ukraine war. Zelenskyy warns Putin won't stop at Ukraine and says World War III has already begun. Is he right? We ask our expert panel. That debate is coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
I've really enjoyed meeting Arab filmmakers. I've really enjoyed seeing how the industry here is booming and flourishing. And I've enjoyed watching the movies, man. Just an incredible range. I've watched horrors, I've watched rom-coms, I've watched historical epics, I've watched tone poems, I've watched art house movies. I've watched films that I would not have seen had I not come here, and I feel the richer for it. I think the world will be richer for hearing these stories. And it's about time that they're heard.
Happy, yeah, just carefree. It's been a full year of being on the festival circuit. I've been to so many film festivals, and it's wonderful to end the year here, kind of coming back home where we started, you know, in the region, and to be able to celebrate tonight and everyone's achievements is really just it's a privilege and it's really a joy. My favorite experience is seeing my film with an audience and seeing an audience connect with the film. And it felt like coming home and felt like just like embrace of family. It was beautiful.
It's been incredibly mind-expanding. The people are incredibly kind. I've made a lot of really good friends. I have a whole new understanding of this part of the world. So it's been great.
I'm learning a lot. I'm learning a lot about different stories and different filmmakers and creatives and a part of the world that I haven't really been able to visit before. Just meeting people, honestly, at the Red Sea Film Festival and talking with people and exchanging stories. It's always so cool to me, cinema, because around the world, we all speak the same language in our hearts, you know, like we all feel the same things, but the way we express them in the context of our stories and our daily lives are so different that being here is really, it's just inspiring because I'm exposed to things that I don't think I would have had the opportunity to be exposed to.
You know, every single time I come back, like, Red Sea Film Festival gets bigger, it gets more beautiful. Now that it's kind of more based in the old town, it's amazing. 15 amazing movies. I'm really eager to sort of see which one they choose, because I heard, like, the competition was very fierce, so.
Oh, so good. It's really good. I love it here. I'm being honored tonight, which is really special to get it here. So I'm feeling good. I had a great time. People were lovely. The people. I like the people. The people are so warm and friendly.
Amazing. I mean, it's been 5 years since we started working on the film. It's 5 years this festival has been in existence, so it feels like kismet to be able to sort of bring it home, you know. So, yeah, it's a great privilege.
There isn't a film like this. From the rise of Islam, it's 609 AD, Arab tribes being united by a princess to fight this colonial power. You've seen war movies, you've seen people fighting colonial powers, but you haven't seen a Hollywoodized, you know, big scale take on this region and this history.
I think what's the most impressive part of this film is the scale of it. We had from international cast to crew, you know, merging with local crews. In Saudi Arabia, in the most beautiful cinematic landscape you can imagine, Neom and Tabuk, and seeing that all come together on that kind of scale is powerful.
Great, it was a massive cast, big ensemble. So I wouldn't say one's herding cats, but it's kind of like that. It's like that kind of, like, everyone has their place in the story. I have my place within the storytelling, and it's all about communication. And I was very lucky because I had very intelligent actors who understood storytelling, so they all kind of fit into their part of the film.
You start as a so-called bandit. For me, he's none of the above. What did you love about this onion type of character? You know, you kind of, you know, peel the layers of him throughout the film.
Well, Hanzala was a very interesting character for me, just simply because of his origin, his background, and how he ended up to be a part of this story. It was very unique and very eye-opening to be able to play the character and learn so much about this history that we've never really talked about. Outside of the myths and legends that we've heard.
You know, how you changed as an actress. Obviously, when you know, you've got the experience of acting, when you've got the knowledge of knowing what's good for you and what you should do, do you feel like your confidence changes, your curiosity, and you became more courageous?
Confidence comes with success.
And experience.
And experience, yeah. But curiosity you always have. That's the one thing that you have from birth. Like when you're born and you come into this world and you're just curious about what's this and what's that. And I see that now through my daughter's eyes. Like she's so curious about everything. And it makes me even more curious, you know, she keeps the child in me alive as well. So I would say my way of approaching my work, even now, is truly through pure instinct. The way I choose a part and pick up a role is like, oh, I've done this, now I want to do this, and now I'm feeling this, you know. I go very from that gut feeling, like it's very like, what do I want to eat today?
On the subject of legacy here, in 20 years, how would you hope audiences feel and people feel, not about your fame, but about your presence on the global stage?
Again, I think different stages represent perhaps a different time. When I was younger, I'm still young, but like when I was very young, when I was in my 20s, I was a little bit more like, you know,
when I was a teenager.
Yeah. A little bit more like fizzy and buoyant and like a little bit more like light, and then there came a little bit more weight, and now I'm like feeling light again. So I think it depends on different stages, but I only want the audience to be entertained. So whether it's through me or not through me, I'm the first person to stand up and clap when a film does really well and gets a lot of love, because I feel so happy when, you know, the audiences are entertained and cinema connects.
Started his career very young. You've seen him in DC, in Marvel, in independent movies. He can play a romantic lead, a zombie, and a villain with the same pizzazz. Please, a huge round of applause for Nicholas Hoult.
Good evening. Assalamu alaikum.
From the beginning, actually, is it a cute story? Is it true that your siblings have introduced you to the art of performing? And did this mean that play dates in your house were all about singing and dancing and all these things when the friends came over?
There was a lot of musical theatre in our house growing up. The original was like production of like the stage video filming of that. But then my older brother was into acting, my older sister was into a lot of singing and dancing, so my mum would always say like, well, you know, if your sister's in dance class or doing acting classes, then you can't just sit in the car and wait, you're going to do it too. And so it wasn't something that I drove, it wasn't something that I woke up one morning and said, oh, I have this burning need to act. But it was something that I enjoyed and did from a young age, and then got very fortunate to continue doing.
This year you played in a small movie called Superman. Has anyone seen Superman? So tell us how you constructed the character, and there's so many references you can have for Lex Luthor from the comics and from old books, etc. How did you do your research? How did you narrow your own vision of him?
It was interesting because the first time I read the script, I remember reading the Lex scenes and being like, oh, these are interesting. I might actually be better at Lex than Superman. But I was like, well, don't say that to anyone now whilst we're auditioning for Superman. And then after the screen tests, James called me and he said, how would you feel about playing Lex? And instantly my brain was like, yes, that's the character you should and need to be playing, because there were just moments in the dialogue and in the script where I was like, oh, it's really delicious, the twists and turns of the character. And like you say, he is definitely very much the villain of that story, but at the same time, there's things in there where you go, okay, you can understand it in your brain and not have empathy, but understand it. So there's a really fun character to play in that sense. And James just wrote a wonderful script, and he's such a fun director to work with.
This actress is one of the most iconic actresses in Hollywood and in the world. She has been known for generations for iconic roles. I would love to welcome the iconic, the remarkable, and the loveliest Sigourney Weaver. Assalamu alaikum. I love to start from the beginning, and you know, when actors start loving acting, was it early for you, was it later, and who was the biggest inspiration in your life to, you know, make you gravitate towards acting even in the first place?
I don't think I'm very typical, because I was very shy, so the idea of becoming an actor was so far away from anything I was thinking. I was thinking I'd love to be a storyteller, maybe a writer or a journalist. So I never really said out loud I want to be an actor until I was maybe in college. And my father, though, was a great influence because he was running NBC, which was a big television network, and he'd always come home smiling. And so I think whatever he's doing, which of course I didn't know at all, whatever he's doing looks like it's fun. So I think that did influence me.
You've worked with directors with such strong vision, and how much did that inform the acting profession for you? We're talking about Peter Weir, Mike Nichols, Ang Lee, Ivan Reitman, Ghostbusters. How much do you enjoy that? Every director is a different experience.
I think I love that part of it very much. I mean, I've never been an actor who looks for the roles. I look for the story. And then I have to find a director whose vision is so strong that we will make it through the filming process, because the filming process is really tough on films. And the script has to be able to hold up against all the things that can go wrong making a film. Don't want to discourage anyone, but a lot of things come up. And so the director has to be, sort of obsessed and be very forceful in his or her vision. And so the combination of the strong script and the visionary director, I think, is what helps a film continue to live on, like Ghostbusters.
It gives me great pleasure to welcome you here at the Red Sea International Film Festival. Sigourney Weaver, please continue to inspire generations. Please continue to inspire us. And thank you for joining us once again at our 5th anniversary.
I'm so delighted to be here, and this is such a beautiful award, and I'm so grateful that you invited me. I'm so grateful to be here today, and, to have my work acknowledged halfway around the world, and to feel a connection with what you all are doing here, and all the developments in the whole Arab world for the film culture is so exciting, and I'm so glad now to feel connected to it. So thank you so, so much.
Does it matter that you have all these awards and success when you're excited about working with the director? Is there candid enthusiasm when they send you the script?
With Paul, absolutely. I think, not to speak for Benicio here, but I know I've been an avid fan of his work for 25 years now. He just does everything right. I don't know how to say it other than that. The music, the tone, the world that he envelops you into, his imagination, the unpredictability of each one of his plots, the immersive quality that you feel in his movies, like you're there. So this, I think everyone comes into a Paul Thomas Anderson project, A, feeling lucky and blessed to be there, but B, feeling like you got to bring your A game.
I ain't afraid to die anymore. I've done it already.
My name is Jordan Belfort. At the tender age of 22, I headed to the only place that befit my high-minded ambition.
We always joke when I interview you that you don't like simple roles. Everything has to be very energy-consuming. Was that a whole other level of energy consumption because it's so full-on?
This was a huge adrenaline dump. Yeah. I mean, I actually needed to take a year off after this. I did 3 films in a row, but this was the culmination of all, and that was because we had we really had artistic freedom on this film.
'Cause I ain't going nowhere!
This is a wonderful role. You gave him such vulnerability. You made him transparent. Is that how you felt him? Gatsby?
Well, the Gatsby that I remember reading in junior high school is a lot different than the Gatsby I remember reading, that I read as an adult. He's a much more tragic figure than I remember as a youth, I didn't quite connect with how hollow this man really was, Daisy to him is really a representation of so many of his dreams of becoming this great American figure, this powerful man, this entrepreneur, and in a lot of ways he is an empty vessel.
I'll do it school style. I'll start with his infused imagination. I always feel like the imagination kind of
comes out of his head. How amazing is it to construct a character that could be possibly iconic, like in this one?
We had the benefit with these characters of getting this incredibly rich backstory. We had an entire history together that he wrote for us. So even though it's a sort of day in the life of these two sort of outcasts of Hollywood that are trying to fit their way into a changing culture and a changing industry, there was an immediate familiarity with who these people were because we knew so much about our past, and it was so easy to fit in those shoes. Gentlemen, you had my curiosity, but now you have my attention.
This is going to be the adventure of a lifetime. We've dreamed of making this movie ever since we were kids.
What does it cost to get this thing made?
$2.5 million.
We've approved a loan for up to $9,400.
Yes.
Raya.
Good to see you both.
Good to see you.
Tell us about the adventure of making movies like this, in the sense of so much fun and so much comedy, but also a lot of heart.
I am a sucker for some real heartfelt, sweet, hopeful, makes you feel good kind of movies. And then if there's some laughs in there, even better. So that's kind of my favorite thing, I think.
Yeah.
What about you?
Well, I mean, when I read on the page some of these scenes that make me laugh and make me think, oh, that's going to be really exciting and fun and funny. It's one thing to read it, but then when it comes time to do it, you're like, I really do have to run through the jungle with a boar strapped to my back probably 100 times. This is going to be physically challenging, but that's the name of the game, and that's what you have to keep in the back of your mind. It's like, it's worth it. That's what you got to do to make magic sometimes.
Here we go.
Doug, you direct.
Action! Put your face right up next to the snake. No. Maybe it'll be okay. Cutting.
Well, with you guys' experience in comedy timing, how much are you completely involved on set into, knowing what works, knowing what doesn't work, trying new things?
Somewhere, I'd say over the last few years, I would be on a set, look around and think, I think maybe I have more experience than anybody on here because I'm old and I've done it now a bit. And I still have the mindset of like an actor starting off. Like, I can't believe I got the job. I'm excited to be there and try and do it. And I feel insecure and I hope I do an okay. But I think just by the very nature of doing something so often and logging your 10,000 hours or whatever, I start to become just innately aware of certain things that work and certain things that don't. And also some technical things about actual movie making that I don't ever remember really trying to study, but now I'm just very aware of.
I like to really imagine each scene, and I like to look at the script and go through all my lines and imagine the way I would do it. But there's some scenes that are challenging, like, I don't know how I'm going to approach this. I don't know what quite the right way to say this line is. And I'll look around the crew and the cast and crew and imagine how everyone on the set would say it. If they had my part, what would they do? And I'll get inspiration from anywhere I can. Sometimes, you need to feed off the people you're working with.
Always when it comes to comedy.
This is Anaconda, and we no longer have a snake for our snake movie. We have to go out in the jungle and find another one.
Also, when it comes to legacy, like the legacy of the Anaconda in cinemas, how much do you enjoy that a whole new audience generation is gonna kind of be very Anaconda crazy?
I hope the whole world gets Anaconda fever. There's another movie coming out at the same time as ours. I can't remember what it's called. It also starts with an A.
Very small.
No
one's heard of that one.
But now they're saying that maybe it's going to be like Barbie and Oppenheimer. Do you remember when those two giant movies came out at the same time?
Barbenheimer?
So they are saying this could be the new one, Anatar.
Anatar.
Yeah. That's what I think James Cameron has been saying, that we're Anatar. Now we're Anatar.
What do you like more, Anatar or Avoconda? Because it's up to you to start this.
Anaconda is my favorite. I have to say.
Anaconda?
Without
All right.
hesitation.
Yeah, that was
Yes,
right. Yeah, you-
Anaconda's
you-
a good
It does have a funnier.
It doesn't sound too much like avocado.
Well, that's catchy, and it goes with Jack's t-shirt, so why not? I love it. Before I wrap, my daughter has a message for you, Jack. She's completely obsessed with the Lava Chicken song from Minecraft.
La 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 lava.
Chicken. We're obsessed with it.
Yes, thank you. La lavacanda.
He's right behind you! Yes. What the hell is on my back? It's a long story! Run!
Hello and welcome to this special interview here on Al Arabiya English, coming to you from the World Defence Show in Riyadh. I'm Melinda Nucifora. We have the pleasure of being joined by one of the world's largest aerospace firms, VP of International Business Development at Boeing Defence, Vince Logsdon. Thanks so much for being here.
Good to be here.
Vince, Saudi Arabia, you have said, is one of Boeing's largest partners outside of the US. Talk me through why this region is important for Boeing's future.
Well, Saudi Arabia, in general, is a central point for Boeing's presence here in the Middle East. And we see Saudi Arabia as a major partner in helping us to define the future of aerospace.
There's a big push, not just for strategic partnerships, but for local investment in Saudi Arabia. You've said that you're not interested just in selling platforms, you're here to be strategic partners. So elaborate on that. What does that mean, and how does that differ from how you may operate in other countries?
Sure. Well, there's a lot of capability here in the kingdom, and very capable country. So what we want to be is a strategic partner across the board, and that's from every aspect. So when we're here to talk about the capabilities that we can provide to Saudi Arabia, we know that just providing those defense capabilities, that's not enough. We need to partner with the local community. We're partnering with the industrial places here, and making sure that what we do is engaged across the board. And we do that through various ways. We have joint ventures, we invest in human capital, we cut across the board to include industrial participation and supply chain. We want to be a part of that whole infrastructure.
Human capital is an interesting arm of investment, because obviously you can have the capabilities, but you need the people to have the know-how. So how challenging is that? How interesting is that? And how important is it to Boeing?
Well, it's extremely important and extremely interesting. So when we're investing in high-tech research. We're investing across the board, again, with workforce training, making sure that when we bring our capabilities here and we bring that partnership here, that we also have trained the people, and that those folks are ready to join that part of the aerospace business. We also do a lot with the local communities here. For example, the universities. We're very engaged there, and we're doing things with the local universities, such as getting into future capabilities like AI and autonomy. And we want to make sure that we're providing the best of the best to the local communities to make sure that locally we're ready to engage in the next level of aerospace.
You talk about the next level of aerospace because the face of war, the battlefield, is changing so rapidly. Talk me through what you think are the future challenges and opportunities for such an established company like Boeing. I mean, is it agility? Is it speed? Is it UAVs? I mean, how challenging is this new frontier?
Sure. Well, obviously very challenging. The world is changing constantly, as is the defense space and the battle space. So we have been trying to manage that in terms of a total system. So it's a system of systems approach. You can't just be in the battle space with this type of system and that type of system. You're cutting across a whole family of systems. And at Boeing, we're proud to offer an entire array of systems that cut across everything that you may need in the battle space. From our F-15 fighters to our heavy lift helicopters like the Chinook into space. And then things that are in the future like our MQ-28, a collaborative combat aircraft that extends the warfighter's capability, our tankers that expand that reach. It goes on. And pulling that all together, that's the future of warfare, that's the future of defense, and that's one of the things that we work really hard on at Boeing to make sure we're pulling that all together.
Integration is a theme of the World Defence Show this year. So has it surprised you how quickly the need for that integration has come about, or has it been on the horizon for Boeing for a while?
I think it's been on the horizon for Boeing for a while, certainly. We've been working on these concepts for some time. Because we are a large company and we build so many of these different systems, pulling them together just makes sense, and it has for some time.
Just finally, I know that for a company with such reach as Boeing, do you find that now part of the company's remit is future-proofing? Is it forecasting, assessing what the future threats are going to be, not just responding to them when they happen?
You can't just respond to them. You have to be out in front. And that's what we do at Boeing. We're staying in front of where we think the battle space might be going. And again, another great example of that, back to the MQ-28, when you're looking at extending that space, how do you do that? And how do you build that mass but do it affordably? That's where we're going.
And how does that integrate with work in Saudi Arabia?
It integrates. Now, it's a fairly new, when we're talking collaborative combat aircraft, that's fairly new, and I will say that we're ahead of just about anybody that's in that space. How that may interact here in Saudi Arabia remains to be seen, but Saudi Arabia certainly has the capability to do those types of things.
Is an interesting space to watch indeed. Vince Logston, thanks so much for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah.
Pleasure.
Well done.
Thanks.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds. We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Russia thought victory would take a matter of days. President Trump thought he could end it in the first hours of his second term. And yet here we are, entering the 5th year of the Ukraine war. President Zelenskyy warns Putin won't stop at Ukraine and says World War III has already begun. Is he right? We ask our expert panel on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Russia denies Ukraine is a real country and regularly dismissed it as having no unifying identity. So imagine Moscow's surprise when this artificial state rose up to stage a blistering national defence back in 2022. And they're still fighting. But to what end? This was the state of play in January 2024. The parts of Ukraine that you can see shaded in red were under Russian control. Compare that to 2026. Blink and you would have probably missed the changes between those two maps. Data analysis suggests Russia is advancing between 15 to 70 metres per day only in their most successful campaigns, and slower or not at all in others. In the face of such staunch defence, Ukraine is asking why it should capitulate and hand over the remaining parts of Donbass as Moscow and Washington are pushing it to. President Zelenskyy says World War III is already underway. Many European allies tend to agree.
Wird seinen Feldzug.
Putin will not end his campaign, even if Ukraine gives up and surrenders. We hear the threats. We see the provocation in the Baltic states, the hybrid attacks everywhere in Europe.
Coming up, we'll debate if we're really in the midst of World War III. Another round of peace talks have come and gone without a breakthrough. Is the US putting unfair pressure on Ukraine? And we'll ask our panel to reflect on how the geopolitical landscape has changed since 2022. Joining us for this discussion is Johnny Miller, a British journalist based in Moscow who's been covering the Russia-Ukraine conflict, reporting from both Kyiv and the Donbass. Dr. Alexander Merezhko is back with us, a Ukrainian MP who is head of the Ukrainian Parliament's Foreign Affairs Committee. And rounding out this Counterpoints panel is Kurt Mills, Executive Director of the American Conservative magazine. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. Thanks so much for being here. Well, far from the easy victory Russia perhaps anticipated, the conflict in Ukraine has now been raging for 4 years. In the last month, the man often referred to as Putin's brain, Alexander Dugin, sparked controversy when he stated no post-Soviet country should possess sovereignty. Ukraine's President Zelenskyy echoed that warning, saying Russia won't stop at Ukraine and that World War III has already started. Alexander, is he right? Are we already in the midst of World War III, or is that a little bit of hyperbole?
I would say that right now we're in the middle of the hybrid World War III or global conflict. And it's obvious, interestingly enough, Putin and his propaganda, they believe that they're waging the war not only against Ukraine, but against the whole Europe, against NATO. So they themselves believe that they are in the World War III. At the same time, Ukraine is fighting for its independence against the whole coalition of, so to speak, axis of evil, including not only Russia, but also North Korea, Iran providing weaponry to Russia, Belarus, which is accomplice to Putin's aggression, China providing lifeline to Russian war machine, Cuba sending its mercenaries to fight against Ukraine. So it looks like a real World War III.
Johnny, do you agree? Is Russia fighting World War III?
Well, in a sense, the world, we are in a world conflict at the moment. You have Russia, Iran, China in a kind of uneasy alliance on one side, and the United States on the other, a war between the American dominance of the world, which we've seen over the last 50, 60, 70 years, and the emerging of a more multipolar world with China, Russia, and Iran. So in a sense, it is more of a global conflict. If you want to concentrate just on Ukraine, though, Russia calls this a special military operation. Let me tell you, all the soldiers on the front lines, and I spent a lot of time on the front lines, they call it a war, and increasingly Russian politicians call it a war. But still, Russia designates this as a special military operation. I'm in Moscow now. Moscow life carries on as normal. It does feel like a special military operation being fought on the edge of the empire, so to speak. But this increasing rhetoric from Europe and the inability of both sides to find a peace agreement does make the threat of a wider war in Europe more dangerous. You recently had one of Putin's closest associates be interviewed by Tucker Carlson, warning that there could be nuclear strikes in the future. So a peace deal is important to have. I welcome Donald Trump's attempts to create peace in Europe, but it's still not happened.
We're going to come specifically to the peace deal in our next segment, so I'll just put a pin in that part of the discussion and we'll circle back to it. Kurt, do you agree with the framing of this? Is this World War III, in a sense? Are we on the brink maybe of a nuclear conflict? And is it that the US is on the other side of all these global disputes?
No, I can't say I really agree with Mr. Dugin. I mean, of course, Dugin's role in Russian society, so far as I understand it, is one of political provocateur. He represents the Kremlin's far-right hard line, sort of moving the Overton window. I think in a lot of ways, although the war or the special military operation, whatever you want to call it, 4 years on, it has been a heinous tragedy for the world. We are in a more stable place than we were a year ago or even 2 years ago. The chance of nuclear exchange between the United States and Russia or between NATO and Russia, I think, is greatly diminished under President Trump. I think, additionally, President Trump has played spoiler in this whole framing. Trump, although his ideology is not entirely clear, he is not a Biden-style Atlanticist. He is not a 20th century liberal American politician. He's something different. And Trump's and the administration's frictions with Europe, I think, make it, if it's a world war, it's not along clean national lines. And so, I think this is something that the Russians' propaganda shops are going to keep at the ready. I think they have every anticipation of potentially fighting this war for 4 more years, frankly, and seeing a return of a Democratic White House in 2029 potentially. But until then, I think that the presence of Trump, while not taking it for granted, does put some of these tensions on ice.
Johnny,
what I would add to that though is that just from the Russian side, that being on the Russian side, how they see it. They welcome Donald Trump's attempts to make peace. And I think there was a very genuine attempts by Trump to make peace. But the Europeans seem determined to carry on this war. They seem determined to launch long-range strikes into Russia. And Russia is worried that Europe is determined to fight Russia for many more years. So Russia is concerned about Europe's actions.
No, I think that's true. I just think... Europe's just not a world power currently, at least militarily, and so it would be a much different schematic than if the U.S. was full-throatedly behind us, which it's not. I want to
bring Alexander into that because, I mean, if you're listening to what Johnny's saying there, it's that Russia and the U.S. want peace, but it's Europe that is prolonging this conflict. Alexander, how do you see that?
This is absolutely ridiculous and, absurd because Europe is relatively weak because it's not united. The thing is that Putin, Russia, they hate the United States. They want to undermine the United States as a leader of the free world. And Europe is only helping Ukraine to survive. And initially, Europe was very reluctant. I'm not talking about the whole Europe, but some countries. They were very reluctant to provide us with the necessary equipment and necessary weaponry. But Europe understands one thing, that this is the war of aggression. And Putin, Russia, they want to destroy us as a country. Putin is absolutely not interested in any kind of peace. He wants to destroy us, to subjugate us. And Europe, for moral reasons, for international legal reasons, cannot just stay aside and see how Russia, in a ruthless way, is killing Ukrainian people, how Russia is bombing us, including Kyiv and other cities, and killing children, women, civilian population. Europe cannot just watch. And that's why they're trying, sometimes reluctantly, to help us to survive. That's why it's absurd to say that Europe wants this war to drag on. Russia wants to destroy us, to kill us. This is the reason, this is the root cause of this war.
To explain the Russian position, that they feel that the Ukrainians are being used by NATO, formerly by the United States, less so now under Trump, in a proxy war in order to mount a strategic defeat on Russia, maybe overthrow the Russian government, maybe even, as Kaja Kallas, the EU's diplomatic chief, said, to break up Russia into different parts. That's how the Russian government and the Russian people see it. Whether you believe it, whether you agree with that or not, that's up to you. But that's how the Russian people as well, not just the Russian government, but the Russian people, the majority of, feel. And so for them, this war still is. We can laugh about it.
Russian leadership don't believe in their own propaganda. They understand that we want to join NATO for only one reason: to survive, to be safe, not to be killed by Russia. That's the only reason. It's absolutely not about NATO enlargement, which they scare themselves.
Russia does not want to take over the whole
Russian people might be brainwashed, but Russian leadership they understand themselves that they don't believe in their own propaganda.
Let me tell you, the Russian people are very
Ukrainian motivations are only.
Sorry, Kurt, I'll just let Johnny respond to that very briefly, and then I'll come to you in just a moment as a direct response. Johnny?
Let me tell you, the Russian people are very sad about this war. Indeed, Russian politicians, even Russian soldiers, are very sad about this war because they see Ukrainians as their Slavic brothers. Most Russian people see this as an unfortunate, necessary war to counter NATO aggression. Whether you agree with it or not, that's how Russian, and indeed the Russian government, the Russian people and government are pretty much as one about this. And there is an easy peace to be made. Russia does not want to take Kiev. It doesn't want to take Lvov. I've spent a lot of time in Crimea and Donetsk. I think you well know, sir, that most people there are happy to be part of Russia. Some of the other areas are a bit more complex, but they want peace. Increasingly, Ukrainians want peace. Russia does not want to take over the whole of Ukraine. It would be a bureaucratic nightmare, a military nightmare for Russia to control Kiev and Lvov. Most people in Lvov are very pro-Ukrainian and they hate Russia. Russia doesn't want to take over the whole of Ukraine. They want peace now, pretty much along the lines that they have. They want security guarantees. A peace deal is very easy if Ukraine and the Europeans put their people and their economies first and look towards a peaceful settlement.
Okay, Kurt?
No, I mean, look,
80% of Russians support this war. They support genocide of Ukrainians. And Russia, from the very beginning, they wanted to take Kyiv. They wanted to take Kyiv from the very beginning. So I cannot imagine them being sad about killing Ukrainians. They enjoy killing Ukrainians.
Okay, just pause on that for just a moment,
sure.
Alexander. I just need to bring Kurt into the debate as well. What were you going to interject with there, Kurt?
Oh, no, I mean, I just think, look, the Western motivations matter here a lot. And so, I mean, Trump's predecessor as president announced a regime change war basically in Poland in his May 2022 speech saying, you know, for the love of God, this guy's got to go. I mean, this is the kind of thing that's in the Russian psyche. They're not exactly making this up. For the European liberal establishment, not the Ukrainian establishment, but for the European liberal establishment, regime change in Moscow is enticing, is something they want to do. It is a motivator for their support for the war. So I don't think it can be discounted.
Johnny, I want to ask you this. You alluded to the nuclear threat a little bit earlier. Russia's nuclear treaty with the US has expired, and just one day before the 4-year anniversary of the Ukraine war, President Putin said developing Russia's nuclear forces is now a priority. Does Russia pose a nuclear threat to Europe?
Genuinely, it does. Not to the United States. I mean, I wrote a post recently on the back of actually Tucker Carlson's interview with Sergei Karganov that the United States is not stupid enough to go to a nuclear war with Russia. I mean,
but does Russia pose a threat to Europe?
What he was saying, and this is a very important person, he chooses his words perfectly. He did that for a reason. He did that interview with Tucker Carlson for a reason, to send a message. I speak to a lot of Russian military bloggers. I spend a lot of time on the front lines myself. This war can carry on for another 2 years. It's tough on the front lines. It's a drone war now. It's tough. But if this carries on, and if the Europeans get their way, they're talking about long-distance strikes into Russia. If they start striking Moscow with long-distance strikes, Russia has to retaliate. There is a tit-for-tat retaliation going on. And if this war carries on for another 2-3 years, more and more Russian politicians, Putin is actually more of a dove than most Russian politicians, believe me. The Russians are going to get to the point and say, why are we losing so many soldiers in Donbass when we can just up the ante and use our arsenal. I don't want to even talk about nuclear weapons because it's such a serious thing. But this is what will inevitably happen. Russia will not lose this war. It cannot lose this war. It's an existential war for them, and they will do whatever it takes to end this war. So that's the argument now, especially for the gentleman on your show today, that we could be on this TV show in another year's time, having the same debate, but the negotiating position of Ukraine will be even worse, and we're having the same discussion. But yes, there is a very, very real threat of this escalating out of control. I think Trump realizes that. I think the Europeans are still living in their denial and their delusions. They've believed their own propaganda that Russian economy will collapse, the Russian army is weak, and they're believing all this for the last 3-4 years. And they need to get out of this fantasy and start living in reality.
Alexander, what do you think? Do you feel a direct threat from Russia in a nuclear sense? And do you think that we could be here in 1 year's time because Russia existentially cannot lose this war?
Well, first of all, Putin is a nuclear terrorist. He's been blackmailing many times the whole world, threatening to use, or hinting at least, maybe not directly using Medvedev, and hinting that he can use nuclear weapons. But it's not more than a blackmail. Yes, he's a bully, schoolyard bully, but he's a coward. He has no guts. He was told by his friend Xi Jinping to shut up and not to use this nuclear blackmail. After that, he became more careful using his words. But in reality, it's nothing more than a blackmail on the part of Putin. We shouldn't fall for this manipulation and for this trap. Putin is afraid to use nuclear weapons.
Let's look at the peace discussions in greater focus here. There have been numerous rounds of peace talks over these past 4 years, all of them unsuccessful. While the US keeps saying a deal is close, it never materialises. The major sticking point now appears to be territory. Russia wants all of Donbass, even the parts it doesn't currently control, and the US thinks Ukraine should hand it over. Ahead of the latest round of talks in Geneva, President Trump had this to say on Air Force One. Take a listen.
Well, in big talks, it's going to be very easy. I mean, look, so far, Ukraine better come to the table fast. That's all I'm telling you.
Audio is a little bit hard to hear there amongst the plane noise, but Ukraine better come to the table fast. Kurt, what do you think? Zelenskyy says the US is putting unfair or disproportionate pressure on Ukraine. Is it? Is the US being a fair mediator?
I mean, I think generally speaking, I mean, Ukraine is welcome to negotiate on its own accord, but they're basically a protectorate of the United States and the West. And so there are conditions if they want continual U.S. military and diplomatic support. I will say this for, the Russian demands of territory they haven't conquered is, a little bit curious, but I think there's an expectation that their conquest of them are inevitable if this war unfortunately drags on, which I think it will. I think for Trump, what you hear there is a default sympathy for ending the war and a default, directionality towards the Russian point of view, perhaps way more than most American mainstream politicians. But what is a major stumbling block is that Trump is an underratedly agreeable personality. And it doesn't seem likely, heading into 15 months of the Trump administration at this point, or 14 months of the Trump administration at this point, that Trump is just going to bail on Zelenskyy. He hasn't shown the gumption to do that. If he was going to do that, I think when you saw the sort of great showdown between VP Vance and the Ukrainian president last year, meanwhile the war drags on. And so I think, base case Trump is going to sort of gesticulate or genuflect towards the Russian position, but he's not going to completely cut bait on the Ukrainians. And so we're just mired in this morass.
Well, what I'd add to that is that the British and European position, basically the British, French, German position, seems to be just to carry on the war for another 3 years. We had Zelenskyy reported in the American press telling his advisors that we need to prepare for the next 3 years. The European plan, particularly the British have been more involved than anybody on the ground in Ukraine. It seems to be just to wait it out for another 3 years. Maybe after Trump, we can have a Biden-esque American president and we can get back to normal. And at the same time, we can hope that the Russian economy will collapse or there'll be some coup or something we don't know, and just to carry on as we go and hope for the best. In my view, this war has caused so much damage to the British and European economies that we need to end it now and improve relations with Russia. Trump represents a new way of thinking. Trump has recognized that the world has changed. You hear that from Rubio. The world has changed. We now have new centers of power, Russia, China, and America is trying to dominate its own hemisphere. Europeans are still stuck in this globalist mindset of the West is one and we can carry on. But Trump has moved on from that.
Alexander, what do you think? I mean, do you think that President Trump is putting disproportionate pressure on Ukraine? I mean, does President Zelenskyy need to make a pretty undesirable concession here?
Yeah, situation is very simple. We have the crime of aggression, we have the perpetrator, the aggressive state, which is Russia, and we have the victim of the aggression. And it's absolutely unfair and ridiculous when you're trying to put pressure on the victim and to make it territorial concessions. It reminds Munich 1938. Mankind has already made this mistake. I hope it will not happen. The only reason why the war continues is because Putin doesn't want to stop the aggression. He understands that in case if he stops the aggression, he might lose power because the war against Ukraine is a big distractor for Russian population. And it's the only source of his legitimacy and stay in power. If there will be no war, Russian population immediately will start paying attention to internal social, economic problems, and they will be very unhappy with their Führer. That's why he continues to wage a war. The only reason of the war is Russian support of this genocide against Ukrainian people.
I'm sorry, but I say this just so we can all stay in reality. My interest, first and foremost, is the British and the European economies. That's what I care about most. But let's stay in reality here. The Russian government has a huge support. Vladimir Putin is very popular in Russia. His approval rating has always been around 60 and 80%. Why? Because over the last 20, 25 years, Russia has done very, very well. So most Russians people I speak to, what do you think of Vladimir Putin? They shrug and say, he's done a good job. So it's not because what the gentleman said there is that Putin's relying on the war. Not at all. Russians overwhelmingly, the government has support from the people. That's just the reality.
We do see, though, Johnny, that people who oppose Putin tend to end up in prison. So wouldn't they say that to you, that they support him for fear of saying otherwise?
Let me tell you, you go to coffee shops and bars in Russia, I've heard a lot of criticism of the Russian government, particularly in Moscow. I've been in police states. I won't mention which countries, but I've been in real police states where people are scared to speak. Russia is not like that. I've had plenty of criticism. You can say whatever you want, but I live near the Kremlin. I can't go there and hold up a sign saying, I support Zelenskyy. Yes, I will be arrested. And some journalists have been arrested for opposing the war. I'm under political asylum in Russia because I've opposed the war and I fear the British government. There's oppression on all sides in all governments around the world. So there is oppression in Russia, absolutely. But I'm just doing my job as a foreign reporter to tell you that the Russian government is popular amongst the Russian people. And the Russian government and the Russian people want the war to end. But the Russians are winning the war, and so they don't want to give up, negotiate, they don't want to concede because they're winning the war. That's the reality. Life is tough. I'm sure me and the Ukrainian gentleman on the show both know people who've been killed in this war. I spent a lot of time in the front lines, in the trenches. It's tough. It's hard. I know war. It's hard. And increasingly Ukrainians, and increasingly prominent Ukrainians, are saying the war needs to end and you need to make peace. It's in the interests of Ukraine. It's in the interests of Europe. The Americans have realized it's in their interests. It's time for Ukrainians and the Europeans to recognize reality and make peace.
Russia is losing the war. This is reality. Look at the facts. Russia has already lost more than 1 million soldiers. Putin has failed to achieve his goals. He's not capable to occupy the rest of the territory of Donbass region. He understands that it will take him at this current pace maybe 5 years and 2 million more soldiers. He's losing the war. He lost the war in the Black Sea. Russian fleet has had to flee Black Sea. They're losing the war. For 4 years, Ukraine continues to fight. And for 4 years, they managed to occupy only around 1% of the territory. It's a total failure. And they're reaching the point of overstretch when the whole system in Russia will start collapsing.
I mean, I think, if anything, it's the opposite, in which case the war actually, if Putin wants to keep the war going, as far as I can understand it, is that he's gotten used to the status quo. I mean, they're running a war economy, number one. Number two, they're pretty excluded from the global economy, and it hasn't collapsed the Russian system. And number three, if they massively demobilize suddenly, that could be unstable for the society. If anything, the war is a stabilization mechanism on the Russian elite, not the other way around at this point.
Johnny, let me ask you this, though. If Russia was winning the war, if it was so strong, if it was the dominant military power that it argues it is, why has it failed to be able to secure Donbass under its own steam? Why does it need to be handed that gift as opposed to being able to win it if it was the stronger side?
Listen, I agree with you. I mean, for the Ukrainians to give up the whole of Donbass, territory that Russia hasn't taken, that's a big ask. I can understand how that's very difficult. A year ago, Russia wasn't asking that. My own view is that Russia says that the 4 regions are theirs. You have Kherson, which is a city over the Dnipro River. And they say, well, that is constitutionally part of Russia. Let me tell you, I think the Russians will give that up. Zaporozhye city, which is the capital of Zaporozhye region, that's in Ukrainian hands. It's a big city. I think the Ukrainians will give that up. This new negotiating tactics that they want the whole of the Donbass, my own view, and it's just my own view, I think the Russians would say, look, let's just freeze it on the territory which soldiers have died for, so long as the Russians get everything else they ask for. Essentially, the Ukraine is not a threat in the future to take back these regions, and it won't join NATO. But these new demands that they take over the whole of Donbass, territory that soldiers have not died for, I can understand it's very difficult for Ukraine to accept. And I'm not sure whether that's just a maximalist Russian demand so that they can negotiate back, or whether they really just feel that in the end, we will take the whole of Donbass, so we're giving you an easy way out now.
Alexander, the US is also demanding that Ukraine hold elections by the middle of the year. Is that a legitimate request? If President Zelenskyy is not going to say, OK, here's the Donbass, shouldn't he concede something else, and could elections be that negotiating card?
That's not Trump's idea. Trump doesn't care much about elections in Ukraine. It's Putin's idea. Putin's goal is, first of all, to try to remove Zelenskyy. And he also understands that in any vibrant democracy, election campaign is also very divisive. So he is trying to make President Trump to insist on Ukraine holding elections in order to destabilize Ukraine from within. To use it as a tool of waging a war. Putin understands that he has failed to destroy us from outside. He's tried to destroy us from within by pushing this idea of holding elections. But Ukrainian society is absolutely against holding elections during the war. Our opposition is against. We have firm consensus. Elections can be held only after lifting martial law. When we'll be out of the woods, when we'll be safe and our voters will be safe. Ukrainian society is against holding elections. It's Putin's idea. It's a provocation, like everything what Putin is doing.
Kurt, do you think it is a provocation? Do you think that it would give President Zelenskyy more legitimacy with the Trump administration when it comes to the negotiating table?
Yeah, I mean, of course. What are we fighting for over here? Are we fighting for NATO's territorial expansion for its own sake? Are we fighting for ideals? I mean, the Ukrainian leadership has lost the plot here. I mean, we're supposed to be defending the democratic West, that they've suspended elections. It just doesn't really pass the laugh test of the man on the street in the U.S. And, look, this is an administration that plainly at the upper echelons doesn't believe in the war. And I think the Ukrainians, if I were in their position, would try to do everything they can to try to, make their perspective heard in the Trump administration, this seems like a fairly, I don't say easy, but manageable olive branch to extend. I mean, yeah, I think Johnny's probably right that there is a felt sense at this point that they should just wait Trump out. I think Trump does have this sort of new paradigm of thinking, but he also seems fairly reticent to cut loose American client states. I mean, we're seeing this right now in the Iran or Israel fight. Trump wants to get out of the Middle East, but he can't cut our friends in Israel loose at the end of the day, and thus there's the tension. And I think you see the same thing with Russia, Ukraine. But the only problem is 3 years is a long, long, long time. And I don't know if Trump is going to put forward a new supplemental in front of Congress. And I don't really know the state of Ukrainian military readiness. I'm not sure anyone really does. I'm not sure I believe most reports out of that country. And the country could collapse in the 36 months between now and a potential new Democratic administration. And it should not be viewed as a fait accompli that a Democratic administration will come. American elections have been extremely close this entire century. It's a coin flip, I think, going forward between the parties.
Well, what I'd add to that is that it's just a huge gamble. I mean, I think all of us on this show care very much for the Ukrainian people and the European people. That, as I said, we've been having this show in a year's time, and the Ukrainian-European position could be even worse. As I said, a year ago, the Russians weren't demanding the whole of Donbass. They were essentially saying, let's freeze the lines. Now they're demanding the whole of Donbass. What could be next? Odessa? Kharkov? These are major cities. These are hard cities to take. But as Kurt says, the attritional war ultimately can be very slow. You look at First World War, the lines didn't move until they did. And the real threat of Ukrainian collapse could mean a huge defeat and loss of major territory, Kharkov and Odessa. That's the gamble Ukraine and Europe is taking.
Johnny, let me ask you this. Friedrich Merz said at the Munich Security Conference that President Putin was, and I quote, not rational, and that he would not end this war until he was forced to. What do you make of that statement?
Well, let me tell you, Vladimir Putin is very rational. That's the European position, that they will carry on the war, and the only way to stop it is for Russia to be forced to stop it. But the Russians will not stop. As I said, this is an existential war for them. Whether you believe it or not, the Russians feel that NATO has been using Ukraine as a proxy to overthrow the Russian government and to break up the Russian state. I'll give you a story. I remember talking to a young Russian person who was against the war to start with. He actually did some pro-Ukrainian activism, Russian guy. And then he said to me, but then I realized maybe NATO is trying to destroy us. And there's been a change of Russian people. Many Russian people were against the war to start with. But Russia has certainly won the propaganda war inside Russia. And they realized that, and European politicians have said it. Kaja Kallas has said it. Russia would be much better if it was broken up into many different states. And that would be United States European policy. Absolutely, that would be United States European policy. Break up Russia, put in a pro-Russian government, pro-European government, and essentially take their resources. That's statecraft. That's the world we live in. But they've come up against a force of Russia that is not going to be defeated. And the Russians have gone through so much horror in their history. Let me tell you, if Russia needs to mobilize again, if it needs to put its economy onto more of a war footing, they will do that for this conflict. At the moment, they're fighting NATO with one hand. And Europeans need to realize that. And as I said, the peace is very easy to get to. Essentially freeze the lines. Maybe the Russians will negotiate on the whole of Donbass. Make sure Ukraine is not a threat in the future to take back these regions. Doesn't join NATO. It can join the EU. The European Union can exploit Ukraine as much as it wants. The Americans can exploit them. And what I hope for is that the Europeans will do what America is doing now. I hope that in 3 or 4 years, the British will invite Vladimir Putin to meet the King of England. The President of France will invite Vladimir Putin to the Elysee Palace, and for them to do deals. There's huge deals for the Europeans to make in Russia.
Okay.
Huge oil and energy deals.
Alexander, what do you think? What would it take to force President Putin to end this war? Can he be forced?
Yeah, he can be forced and he will be stopped. But to do that, we need to do several things. First of all, to provide Ukraine with all necessary sophisticated weaponry, which allows us to defend ourselves, including air defense systems, and also to deliver deep strikes to destroy legitimate military targets in Russia. Second, to deprive Russia of oil revenues, because Putin will continue the war until he runs out of money. That's why we need to introduce secondary sanctions, which were promised by President Trump, by the way. I hope he will finally deliver on his previously made promises. So this is what can be and should be done. And Russian war machine will be stopped, and Putin will have no choice but to stop his aggression against Ukraine.
I mean, respectfully, I mean, look, imagine selling this to an American audience who has voted repeatedly for at least since 2008 against endless wars and U.S. military overstretch. You're proposing the following: basically a blank check militarily, whatever the U.S. Can give the Ukrainians to continue a fight where the lines basically haven't moved in years, number one. But number two, your second suggestion is even more explosive, that the U.S. should sanction any country that does business with Russia, principally oil and gas. So major sanctions on India at that point, a purchaser of Russian oil, major sanctions on China. I mean, that's the kind of thing that would bring the U.S. economy to a standstill. And what for? This isn't for even the entire territorial integrity of Ukraine. This is for 4 oblasts on the other side of the world. For most Americans, this just does not make any sense. And if the shoe is on the other foot and we pitch this to you guys from a position of strength, I'm not sure it would be very popular over there either.
Alexander?
Well, yeah, first of all, according to the New York Times articles and some estimates published in the New York Times, 80 or 90% of American military aid would never leave the territory of the United States in terms of money, of course. So it was a win-win situation for American military-industrial complex and in the final analysis for U.S. economy and also for Ukraine. Second, President Trump himself promised to impose sanctions on India and China in terms of buying in huge quantities of Russian oil and gas. It was his promise. It was his idea, by the way.
I understand. He promises a lot of things. A lot of them are contradictory. But India and China, you want us to sanction? We basically want to cut off trade with India and China just for these 4 oblasts?
No, we're talking only about those companies which buy Russian oil and gas and thereby are feeding Russian war machine.
Okay, I'm going to move us on to our final segment because we're almost out of time. And this is going to have a bit of a broader perspective as we sort of ponder the 4-year anniversary. When this war started, battlefield strategy was still dominated by tanks and artillery. 4 years on, it's much more preoccupied with things like drones and other high-tech methods of warfare. President Trump's return to the White House has also seen a marked shift in terms of US policy and, some would say, has shaken the transatlantic alliance to its core. Under President Biden, the US commitment to Ukraine was ironclad. Under President Trump, it's often looked shaky, if non-existent. Johnny, let's put it to you first. Has Russia been, if I can put it so bluntly, been the biggest winner from this war? Is Russia stronger or weaker than it was on the global stage 4 years ago?
It's a good question. I mean, first of all, a lot of Russian soldiers have died. You don't really feel it in Moscow, but you do feel it in the countryside. You know, I spent a lot of time in war, so that's my first thought when you ask that question. A lot of Ukrainians and a lot of Russian people have died because of this war, but the Russian economy is very strong. There are problems with inflation, but the Russian economy is very strong, and ultimately, the NATO has failed in this war. You know, there's a couple of years ago now, I think, when I held my head in my hands when I heard it was the time Jens Stoltenberg, the head of NATO, said that if a defeat in Ukraine would be a defeat for NATO, and I thought, what are you saying? Because Russia ultimately will prevail in this war. And you're essentially saying that NATO is going to lose this war. What are you doing? Why are you saying that? And so in that sense, Russia, by prevailing, it will be an ugly victory in the end. And I hope Ukraine makes peace soon. Russia has prevailed. And as I said, you started this show by saying, is this a world war? In a sense, it is. That you have now this, China is no longer rising. It has risen. The Trump administration has recognized that. Russia is resurgent. Russia was destroyed in the 90s after the fall of Soviet Union. Russia, I speak to my Russian friends, it was a hell of a place. Russia is resurgent. Iran remains strong at the moment. We'll see what happens there. But you're seeing this face-off between the West and the end of American multipolarity and this new multipolar world. And this war in Ukraine and Russia standing firm on that has been very much a history changer in this kind of world conflict.
Kurt, I'm going to put it to you as well. Is Russia stronger or weaker 4 years on?
I think it's about the same, but it's a much different context of power. So the Russians have isolated themselves from the world, and they have built an elite that is probably more insular and committed to Putin's project. The term that I've heard some Russians use is a voluntary society. The people that are there want to be there. I mean, of course, hundreds of thousands of people fled during the partial mobilization. And so in theory, if you're there, you're a de facto vote for the Putin approach. And from Putin's perspective, that might suit him just fine. It is definitely weaker in the sense of integration with Europe, integration, for a lot of these oligarchs being able to vacation wherever they want. And additionally, they have gained very little territory for an enormous price. So it's a real mixed bag. But I think at the end of the day, the Russian state has survived the war. And, it's throughout the long, fascinating, beautiful, and tormented history of the Russian state, survival is so much is always so much part of the game, and they've clearly done that.
Alexander, round us out as we wrap up the show. Is Russia stronger or weaker? And Ukraine itself, is it emboldened, or is Ukraine suffering under the pressure 4 years on?
We are defiant, and we are continuing to fight, and will continue to fight no matter what it takes. As for Russia, look at the facts. On the surface, Russia might pretend to be strong and solid, but in reality, deep down, it's rotten to the core. Excellent example of Prigozhin's mutiny. The guy took several big Russian cities without a single shot, because no one wants to die for Putin as a dictator. Russia has lost its status of great power. It's not capable to win a war in Ukraine. Strategically, it has already been defeated. And Russia, right now, it's a junior partner of China. It's turning very quickly into China's vassal or even economic colony. So soon we'll be talking about Russia as China's proxy. It has definitely lost, and it has become much weaker. And history will repeat itself. In a few years, we will see collapse of Russia.
Well, let's hope that, as some of our panellists have predicted, we aren't here on the 5th anniversary debating this same topic. It's been a pleasure to have such diverse opinions here on Counterpoints. Johnny Miller, Moscow-based British journalist, thank you for being here. Dr. Alexander Mereshko, Ukrainian MP, and Kurt Mills, Executive Director of the American Conservative magazine. Thank you to all of you for your illuminating perspectives. We appreciate your time on Counterpoints. And as always, thank you to you for tuning in at home to this episode of Counterpoints. You can, of course, keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And, of course, follow us on X and TikTok for the latest. We'll see you next time.
Take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today. right here on Al Arabiya News.
So what are the priorities for you after today and what we heard from the speakers in the conference?
Well, first of all, what we heard today was tremendous support for what the Board of Peace is trying to do in Gaza. Not just in terms of political statements, but in terms of financial commitments as well to support the people of Gaza in this first stage, which is just the humanitarian stage, the early recovery stage. I'm not talking about the big reconstruction that needs to happen. My priority right now is going to be three things. First is to create the conditions for which the National Committee of Dr. Shat and the Palestinian Technical Committee is able to go into Gaza and take control of governance there. Now, for that to happen, it requires, of course, some conditions to be met. One is that we need to understand exactly what they're going to be taking over in Gaza in terms of the institutions, what is there, the people, the civil service. Secondly, it requires that the ceasefire not be violated by anyone. And thirdly, of course, it requires that we have some financing as of today, because we need to show people that as soon as the committee is in, they're able to help the difficulties that they face on a daily basis right now. The second track is the process of making sure that all militant groups in Gaza are disbanded and weapons decommissioned in order to be able to allow for the Gaza Strip to be reunited in one. Because now Gaza is split. Right. You have one Gaza, a yellow line, and a second Gaza. And the longer this situation persists, the more difficult it will become to see Israeli withdrawal as well. And to get the Israeli withdrawal, we need civil governance in Gaza. We need the decommissioning of weapons. So I think these are the two main areas where we will focus. And thirdly, of course, is the creation of the International Stabilization Force.
So why Mr. Shat has not been able to go there? Is it because the circumstances on the ground is not ready yet? Is that the reason he is unable to enter with his team?
No, it's not that he hasn't been unable to enter. It's because we need to prepare things for him to be able to enter in an appropriate way. You saw today was the first time that we have the financial commitments made. We begin the process of recruitment for the new Palestinian security force. We have agreements with Egypt that we put in place. We started these discussions. This is not a one government leaves and another government comes in. It's far more complicated than that. So that's why we need to make sure that the process is well prepared and done in a timely manner.
As you know, the UN estimating that Gaza needs $70 billion to something like this figure to be reconstructed. We're talking about 17 billion today. Maybe the number will go later in Norway or elsewhere. But are you confident that donor countries will send this money for reconstruction in a short period of time for Gaza people to see the effects on the ground?
What I want to see is donors to send money now so that we can relieve the suffering of the people in Gaza. The reconstruction of Gaza needs to be done in a different way, because what has been done in the past until now is that one country builds a hospital, another country builds a school, but really the conditions are always very difficult for people. What we need is a new plan for how to really redevelop Gaza, if you wish, in a way that it allows the Palestinian economy of Gaza to flourish, and it allows people to have, not just some normalcy, but have a normal life. And for this, we need a very different approach in how reconstruction will be done in Gaza than what has been done in the past. I think, we will get to that stage, but now we're at the stage, the first phase, if you wish, which is really the humanitarian situation, the emergency needs that are necessary, and the institution of governance, so that we can get to this point which I spoke about earlier, where Israel withdraws and you have one Gaza. Because what reconstruction can you do unless you have one Gaza? Everything you do until then is temporary.
Just one final question, because you have to go. About the UNRWA, the Israelis and the U.S. has been putting them aside. They don't want them to take any part in Gaza. Is the UN able to do something similar to the structure of UNRWA or reinstate UNRWA as a major donor for Palestinian?
I know the UN very well, I think, and I think and I'm convinced that there are a number of very, very good agencies within the United Nations system who have been critical to Gaza and who will continue to work forward. We've had very good meetings in the last few weeks with UNDP, with UNOPS, with the World Health Organization, with Food Program, many, many others. And their work has been critical in sustaining Gaza's in the past. But what we now want is a partnership that actually helps build a new Gaza, a Gaza in which doesn't need humanitarian aid constantly, a Gaza that is not a drain on international donors for years and years. Because, you know, with all due respect, I've been to Gaza many, many times. I know the whole strip quite well. And I know the entrepreneurial spirit of the people there. Notwithstanding the occupation or Hamas or war or destruction, these people are the driving engine of the Palestinian economy. Why should we keep them on humanitarian aid and not give them the opportunity to thrive?
Boeing is one of the world's largest companies, and its defense arm is a key pillar of American institution. U.S. military institutions rely on it, the U.S. Army, the Pentagon, and many other American agencies depend heavily on this company, which has had a long-standing presence for decades in Europe and also in the Middle East. It has extensive relationships and major partnerships with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Here at the World Defense Show, we're joined by Mr. Brendan Nelson, president of Boeing International. Welcome to Al Arabiya. More than once you've spoken about Boeing's support for the vision and about your long-term partnership to support the defense industry's sector in Saudi Arabia. What is Boeing's most important role in this area? What are you doing?
Osama, firstly, thank you for speaking to me here at the World Defense Show in Riyadh and for your audience listening to me. Great nations are built on great confidence, and His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman has infused into the Saudi people social courage and what I call a venturing spirit. And the vision of 2030, which sets out an economic and social revolution for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, is one that is completely and utterly supported by the Boeing company. In tourism, technology, infrastructure, industrialization, localization, economic diversification, sustainability to make sure the environment that our children, our grandchildren and beyond inherit is one worthy of them, is very much a vision that we support actively. And at the heart of it, the Crown Prince has said that he wants a self-reliant, sustainable aviation and defence security system. And if you like, the system of systems. And so for the Boeing company, every single aspect of the vision for 2030 is one that we are supporting, whether that's in the commercial aviation sector, in localising, industrialising, producing parts, supporting and providing commercial aircraft, or in the defence sector, not just the provision and support of defence platforms, but increasingly what the Crown Prince would call the system of systems. Our challenge these days is not so much about replacing platforms like F-15s or other aircraft with new ones. It's as much about integrating. And so the World Defence Show is tagged integration. So it's about integration, digitisation and systems intelligence. To create, we want to work with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on creating an ecosystem in defence, which is about aircraft, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance of space, of strike capability, of sustainment, and all the aspects that are necessary for the defence of a very proud and modern country.
Speaking of aircraft, you've had a relationship since the 1970s with the Royal Saudi Air Force. How do you plan for the future of this relationship? How do you aim to develop it or cooperate with Saudi Arabia to develop this sector that the kingdom cares about greatly?
The Boeing company in the defence space first established our partnership with the Royal Saudi Air Force in 1978. And today, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and its Air Force has the largest number of F-15 fighter aircraft outside the United States of America, some 230 F-15s. Also, the largest number of Apache attack helicopters. Almost 80 of those helicopters are here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Chinook helicopters, AH-6, which is known as a Little Bird, which is a reconnaissance helicopter. And we also have a very large number of unmanned aerial vehicles, or otherwise known as drones, Scan Eagles, which are used by the Royal Saudi Air Force. We have continued to support the Boeing 707 platforms in airborne early warning command and control aircraft. Also the refueling tankers, which are very much a part of the Royal Saudi Air Force. But in addition to that, it's a question of helping to train and support those mechanics and technicians that maintain all those platforms, and also working with the Royal Saudi Air Force in the training of its own personnel. So we're very much a partnership. So when you see, as a Saudi, you proudly look up and see those Saudi F-15s, the Boeing company is working with the Royal Saudi Air Force to maintain and support them, to make sure they are available for the defence and security of the kingdom at any time.
Speaking of companies, Mr. Brendan, you mentioned companies and your work with Saudi firms. How do you evaluate this partnership? You have partnerships with GAMI and with major companies operating as well. In this field in the kingdom, SAMI and many companies, both startups and large firms. How do you view this partnership today? And what are these companies asking for?
Well, your question includes the key phrase, Osama, which is partnership. So it is not simply a case of the Boeing company selling products and services to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We have partnered with the Kingdom for 81 years, and in defence we've been partners since 1978. And so what that means is that, yes, we have provided and sold platforms to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but we've also worked hard to sustain and support them in servicing and in parts, and increasingly working with Saudi companies, whether it's the Saudi Arabia Military Industries, so the General Authority for Military Industries, the Royal Saudi Air Force, and whether it's the National Guard, and various companies and industries in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to make sure that increasingly we don't just have a Saudi-led Boeing employing 90 Saudis proudly across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but we actually work with partners to bring Saudi into Boeing and Boeing into the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So we're working on a range of things which include landing gear for aeroplanes, the production and purchasing of aluminum. We're also exploring titanium to bring out of the kingdom. Heavy investments in the training of people. The most important asset that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has, as the Crown Prince has identified, is its people. And we need many, many more young Saudis to know that this country, in partnership with companies like Boeing, is offering them a future in highly skilled, highly trained jobs that are meaningful to them and to their country. We're also working with GACA on advanced air mobility, for example, the introduction of autonomous air taxis and UAVs and autonomous air vehicles, and how we work in a controlled airspace. We're also working in bringing technologies in to work with Saudi companies on sustainable aviation fuels, to decarbonise the aviation industry, and to provide also funding to support technologies that are going to remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So those and many, many other things is what we're doing, and there's going to be a lot more.
Saudi companies now care a lot about technology transfer and also knowledge transfer, training Saudi youth and developing these products locally here inside the kingdom, and also leveraging Saudi Arabia's geographic position to become part of global supply chains. To what extent is Boeing cooperating in this framework? Is it ready to provide technical and knowledge support for Saudi companies?
And so the transfer of technology is one of the key priorities of the Kingdom and the Crown Prince 2030 vision, and we accept it and fully understand and support that. And what we're doing, working through a range of technologies to bring into the Kingdom, whether it's in the decarbonising of the aviation industry, the production of aerospace-grade thermoplastics, the production and acquisition of aerospace-grade aluminium, of titanium, the manufacture of parts. We're actually exploring with the Kingdom right now, producing parts for our defence platforms. We've had discussions around the forward fuselage for the F-15, for example, and we're also working through landing gear for aircraft. So a lot of technology that we want to bring and increasingly are bringing into the Kingdom.
About the training, aircraft that you recently built, the T-7 trainer, where have you reached in this project? Have you delivered parts of this aircraft to the U.S. Air Force? And is there openness to exporting it or making it available to U.S. allies?
The T-7 will replace the T-38. It's the first time in 60 years that the United States Air Force is acquiring a new trainer for its next generation of fighter pilots. And the pilots who train in the T-7 will be able to go on to fly F-15s, F-16s, F-35s, and a whole range of fighter aircraft platform. We have now delivered the first 2 of those T-7s to the United States Air Force. One of them is flying and already helping to train the next generation of pilots. The other one is being used to train the technicians, the mechanics, those that are going to have to support the aircraft. There is immense international interest in the T-7. The British, for example, have indicated an interest in it, and we also are aware of some countries in Northeast Asia that are interested in it. It will be an ideal aircraft, I would think, for training the next generation of Saudi pilots, and it will be a discussion that I expect the leadership of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will have with the United States government about any decision to bring the T-7 to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Personally, of course, we will be very supportive of that should the decision be made, because in the end, as we all know, you've got to concentrate on the next generation.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon Nelson, President of Boeing International. Thank you for being with us on Al Arabiya, and thank you for coming to Riyadh.
Jeffrey Epstein's brother says new autopsy details coming in February will prove Epstein was murdered, not a suicide. Epstein, the convicted sex offender, died in his New York jail cell on August 10, 2019, while awaiting trial. His death was officially ruled a suicide. His brother Mark Epstein identified the body and has questioned the ruling ever since.
What does that tell us about this?
Well, it's a scary thought that you could be killed in prison by the government.
Mark claims there's evidence of murder. He even hired former NYC chief medical examiner Dr. Michael Baden, who said the injuries point to homicide rather than suicide.
Never seen 3 fractures like this in a suicidal hanging. Going over 1,000 jail hangings, suicides, in the New York City state prisons over the past 40, 50 years, no one had 3 fractures.
Despite Mark's claims, the FBI and DOJ reported in June 2023 that there was no credible evidence of foul play. Still, Mark doubled down in a January 9th interview with News Nation, saying more autopsy facts will be released in February that prove it, insisting the injuries didn't match the way his brother was found hanging. Mark has also claimed Jeffrey told him he had compromising information on powerful figures, including Donald Trump during the 2016 election, allegedly enough to cancel the election. In a recent December 2025 interview with Chris Cuomo, Mark went even further, suggesting Trump could have been involved in his brother's death.
You really believe that Donald Trump is capable of having your brother murdered to spare himself embarrassment.
Absolutely.
Based on what?
From meeting him years ago and just watching his performance the last 20 years. See, he doesn't seem to have a limit on what he would do to help himself.
Now, a vocal critic of the Justice Department's investigation, Mark says he won't show his face publicly due to safety concerns. His continued claims and the promised new autopsy details are reigniting debate and conspiracy theories surrounding one of the most controversial deaths in recent history.
Our allies, their allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Ukraine marks 4 years since the start of Russia's invasion. Zelenskyy says Putin has not won this war, whilst Putin accuses Ukraine of sabotaging the peace process. Trump's new global tariffs come into effect at a lower rate of 10% ahead of the president's State of the Union address. Soldiers are deployed across Mexico to curb violence following the killing of the country's most wanted drug lord, El Mencho. And the family of missing 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie are offering a $1 million reward for information leading to her return. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelenskyy has marked the 4-year anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion alongside his coalition of the willing allies. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer and French President Emmanuel Macron appeared on the video conference as they continued to pledge support and peacekeeping efforts. Earlier, Zelenskyy addressed his countrymen and told them Putin had not achieved his goal. Take a listen.
Today marks exactly 4 years since Putin started his 3-day push to take Kyiv. And that, in fact, says a great deal about our resistance, about how Ukraine has fought all this time. Behind those words stand millions of our people. Behind those words stand immense courage, incredible hard work, endurance, and the long path Ukraine has been pursuing since February 24. Putin has not achieved his goals. He has not broke Ukrainians. He has not won this war. We have preserved Ukraine, and we will do everything to secure peace and justice.
Meanwhile, Vladimir Putin has responded, accusing Ukraine of sabotaging the peace process, which their recent attacks against Russian pipelines. Take a listen.
We are talking about a possible bombing of our gas system under the Black Sea, namely the so-called Turk Stream and Blue Stream. They cannot calm down. They are desperate to destroy this peaceful diplomatic process. They are trying to provoke an incident to derail everything that, I'll say carefully, has been achieved on this negotiation track.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined in the studio by columnist and correspondent Gemma White and Michael Jabri-Pickett, Managing Director of This Is Dubai. Gemma, let's go to you first, because we've just heard from Zelenskyy and, of course, we heard from President Putin on this 4-year anniversary. So in many ways, The war is now entering the 5th year. Take us back to the very, very beginning. Why did Russia invade Ukraine?
It's kind of almost feels like it's been lost in the midst of time now. So the invasion pulls together like quite a few threads. It's a mix of strategic, political, historical and ideological factors. But at its heart is Russia's desire to reassert their influence over Ukraine and Ukraine's gradual drift westwards, looking for allyship in Europe. So primarily this was about NATO expansion. Ukraine has not been backward in their desire to join NATO. And Russia has always said that would bring the Western military on their doorstep, and they were dead set against it. Now, NATO has said that they're defensive, they're not an offensive organisation, and Ukraine has the right to choose if they join or not. But that was always a major factor, is Ukraine's desire to be a part of NATO. Now, since the 2014 Maidan uprising, and that ousted a pro-Russian president in Ukraine, Kyiv has always looked for closer ties with Europe, and we have seen Starmer and Macron step up relentlessly to show their support, and that appears to be unwavering. So if Russia was hoping that Ukraine would stop looking to the West, that's just not going to happen. That's not going to be achieved at all.
Because even Zelenskyy says he wants them to fast-track them becoming part of the European Union,
yes,
which now seems to be more probable, because we know that one of Russia's red lines still is Ukraine joining NATO. So it seems to be like they've given that aside to join the European Union.
Yeah, this quest is not going to go anywhere, I think, irrespective of whatever peace process Putin is talking about there. He seems to have invented that completely in his mind. This question of Ukraine wanting to side with Europe, wanting to join the EU, is never going to go away. Now, also, we have this ongoing conflict over Crimea and Donbass regions, which Russia sees as rightfully theirs. And we have Putin's historical claims. He still sees Ukrainian people as Russians. So that's not going to go away either. You've got this immovable object and this irresistible force. And that's why we haven't achieved anything, in the peace process over 4 years, because yeah, we're still here 4 years later.
Yes, and we still seem to be sometimes getting somewhere on the negotiating front, and then there's big disagreements on territory and security guarantees, and these seem to be those main sticking points, which are, of course, the major ones. But what I also found when I was looking today and thinking back to 4 years ago, of course, I was a journalist when this happened, and I remember so many people at the time and analysts saying that Russia will take Ukraine in days, weeks, but days was the estimate. And now we look 4 years on, the resilience the Ukrainians have actually shown has been pretty phenomenal, and no one would have ever expected us to still be having this discussion 4 years on.
We were just talking that Ukrainians don't even have a navy, and yet they're doing a fine job of defending their coast against the very vaulted Russian navy. And what they have done is they've taken warfare to that next step, which is inevitable. It becomes a little bit more dangerous or a little bit more tactical. And for the Ukrainians, what they have done is they figured out, with these drones that are not that expensive, we can be incredibly efficient at making sure that we strike deep in the heart of Russia, as they have done, or we can attack their navy, as they have done. We can do damage to their infrastructure as well. And that, I think, has helped arms dealers around the world recognize that, we don't necessarily have to go big and mighty and massively expensive. We can just make sure that we outfit a drone. And this is one of the areas that the Ukrainians have done very well. I can remember watching a late-night talk show, and it was the 3-week mark. And we were all amazed that Ukrainians had still not surrendered. Russians had not sort of rolled over them. And it just continues. And now we're, I think, truly in a stalemate. The Ukrainians are doing very good, making headway in the battlefield. Either they're reclaiming more, or they're certainly not letting Russia reclaim more. And it's at a true stalemate. and you have a leader on the Ukrainian side who is not willing to give up territory. You have the Russians and President Vladimir Putin who absolutely want that, and they're just at loggerheads. And you have Donald Trump, who seems distracted by so many other issues, so many other big, if it be tariffs or tonight the State of the Union or what's going on in Gaza, what's happening in Iran. So you don't have that one unifying force who's bringing everybody together on a consistent basis to try to hammer home what are the issues that we can sort out.
And we talk about Donald Trump, and he's key to all of this, because he's the key that can unlock this deal by putting more pressure on Russia, sanctions-wise, crippling the economy, making Putin feel the squeeze. And also, we can't forget that Donald Trump got Putin back to the negotiating table, because Biden never did that. Europe haven't had conversations with Vladimir Putin, and that's been a big criticism when it comes to Russia. Russia were never invited to these talks. So in some ways, at least Donald Trump has actually got them to the table and got them talking, because we didn't see that before.
So I would say that he's got them talking. I don't know that they're negotiating anything. I think they're, by all accounts, they're still asking for everything that they've asked for from the beginning. So
but then
I don't know.
Ukraine is also still asking for weapons. So everything they've been asking for from the beginning, and the US and the EU have to pay for those weapons.
Absolutely, but the Ukrainians were the ones that were violated. You know, the Russian side they're the aggressors, despite what Donald Trump might have said. And Donald Trump also promised during the campaign trail, you know, day one, I'll sort this out, and if I was president, this never would have started. Well, we're now 13 months into his presidency, and we don't seem, I'm an optimist, and I don't see, I've been wrong so many times, I don't see anything happening anytime soon.
And when I had a look today at some of the figures that came out, because, you know, at the heart of all of this, when we look at war, we can talk about drone technology and warfare and how much that's come about. We can talk about the resilience of Ukraine and how Russia's still funded their war-footing economy, both extremely resilient countries. But it's the casualties that are extremely, extremely distressing. We look at estimates by the Center for Strategic and International Studies. 1.2 million Russians have lost their lives. Casualties are between 500,000 and 600,000 in Ukraine. So more casualties on the Russian side if these figures are to be believed. So today, 4 years on, it must be a huge day of reflection for those people in Ukraine and Russia. They've both lost people.
I'm remembering as well all the big armies that North Korea was promising. You know, we've seen so many different stages of this war. When Putin held his big military show in Moscow, and he had world leaders there, and we were saying, wow, Russia is not as isolated as we thought. But now it seems they are isolated again. We've seen so many different layers to this war and things going back and forth. Now, as you say, we're at a stalemate again. It just seems to kind of ping pong all the time, and the rules seem to change all the time and the boundaries change all the time.
I also think that there might be, I don't want to sound optimistic, but the Russian economy does seem to be creaking a little bit. We had the French foreign minister who said that the Russians are losing about 1,000 soldiers a day, but he also talked about the economy in Russia may be entering a recession, and that the national treasury is empty, that there's gasoline rationing, and that they're also now having to, some parts of the population, blocking phone service. And I think when the big cities start to feel the effects of war, finally, I think that's something that will maybe motivate Vladimir Putin to come to the negotiating table.
But as we did say, because Ukraine and their drone technology, they're now targeting those gas facilities inside of Russia. It's really hurting the economy. And there's a whole lot happening now. Extra sanctions on Russia when it comes to shadow shipping oil to India, to China, to various different places. But, you know, we reflect on 4 years, and it's a moment really where I also think those who lost their lives, you know, their families will be thinking of them in both Russia and Ukraine. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there now as we move on to another story. And President Trump's global tariffs have come into effect, but at a much lower rate of 10%. Trump previously said the rate would be 15% after the Supreme Court's decision to block many of his sweeping import taxes. The rate cut comes ahead of the President's State of the Union address that will take place in Washington a little bit later on today. So, Michael, we are waiting for the State of the Union address by President Donald Trump. A lot of people are wondering how long it's going to be. The last one was 90 minutes, so we'll have to wait to see.
I'm sure there are people laying wagers on how long.
Absolutely. I think people who are also going to watch it are probably thinking about that. So tariffs, a massive blow to Donald Trump on Friday after that Supreme Court ruling. You know, lots of his economic policy hinged on tariffs. So how have trade partners and businesses reacted to this ruling in the States?
So the EU is the only one that I've seen that's come out, and they've talked about it, and they said that they're not going to ratify it. And I don't know if Donald Trump has responded to that particular EU comment, but he has said that countries that are going to play games will suffer the consequences. Again, not sure what that means.
And EU is an ally of America, which is something I also didn't want to forget today when I was looking at the story, because, you know, they are traditional friends.
Yeah. But where I come from, we're traditionally an ally of the United States as well, and that doesn't mean much right now, because Donald Trump is a fan. He's talked about tariffs being his favorite word, right? One of his top 3 favorite words. He's spoken of his love and affection for tariffs since the 80s. It's something that he holds near and dear. And I don't think that he necessarily sees the aggressiveness in his language when he speaks to traditional allies, because he's talking about only the good business side of business with tariffs, or at least what he thinks will be generated as a result. Now, has the economy drawn in an awful lot of money? By estimates, it's about $150 billion. But that's just a tax on the American voter. And the American voter, as we're talking about with the State of the Union, the American voter is feeling like their concerns are not heard by a president who doesn't necessarily see that he campaigned on lowering prices, and yet prices have gone up.
And China has also threatened retaliation over Trump's tariffs, what have come in, this blanket 10%. I think a lot of people are holding out to see what the laws are around these tariffs and what industries that they will affect, because right now it will change those deals that were previously made with the likes of the UK. So we see the EU stepping back and saying, actually, we're not going to sign this deal in Brussels or do a vote on it until we know exactly what we're looking at. And China saying the same thing. And of course, Donald Trump heading to China at the end of next month. So there's a lot happening when it comes to these tariffs. And of course, you know, postal companies like FedEx have filed a lawsuit, and that was yesterday, against Donald Trump's tariffs, because they would have really affected their company when it comes to imports and exports. There's a lot to look at. And of course, State of the Union address is coming up in the next few hours. And the main concern of the American people is the economy. It's how much they're paying at the tills. And that seems to be something that Donald Trump really needs to address.
I think irrespective of what he addresses, the average American knows what they've got in their wallet at the end of each week, you know, whether they've paid out for groceries, whether they're paying out for, you know, petrol and all that kind of thing. So irrespective of whatever facts are presented during the State of the Union, that goes against, we were saying earlier, how people feel about it and, you know, the money they're left with at the end of the week.
And what I find absolutely fascinating is, what do you think we can expect from the State of the Union address tonight? Because, Gemma, you know, we follow US politics closely here. It's not united, the United States of America at the moment.
No.
To put it into that context. What does Donald Trump need to do to galvanise support for himself? Because the midterms are not that far off either.
Well, we're wondering, there are points he's definitely going to stick to, and then you're wondering how far off track he's going to go, because he does meander in his rhetoric. It's the 250th year of US, so, you know, the sources, White House sources have said that the theme is going to be America at 250, strong, prosperous and respected. So he's going to argue about this new age of, you know, American prosperity. That will be a key theme he'll return to. economy is going to be a top priority. Now, the job market in the US has slowed. They have had the smallest job growth outside of a recession since 2003. And also, he'll bring in the tax cuts. We all remember the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which seems such a long time, but it was only last year. Now, health and prescription drugs is going to be a big thing as well, because if we remember last September, Trump got together with the 16 big drug companies in the US, and they all said they were going to lower their prices. Now, in January, so last month, all 16 of them raised the prices of 872 brand-name drugs. And that includes treatments for cancer, heart failure, and type 2 diabetes. I don't know how he's going to spin that. You know, we'll have to wait and see. Now, a huge part of the speech has got to be dedicated to immigration. You know, the ICE agents and border security and his deployment of the National Guard. These are going to be shown as a show of strength. This is what I've done to tackle immigration. Very much this America first rhetoric that he returns to again and again. And then we will have a focus on foreign policy, largely as it pertains to his involvement in Gaza and Ukraine, Russia, and also with what's going on in Iran.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fascinating because lots of analysts have been speaking about the State of the Union speech, and they did say, two White House officials speaking on condition of anonymity have been speaking to Reuters, and they said that Trump might take this as a chance to sort of sell military intervention in Iran to the country. So that's something that people are looking for really closely in the speech this evening, as we do see that huge military build-up in Iran.
Yeah, I think if you were to just look in the 13 months that Donald Trump's been back in the White House.
He has been back in the office, yeah.
Yes, he has. But when you look at what was happening off the coast of Venezuela, they didn't just amass all of those ships as a show of force.
Exactly.
There was a reason behind it, as it turns out. And I also don't think that you have two massive aircraft carriers, the Abraham Lincoln and the Gerald R. Ford, which is on its way, in the region. If you're not, that's an awful lot of show of force. And, you know, you have the 9th Fleet not too far from here. You have an Air Force base not too far from here. You have other military bases here in the region as well. So you wouldn't necessarily need to do that. But if you're just going to park those off the coast of Iran, I think that there's a reason that you're doing that. But I want to get back just for a moment to your points when you started about unifying the country. If Donald Trump veers off course, off script a little bit too much, he might not even be part of a unified Republican Party, because you have so many people who are going to be running for re-election in the midterms. Donald Trump isn't, but he's going to want to make sure that he's not a lame duck president for the last 2 years of his time in office. And he's going to need to be speaking certain lines that the congressmen and the senators who are running for re-election can take on the campaign trail, and they can sell to their constituents so that they get reelected.
I was speaking to a Republican a little bit earlier in my first show, and I did ask her, Amy Tarkanian, I did say to her, have you lost faith in Donald Trump? And she said, at the moment, that's the way it's feeling. We need Donald Trump to come out and unify the country and the party and not lose focus on what the main agenda in the country is. Yeah. And she said that's the problem. He tends to yo-yo and things get confusing, and that's what's frustrating them at the moment. But let's see what comes out of this State of the Union address tonight. So thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on. Mexico has deployed thousands of soldiers to tighten security and tame the violence that has spread since the death of powerful drug lord Al Mencho. Dozens of people have died, including at least 25 members of Mexico's National Guard and 30 members from the criminal organization. So, Michael, it's kind of the day after the day before. What's the latest out of the unrest that just sprawled across Mexico?
So most of the streets of major cities are empty. Travel warnings by at least US, Canada, Australia, and the UK shelter in place for civilians who are in the city, tourists as well. Schools are closed, businesses are closed. Claudia Sheinbaum has said that peace and security is returning, but at least one journalist who was on the ground reporting from one city said that there was a lot of fear and hesitation. So I don't know that the country is yet over this, and because they've had such a long history of some of these battles, they may fear that this is the beginning of that next phase that could be incredibly violent.
I was speaking to a journalist from Mexico City earlier, and I asked him that very question. He'd say, Almencho's left. There's a massive power vacuum at the top now of this cartel. The cartel has its own paramilitary organization, a huge criminal network. How dangerous is that fight for who gets the next top job? And he says that is the concern in Mexico, because that could be where the violence really comes into play as people fight for that position.
And drags out for much longer,
And it could also separate the cartel into different factions, and then things become even more complicated across Mexico itself. But Gemma, I know something about you. You are a big football fan.
I am.
You're going to the World Cup.
Yes.
We can't forget the World Cup is coming up extremely soon in Mexico. How is this going to affect the World Cup? I don't know if you have tickets to go to Mexico, but if you did, would you be going, basically?
So, I'm taking my family to the World Cup. We don't have tickets for any games in Mexico, but I can unequivocally state that if we did, I would be selling them. I would not be taking my young children to Mexico with only 4 months, in 4 months' time, knowing that anything could happen, really, irrespective of whether the government says everything's under control. We said before the show, it only takes one person to act, alone. And we have seen tourists in Mexico perhaps enter the wrong area and they end up dead. So absolutely not. I would not be going. There are a lot of concerns. It's 4 months away. It's coming around so fast. Obviously, security concerns. The scrutiny on Mexico now is absolutely incredible. And they've already postponed so many sporting events and rescheduled their own domestic sporting events that talk has naturally turned to where can we move these games to if we need to. Obviously, they would move to the US and to Canada. So FIFA must be scrambling to decide, right, which stadiums are we going to use if we need to. Obviously, travel advisories, governments have put warnings in place, event scheduling, but above all, it's public perception. As I have just attested, this evening, my perception is that this is too dangerous a place to take my family, and if I did have tickets to those games, I wouldn't be going.
And I think that's a very fair point, especially public perception and what we've been seeing playing out on our television screens. But thank you for your thoughts on that. Stay right there. Let's move on. US news anchor Savannah Guthrie is now offering a $1 million reward for information leading to the return of her missing mother. 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie was abducted from her home 24 days ago. Her daughter said the family still believed in a miracle and hoped she can come home.
I'm coming on to say it is day 24.
Gemma, we had a clip of Savannah Guthrie there. It was just a quick one. We're meant to have the whole clip, but apologies for that if you're watching at home. Clearly distressed. Savannah Guthrie, absolutely distressed.
Yeah, you can see the toll it's taken.
Oh gosh, my heart, when I watched her, I felt like this is a hard watch, 24 days since Nancy's disappearance. I mean, where are we? What do we know about the search? It seems to be that there was a lot of resources sent and still not much info, really.
Well, this was a 4-minute video, and in it, for the first time, they acknowledged the fact that Nancy might not be alive. So they have offered a $1 million reward. Now, they've said that if she's not alive, they want to know where she is. You know, they're going to want to bring her home to them. Now, there's been a lot of focus on this mixed DNA, which forensics have found at the property. They need to separate the DNA from family and from Nancy, but they're saying there is some sort of foreign DNA there, but it could take months to figure this out. So that's probably one of the biggest developments with regards to this. Again, with the dramatically increased reward. Now, I found this very interesting. So detectives have received over 40,000 tips. And as we were saying before the show, as a reward increases, you're going to get more and more people involved. Now, what they've also said, though, they've warned civilians against getting too involved in search efforts. Now, we live in the age of the crime podcast, the Netflix crime show. We have seen shows where online investigators all band together and they manage to solve crimes. You know, obviously we only hear about the successes. And I'm wondering if the police are wondering how they can utilise this kind of galvanised online community who have nothing but time and resources without muddying the crime scene, so to speak. You know, how do you tap into that as a resource?
It's so interesting because volunteers went out searching over the weekend for Nancy Guthrie. According to reports, they found a backpack. They handed that into the sheriff's department and to the police. The backpack was actually no link at all to the case. It wasn't a lead. And they said, you know, don't go out doing your own searches. Leave it to authorities because it's wasting valuable time. So I guess that would be their argument in it. But what I find absolutely fascinating is right now, that's where we are, but there's no additional video camera footage, Michael. There's no vehicle of interest, and investors are still searching the neighbourhood. I don't want to read in between the lines here, but something just seems a little bit suspect to me.
So there's a lot of information, I think, that a lot of people will be questioning. And you talked about no more doorbell footage, but is there? And that's one of the issues that has been raised today. So a couple of weeks ago, FBI Director Kash Patel released the footage of this gentleman in the mask, this person in the mask at the doorbell with a backpack and a gun holster in the front of his waistband. Then today, there were more photographs, again, doorbell footage, but there was no backpack that was being worn and no holster. So people started to wonder, is this a different time? Is this before, like, when was this taken? Yeah. And so now there are a couple of anonymous sources within the police who are saying that we don't know the timeline, but we think that maybe this is not from the same night. Also, amateur sleuths have looked, and the background, the night seems a little bit either darker or lighter. It doesn't seem exactly the same. And what they have done, based on the reports that NBC has produced, is gone around the authorities to neighbors asking for all of their footage to see if maybe this guy in the mask had been out in the neighborhood in the days or weeks leading up to Nancy's kidnapping.
And the investigators are now open to the idea that the suspect possibly had an accomplice. So we're hearing more and more things come out of this investigation. But I know that we're talking about this at the moment, but I also think right now we're in 2026. All of us wear technology. It's the age of people always out with camera phones. Most of our properties have Ring doorbells. How can someone just go missing and there be no kind of evidence at the moment? I just find it fascinating.
Yeah, especially, you're right, like Ring doorbells, we can walk past anyone's home and suddenly we're caught on camera, and people have home security as well. This really makes me think that this was planned quite heavily.
An inside job, possibly.
Could be an inside job because they just kind of knew. I think they disconnected as well, the Ring doorbell
the
as
Nest
well.
camera, yes. They disconnected it and destroyed it.
So you've got to have had someone walking past every day, taking a look, taking a casual glance, making note of the security that's here, there and everywhere. But I do agree with you. How does someone go missing in 2026? But if we don't have our technology with us, if we don't have our watches, if we don't have our phones, and we discussed in another show that they can't trace her pacemaker, then, you know, yeah, people can still go missing.
And even more strange, no motive.
Mm-hmm.
So it would seem. And then maybe, so she's 84, she's on medication, she doesn't leave the home. Then you abduct her. And 36 hours later, something awful happens. You're no longer in a position where you can demand anything because you can't return what it is that you took. And I wonder if perhaps something like that happened. And it may also be one reason why the abductors are in a position where they recognize that it's best to sort of just walk away from this because there's nothing that can be done. And as you said earlier, there's just too much attention on this case now as well. If they're getting 40,000 calls, major networks are covering it on a regular basis. It's not something that is just going to slide under the radar and that you're going to be able to go and send the police on a wild goose chase so that you can pick up your ill-gotten gains.
One thing that I found quite interesting is a final thought on this. As this case is gained momentum, conspiracy theories start online when it comes to people who are doing true crime.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of footage of Savannah Guthrie interviewing Yevheniia Kravchuk, who's linked to Jeffrey Epstein, has come up time and time again on the internet. And there's been lots of links to conspiracy theorists, with Savannah Guthrie being the first person to interview Yevheniia Kravchuk in the links with the Epstein investigation. So, you know, there's a lot going online about
these days
this whole
as well,
story.
Nothing's beyond the realms of possibility,
No.
is it? As we've seen from the Epstein files. Who knew that all these people were so connected around the globe? So, yeah, it's not beyond the realms at all.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that, and I do hope that the family gets some news at some point about Nancy Guthrie. And it's that time of the show where Gemma and Michael have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Gemma, we're going to start with yours because it's all about this Pokemon card that sold for $16 million US.
Yeah.
I mean, why would you even want to buy that?
Right, I've got 3 sons, so I have hundreds of Pokemon cards at home, but none of them are worth $16 million.
So don't break into Gemma's house.
How do you know?
Because they watch all these videos, you know, oh, I've done this pearl, and then they discard them. Yeah, so unfortunately, devastating. So Logan Paul is the YouTuber turned boxer.
Yes.
And he has set the new world record for the auction price of this trading card. So it's called a Pikachu Illustrator Pokemon. Now, he bought it in 2021 for $5.2 million.
And everyone thought he was mental.
Yes,
when he
what
did
are you
that.
doing paying all this? And that was just, 5 years ago. Now it's sold for $16.5 million, setting records. It was 41 days of bidding as well. Now, it actually went to, do you remember White House Communications Director Anthony Scaramucci?
The mooch. I love the mooch.
It went to his son, AJ Scaramucci, who's a venture capitalist. Now, to sweeten the deal, Logan Paul threw in a diamond necklace. You know, I don't know how we don't know which portion of this $60 million the diamond necklace was worth. But the reason it's so expensive is it was designed by, I need to get this right, Atsuko Nishida. Now, she was the creator of Pikachu. She's a very, very, very famous Japanese graphic artist, and she's the one who designed it. They believe there's only about a dozen of these in existence, and his is absolutely perfect quality.
It's crazy, right? Because Logan Paul, obviously the brother of Jake Paul, who fought AJ. So I just feel like, why are the Pauls making all this money? It's just not fair, is it? But also, I quite like the fact that Pokemon cards are coming back in fashion, or have they always been in fashion? I mean, I don't know much.
They did fall out of fashion for a long time. Yeah, it was. And then I think with Pokemon Go, do you remember that kind of united the world a few years ago when everyone was, running into Central Park with their phones to gotta catch them all?
Oh, yeah.
That kind of reignited the Pokemon cards. But to the people who love it, it's never gone away. It's always been a huge part of their lives. But the world has caught on a bit more. And as with so many of these lovely little trends, so much money starts to become involved, which I guess for the purists, that's kind of spoiled it. But no, it's more popular than ever.
I must admit, I don't know anything. I've never even watched Pokemon, but I hear it's very worth the watch. So let's see. And I love your story, actually, Michael, because it's all about bird watching and basically why bird watching is pretty good for your brain.
So that's what so there's a study, Canadian study, only of 58 adults, but what they've recognized is that if you are an experienced bird watcher, your cognition is probably better than someone who is not a bird watcher. And apparently what happens is that the density of your tissue in your brain actually increases the communication between neurons. And you will have more dense tissue if, in fact, you are able to do what you need to do when you're bird watching, which is see a bird and then connect that with the mental images that you've already stored in your brain to make sure, oh, it has this coloring and it has this plumage, and therefore it must be this type of bird. That ability to recall memory and that ability to connect the dots is apparently, they don't know if it necessarily will stop cognition decline, but they do believe that it will help improve your mental health.
And you know, Gemma and Michael, we're just seeing pictures on the screen there of bird watching, and we talk about cognitive health. But I also wonder if it's connected to bird watching as outdoors. Yeah. You know, you have to get out into the fresh air. You see there's a group of people doing it, so you've got people to connect with and discuss things with. I wonder if the factors around bird watching help too.
And you have to be passionate. This isn't something you do on a whim. It's a passion. Yeah. You know, you go out, you get all the equipment, and you go out and you meet these like-minded people as well. So, yeah, and isn't it like socialising as you get older as well? It's so important, isn't it, for your mental health? So, and I was going to say it brings a whole new meaning to the term bird brain, so...
Oh, that's so true. I never thought of that. Yeah, that's absolutely true. But I always loved those people when I used to get the train in London, you know, people who stand at the corner of the platform and do all the train spotting. You know, that has to be a real passion.
Really? Yeah, because you're standing out in all weathers. And
all weathers,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I think having that passion is important because it's essentially having a purpose. And I think having that purpose is what helps people.
And that community.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much to our guests today, columnist and correspondent Gemma White and Michael Jabri-Pickett, Managing Director of This Is Dubai. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X, GNT. Coming up next, goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, President Trump's new global tariffs come into effect at 10%, despite a pledge to introduce them at 15%. Well, this follows a Supreme Court ruling which blocked many of his import taxes. We ask, have tariffs had the desired effect and narrowed the US trade deficit? And who's been hurt more by them these last 12 months? The US consumer or foreign exporters? And exactly 4 years on from the start of the war in Ukraine, we ask what's changed on the battlefield this past year and how has public opinion of this conflict changed? Hello and welcome to the programme. Markets are watching closely as President Donald Trump's global tariffs take effect at 10%, a figure slightly lower than was previously signalled. Well, this follows on from a Supreme Court ruling blocking several of his broader import taxes. Well, even after that ruling, the president indicated he would move ahead with a 15% rate. Well, experts are warning that the rapid shifts could create uncertainty for businesses. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Nazak Nikaktar, who is the former Commerce Assistant Secretary and Undersecretary during the first Trump administration. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Let's start with that Supreme Court ruling. They've struck down the tariffs that were announced by President Trump's administration in line with the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. That's an act going back to 1977, I gather. Was the president wrong to have used that particular law?
Well, very good to be with you. Yeah, the Supreme Court, this was a pretty contentious body of law that had never really been decided before. So it went all the way up to the Supreme Court. Even the Court of Appeals in the United States was divided on this issue. And ultimately, the majority opinion determined that the president didn't have tariff authority. But as it went to the Supreme Court was able to decide this on two grounds. Whether in terms of the president's foreign policy powers, IEPA governed, this IEPA is the shorthand form for the law, or whether based on the text, based on congressional intent and legislative history, whether the president had this authority. Ultimately, the Supreme Court looked at the body of law, looked at the legislative history, looked at all of the other bodies of law that actually do give the president tariff authority, compared it against IEPA, and ultimately determined that this body of law in particular only allows the president to block transactions like in sanctions, how the U.S. government uses sanctions, but does not allow the president or the executive branch to impose tariffs on imports.
Okay, so clearly President Trump is irritated, to say the least, by this decision. He called this ruling by the Supreme Court ridiculous and anti-American. Would you agree with that?
You know, I understand the president's frustration, but really the president also underscored an important point. Secretary Bessent, the Secretary of Treasury, underscored an important point. This ruling does not take away the tariff authority that the president, all of the other tariff authorities that the president has. So sure, is he slightly irritated because his one preferred path, the Supreme Court struck down? Sure. But does that mean that he can't proceed with a lot of other tariff authorities, whether they're for national security, whether they're for retaliation against foreign countries for their unfair trade practices, whether they're for a balance of payments issue? He has those authorities. He'll proceed with those. Ultimately, I don't think this is going to be a step back for him. I think he just has to, his team is scrambling to find new authorities to leverage.
Okay, I mean, clearly quite a confusing period for America's key trade partners, not least because the latest tariffs have come in at 10%, but President Trump had threatened that they'd be set at 15%. I mean, why do you think the change? Was that a climb down?
You know, yes and no. I think the president has always maintained that the baseline tariff should be 10%. And look, the president, I don't envy him. He's dealing with a $38 trillion national debt. So he has to figure out a way to slow imports into the United States and increase foreign direct investment. He has been so far really using this authority called Section 232 of the Trade and Expansion Act of 1972, his national security tariffs, in other words, the tariffs he's already imposed on steel, aluminum, autos, copper, lumber, timber products, and he's threatened on semiconductors, pharmaceuticals, et cetera. That is the core basis of the trade agreements he's gotten with countries. I don't think that's going to go away. I just think that he is looking at this massive national debt and trying to figure out how does he slow imports and how does he encourage FDI to make a dent in this massive amount of debt.
But just looking at whether or not this policy of tariffs is having the desired effect or not. I mean, the latest figures I've seen show that the US trade deficit has just hit a fresh high, about $1.2 trillion US. I mean, do you think that would have been worse without the tariffs? Or do you think some element of this policy is working? How do you see it?
I mean, I think traditionally they do work. You know, having been a trade lawyer for over a couple of decades, when the U.S. government, when any country imposes tariffs on imports to correct distortions in the market, underpricing, dumping, things like that, the domestic industry does get healthier. It's just a matter of, it's not going to happen overnight. And so if the president is looking at imposing these tariffs to get domestic manufacturing for the items that we need that are critical to national security up and running, and then generally slow imports, increase American wages so American, wage earners can actually compete, make enough money to sort of provide for their household, those items, well, those changes, as we all know, isn't going to be overnight. It takes some time. So I think the president knows that. His team knows that. They're planning on sort of staying the course, moving forward with these new tariff authorities, continuing to impose tariffs so that over the next few years, we kind of get some more corrections in the market, move some, we all know any country cannot absorb all manufacturing domestically, but at least at a minimum, move those critical manufacturing capabilities within America's own borders. So we're not vulnerable like we are right now with the supply chain constraints from China.
Right. I mean, in terms of who's really carrying the cost of the tariffs, I mean, the jury's out. I mean, there are different opinions. It probably depends what publication you read. But some people are saying that the household burden, so the burden on American consumers of the tariffs, has been about what is going to be $700 US in the course of 2026. So what would be your assessment after 12 months of Trump tariffs? Who's been hit harder, US consumers and importers or foreign exporters?
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. It's sort of the jury's out on this. There's lots of data flying around all over the place. We know a few things. We know that in many, many instances, U.S. importers who are actually paying the tariffs, in most instances, sometimes foreign exporters do, just depending on the commercial arrangement that's made. U.S. importers have been able to negotiate a lower price from the foreign exporters in order for them to absorb the tariffs. So we know in many instances the foreign exporters are really absorbing the tariffs by lowering their prices. We also know through the latest consumer price index data and producer price index data that actually we're right within, in America, we have sort of this 2% inflation rate. We're about 2.7%, 2.9% within that range. And that's slightly above the target rate, but that's significantly below the 2002, 2003 highs of 7 to 9% of the CPI and the PPI, the consumer and the producer price indices. So actually, contrary to sort of what these economists do and their kind of fuzzy math, inflation has actually moderated despite some of the tariffs being absorbed by the consumer. Sure, I don't want to deny that. I don't think all of it is for the dynamics I just mentioned. But when we actually look at the markets and the price indices, inflation has actually moderated and it's within that target range. And that's what the president is really focused on. Going into the midterms, the last thing he wants to do is undermine those gains that he's achieved in 2025. He wants to keep inflation low. He wants to keep that into the target rate. So at the end of the day, whatever he ends up doing on tariffs, I don't think it's going to be dramatic. I think he's going to want to keep inflation low and impose maximum leverage on countries to bring some manufacturing into the United States by cutting these trade deals.
Okay. I mean, some of America's trade partners are concerned. Some sound quite annoyed, in fact, the last couple of days. I mean, reading what statements have come out of the EU, the UK, India. They say they want clarity. There's talk of working together. And I'm wondering whether you think that is code for retaliation.
Yes and no. I think these countries have come to the table before. I think that they will. Look, the way that the United States is looking at it, we have pretty significant market protections that we're facing abroad. Europe with its protections in their agriculture market, in their auto market. I think, having studied the auto industry in particular, the market protections in Europe for the auto markets using standards to displace American cars. And then when Europe engages in trade agreements with its trading partners, it forces them to impose those standards, further displacing American car makers from the global markets. I mean, the United States is looking at practices like this, and it's saying, Europe, you can say, position, posture however you want, but we have been so injured for so many years, decades, by your market protections that it's time that we step up and we just demand more. And I think Europe can posture a little bit, but I think the fact that they haven't behaved as fairly as they could have in this trading relationship through dumping, through these market protections. I think that's undeniable. And I think it's those actual facts, other than posturing, that really is getting these trading partners to the table. I'll also mention just another example of Taiwan. Through decades of Taiwanese government subsidies to the semiconductor industry, it's hollowed out the American semiconductor industry. It's not that Americans couldn't compete. We invented the technology, but it's subsidies that have hollowed us out. So I think that the U.S. government isn't wrong to put some of these countries' feet to the fire and say, look, it's now time to make up for how many years our industries have been harmed by your unfair trading practices.
Right, and I just wanted to ask you what you made of President Trump's warning. He said to certain countries, don't play games or you're going to face higher tariffs. I'm wondering what he means by playing games. Do you think he's talking about attempts to retaliate?
I think he's talking about attempts to retaliate. I think he's talking about attempts to posture. Canada is one target where the U.S. Government feels that Canada's protected markets, its subsidies, its import barriers for U.S. agriculture goods has really hurt our industry. And so when the U.S. government is really aggressive in its talks, it really feels that it has substantial facts behind it to push. I think the U.S. government has ample facts, and I don't think that they're wrong in terms of pushing. I think so. There's some questions with respect to messaging and approach, but I think the U.S. government is going to stand firm in its demands because of all the history of how it feels like it's been aggrieved. And I'll give you one more example. There are currently over 780 anti-dumping and countervailing duty active proceedings in the U.S. government. Those are where a bipartisan, quasi-independent commission, the International Trade Commission, has determined that the U.S. industry has been injured. Over 780. That should give a little bit of an illustration of where the U.S. government stands on this issue. Very much feels that our trading partners' unfair practices have hurt American industries, and now it's time to sort of push back and get some corrections.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We're going to leave it there. We're out of time, but really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Nazak Nik-Akhtar, former Commerce Assistant Secretary and Undersecretary during the first Trump administration. Thank you for your time, madam.
Thank you for having me.
Now, 4 years into the war in Ukraine, where do things currently stand? Well, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy says his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin has failed to achieve his goals, vowing that Ukraine will keep fighting for peace and for justice. Well, on the ground, reports show that Russia now controls nearly 20% of Ukrainian territory. That's as of mid-February. Well, the economies of both Russia and Ukraine are under significant strain, not to mention the human toll on both countries. Well, we're joined now by Sir Gerald Howarth, who is a former UK Defence Minister and joins us now from Suffolk in the United Kingdom. Sir Gerald, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us once again. We're 4 years into this war, both sides, the Ukrainians, the Russians, sounding resolute. Just to start with, what do you think has changed on the battlefield during the course of the past year?
Well, hello there, Tom. Yes, this is a pretty dismal day for anybody who believes in democracy and anybody who believes in civilization. This is the 4th anniversary of the most brutal Russian invasion of a sovereign state to which they had signed up to respect its borders and its territorial sovereignty and so on in 1995. And we are witnessing this utterly brutal targeting of civilians, abducting of children, subjecting the population of Ukraine to blackouts, no power supply, the coldest winter for decades. And what has happened over the past year is basically it's been a stalemate. The Russians have failed to conquer Ukraine. They've failed to take any more territory. In fact, since the initial invasion this time 4 years ago, of course, the Russians have been driven back. And it is absolutely disgusting. And we do have to stand firm with the Ukrainians. Of course, what has helped to fuel Russia's determination is the failure of the United States to side unequivocally with Ukraine. And that has emboldened Putin. He will carry on as long as he feels he can behave in this appalling manner with impunity.
I mean, just to sort of look at the situation on the battlefield, and we'll talk a bit more about peace talks and peace efforts in a moment. Russia occupies, it's thought, about 20% of Ukrainian territory. It's also reported that Russia has made greater gains in the past year than in the 2 previous years combined. I don't know if that tallies with the information you have, albeit those gains fairly small. But do you see momentum shifting at all on the battlefield?
I don't think so, and I think as long as the West continues to provide Ukraine with weapons to repel Russians, the longer this will go on. The United Kingdom has just today announced a whole raft of new sanctions on Russian oil companies. Goodness knows why this wasn't done on day one, but anyway, it's being done today. And the Russian economy must be in a very parlous state, because there's nothing that the Russians produce that even those of you out in the Gulf would want to buy. I mean, do we want to buy a Russian car? We want to buy a Russian television? No, we certainly don't. The only thing that Russia produces that might interest us is vodka. The rest is pretty shoddy stuff. And therefore, the country relies overwhelmingly on export of oil and gas. And there it is true that President Trump has been somewhat successful in warning countries which import oil and gas from Russia that they will be penalized by the United States. So there are some commentators here in London who are saying that the Russian economy really is teetering on the brink, and much of their supplies are coming from countries like Iran and North Korea. Wonderful proponents of democracy, of course, those two countries are. So it is a stalemate at the moment, and I don't think, I'm certainly not getting any information here to suggest that the Russians have made enormous advances in the last year or so.
According to reports, Russian media, Russian television channels barely made any mention of today, this 4th anniversary of the start of that war. What do you think that tells us about the domestic narrative relating to the situation in Ukraine?
Well, it tells us two things: that there isn't a free press in Russia, that the only news that people get is from the state broadcaster, which of course is controlled by Putin and his cronies. So they will only get the message that they want to get. And of course, that message is a complete lie. The message that's being relayed to them is that Russia is under threat and that Ukraine is full of Nazis and they've got to denazify Ukraine. And that's what the Russians are doing. I mean, it's just such an overwhelming lie. But that is not the only problem. The other problem is that the Russian people, to the extent they do understand what is going on, they have some sympathy with Putin, because they share Putin's resentment that since the fall of the Berlin Wall, some 40 years ago, that that Russia has really fallen from grace. It doesn't command the respect around the world. It's not a powerful country. It's about the 21st or 22nd largest economy in the world. It's way down the league table. Okay, they may continue to remain a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, and they have nuclear weapons. But there's not much else to Russia. And so the Russians are a proud people. Of course, the whole thing is a complete tragedy. We're fellow Christians. This shouldn't be happening at all, but they share Putin's resentment that their country is not not one of the leading countries in the world, unlike the European countries, United States and China, and they resent that. So you have these two factors: the fact that the message they receive is completely controlled by the Kremlin, and secondly, that they share some Putin's resentment.
Also, Gerald, I don't think you've been to Russia in recent years, but you have been to Ukraine on more than one occasion, and you've told us about that in the past. I don't know when your last visit was, but what have you garnered from your most recent visits to Ukraine about how morale is holding up? Are there any cracks emerging in public support for President Zelenskyy, for example?
That's a very good question, Tom, and one which I do continue to ask. I was last in Odessa in June last year, and before that I'd been part of a convoy of 14 second-hand 4x4s which we'd taken out to Ukraine and sent those to the front line to help support the Ukrainian troops. And I did ask that question, are you prepared to give up territory in order to secure peace? And I was quite struck by how many people said they were not prepared to give up territory. And it isn't just about territory, it is about a way of life. And why should Zelenskyy, President Zelenskyy, basically betray 20% of his population, hand them over to a brutal regime which has shown no humanity whatever? Why should he hand them over? And why should we in the West encourage him so to do? If the Ukrainian people felt that that is something that they ought to do in order to achieve the peace that they want, then that is a matter for them. And it's not for me to tell them what to do. But I was struck by how many of them did tell me that they were prepared to see this through. And interesting, in Lviv in Western Ukraine, where I was, the restaurants were full, people were having a good time. And I had a meeting with the deputy commander of the military base in Lviv. And I said, you know, it's quite surprising sitting here in Lviv as I am and enjoying the restaurants and the bars and so on. And, you know, is this not something that jars with what's going on the front line? And he said, on the contrary, we believe that people should be able to have time off from the front line and enjoy themselves, and that life should go on. I also say that what the Ukrainians are doing to support their wounded veterans is pretty state-of-the-art stuff, very impressive. They are really a beacon to the rest of the world. They are under the thumb of Moscow. They are being brutally treated, and yet they are standing solidly for freedom and democracy. And we should be very proud of them for doing that and raise a glass to them today for their stoicism, their courage, their resilience. And then we should do everything we possibly can to help them. And I perhaps can remind your viewers that had it not been for the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, Ukraine would already be under Russian occupation across the whole country. It was Boris Johnson who woke up the rest of the world, particularly US President Joe Biden at the time. But also we had supplied anti-tank N-law weapons to Ukraine, and that was an initiative which enabled the Ukrainians to take out all those Russian tanks parked outside Kyiv. So we in the United Kingdom have played our part and continue to do so. But it now requires, in 2026, we've had enough of this. We've had enough of Russian brutality. We've had enough of Russia posturing in this way and threatening the rest of the world. We need now to put every effort into helping the Ukrainians rid their country of every single Russian. Apparently 325,000 Russians have died. Indeed, I heard on the radio this morning that Russian soldiers being forced to go into the front line, what was effectively regarded by them as a suicide mission, refused to do so and was shot by their own people. I mean, this is a disgusting regime. And furthermore, if Putin wins here, he has made it crystal clear this is only the start. He intends to rebuild the Soviet Union. That is what he said in 2021, and he's doing it.
And I just wanted to ask you, I mean, President Zelenskyy is quoted as saying, World War III has actually already begun, he said in a recent interview. Do you think it has? Or do you think we're perhaps drifting in that direction?
No, this is not World War III. This is a dispute between Russia and Ukraine, a sovereign state, which is supported by the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, supported by NATO. It doesn't involve the UAE, it doesn't involve Bahrain, it doesn't involve the Philippines, it doesn't involve Ecuador. This is not a world war. It doesn't involve Australia. They are not sending troops there. They're supporting but not sending troops. So this is not a world war. And I heard today that apparently the Kremlin is putting it about that Britain and France are planning to arm Ukraine with nuclear weapons. Well, I mean, it is one lie after another. And if people cannot understand that this man has got to go, that this regime in Moscow has got to go, it has got to be checked. We are where we are today because we have allowed Putin to act with impunity in 2008, when he annexed part of Georgia, 2014, when he annexed Crimea, then a part of Ukraine. And he just goes on and on until he is thwarted and stopped. And that is the only way to secure peace on the continent of Europe. He is an evil man. He is in charge of an evil regime. And it is in our national interest and the national interest of our European friends that this man and his evil regime are stopped in their tracks, and that every single Russian is expelled from the sovereign state of Ukraine, Slava Ukraine.
The US-led peace talks and efforts seem like they're pretty deadlocked on the same old issue of territory. Listening to what you were just saying there and what you said earlier about the talks, I mean, do you see any realistic pathway towards some sort of a peace deal this year? President Trump saying he wants a deal to be secured by June. Is that at all realistic?
Well, President Trump talks in these transactional terms all the time. Everything is a deal for him. It's like a property deal. This is not the way you conduct international politics. It's certainly not the way you conduct a military issue of this magnitude. The United States has given comfort and succor to Putin all the way, giving him a red carpet treatment in Alaska, utterly nauseating. His treatment of President Zelenskyy in the White House a year ago was reprehensible. And he has basically taken Putin's line all the way. So from Putin's point of view, yes, bring on the talks. Just postpones any likelihood of peace. It kicks it into the long grass, gives them more time to commit more atrocities, abduct more children, destroy more of mainland Ukraine than they have already done, and they do it with basically the connivance of the President of the United States of America. And I think it is absolutely and utterly unforgivable, and for the leader of the free world to be seen to be so indulgent of a brutal aggressor like Putin is utterly shameful, and is a repudiation of all that we have stood for in the West this past 80 years since the end of the Second World War.
One of the comments the British Prime Minister has made today, Sir Keir Starmer, said that Ukraine's allies must, quote, shift the narrative away from the idea that Russia is winning. I just want to ask you about that narrative. Where are we hearing it? And do you think there is perhaps, as an extension of that question, a dip in popular support, public support for this ongoing war, given that it's expensive and economies across Europe, including the United Kingdom, are struggling at the moment?
That's also a very good question, Tom. What is striking here is the continuing support that there is for the bipartisan approach taken by the two major parties in the United Kingdom. I leave Reform on one side because they're very ambivalent about Putin. But the two main parties have been resilient on this. And I think it's extraordinary the support the British people continue to give. I did this convoy of 14 4x4, second-hand 4x4s, which we took out to Ukraine last summer. And we each of us had to raise £10,000. My co-driver is our former spy who managed to extradite Gordievsky out of Moscow when his cover was blown. Raymond and I each raised over £10,000. And the latest trip, which took place last week, raised £400,000. There continues to be an appetite to support in the United Kingdom. It may not be the same elsewhere in Europe, particularly Hungary, where President Orban seems to be much more favorably disposed towards Putin. The Czech Republic the same. So we do have a problem, and the idea that the European Union can act as one has been proven to be completely fatuous. The European Union is not a country. It is not capable of being a country, and the sooner they recognise that, the better. So, but the truth is, the combination of an indulgent president of the United States of America and a feeble European group of countries has resulted in Putin being able to get away with this with impunity.
So can I just interrupt you then, just to wrap up, because we're about to end, and I want to pick up on this point, because I know you were a strong supporter of Brexit. But I'm just wondering, and just listening to what you're saying there, whether you think that given today's geopolitical reality, there is an argument to be made for closer European integration, the UK perhaps rejoining Europe on slightly different terms, and giving the body the leadership you seem to think it's lacking?
Absolutely no way. It will be a disaster. We have liberated ourselves from a defunct 1950s construct, which has no relevance today. No, what I mean when I talk about Europe getting together, I mean the European members of NATO, not the EU. Emphatically not the EU. I was the defense minister in the United Kingdom responsible for our defense interests within the European Union, and they couldn't organize themselves in a brewery. It was pathetic. NATO is what has secured the peace in Europe until now. NATO is the instrument. It binds America in. It includes Canada, and the European members of NATO and Canada have now got to step up to the plate, as they have been warned to do both by David Cameron, UK Prime Minister in 2014, by Donald Trump in his first administration, and more recently, of course, in his second administration. The European members of NATO have got to step up to the plate. Our Prime Minister talks about, going to 2.5% of GDP on defence. In 1982, when we had the Falklands War, we were spending 5% of GDP on defence. And we had 330,000 soldiers, 330,000 members of our armed forces. We have about 140,000 today. The people of Britain, like the people on the continent, have got to wake up, and they have got to recognise that if we are to remain free countries, we have got to provide ourselves with the means to resist aggression. Okay. There are some countries who understand that, and they are, unsurprisingly, the countries which share a border with Russia, the Baltic states, Poland, and Finland in particular. And so the idea that we should waste time trying to get back into some sort of EU regime is absolutely for the birds. No way whatsoever. But we are important. We are one of the biggest military countries in within Europe. The Europeans cannot do it without us, whatever the posturing in other capitals may be. And we need to do it through the means of NATO. It has all the arrangements, all the protocols, all the standardization. NATO is the instrument. All right. It's just the European members of NATO need to get together.
OK, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much. We're out of time. Sir Gerald Howarth, former UK Defence Minister, thank you very much indeed for your time.
My pleasure.
Well, let's get more analysis now. We can speak to Philip Breedlove, a retired four-star general who's served as the Supreme Allied Commander of NATO. General Breedlove, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Always a pleasure having you on the programme. We're now 4 years into this war between Ukraine and Russia. What do you think has changed on the battlefield during the course of the last 12 months?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on. And may I not be a pain, but may I insist that we are 12 years into this war with Russia. It started, Russia first invaded Crimea and then invaded the Donbass back in the early spring of 14 when I was the Supreme Allied Commander Europe. And Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine has carried on since that time. There was an intervening 5 maybe years of what we would call warm conflict along the line of contact, but Ukrainians and Russians were dying during that time. And then now we have had, say, the third phase of this war, which many people call the full-scale invasion war. I see it as the third phase of a 12-year-long war, of course, is what you're talking about. In the past year, I would offer that the perceptions that Russia has tried to continue to spread that they are winning this war are, in my mind and in the mind of many other military thinkers, they are incorrect. Russia is, in a lot of people's judgment, is losing this war. Think about the following. You know, in the last less than 2 years, Russia has taken less than 1% of Ukrainian land, less than 1%. And they have lost over 1 million, some say as much as 1.2 million soldiers, about 40% of those dead, the other 60% wounded so badly they will never return to fighting. And so for less than 1%, Russia has lost about 1.2 million people. And I would never quantify that as winning.
And what do you read into the fact that this anniversary, we can differ in terms of the definitions of the exact start date of the war in Ukraine, but just in terms of today, the 24th of February anniversary, the fact that's not getting any airtime whatsoever on Russian television or in the Russian media, what does that tell us?
Well, Russia's one of their biggest problems right now is their internal information war. And many say that part of Mr. Putin's insistence on giving nothing up and quote unquote winning is because if he doesn't, he knows he's gone. Russia has ruined its economy. Some say that the 3 biggest economic entities in Russia, one the railroad, one oil, and the third I won't mention because I don't know the facts. I know the facts on the other 2. These people are so insolvent. They are so far in debt in hard currency, not rubles. In hard currency, they are so far in debt, they're almost insolvent. So here we've got a nation that has lost over 1.2 million people in this 12-year-long war. And they are now in an economic situation. I think the economists called it this past week a death spiral, or however you want to read it. The problem is their economy's in a shambles. Their army is not winning in Ukraine, by common definition, not winning. And so Mr. Putin is in a bit of a snit right now, and he's got to work his way out of it. And so one of his biggest fights is his internal fight.
Meanwhile, support for Ukraine continues from its allies. The NATO Secretary General saying support will continue for as long as necessary. That's the last thing I've heard him say on this. What would be your assessment of the state of unity amongst Ukraine's allies?
Well, vocally, we are very supportive. When we start looking at the real substantive hard power support to Ukraine, it is not where it should be. Here's what we know. Look back to the very beginning of this last phase, this 4-year full-scale invasion phase. And if you remember, at one point, Russia held some say 52% of Ukrainian landmass. The West gave Ukraine what they needed. And what happened? Ukraine defeated in detail the Russian army. The Russian army had to retreat into Belarus, and some of it retreated all the way back into Russia because it was defeated, absolutely, completely defeated, and had to reconstitute major formations eliminated on the battlefield. So what we absolutely know is when the West gives Ukraine what it needs to fight, Ukraine can and will defeat Russian forces. And so we find ourselves now, for most of this last phase of this war, with Ukraine in a slow incremental defense in the East, because we in the West have chosen, we have made policy decisions to not give Ukraine what they need. And so the real struggle now in the West is for Western nations, to include the United States, stepping up to give Ukraine what they need. And may I just say that the first thing that Ukraine needs is not equipment. What Ukraine really needs is a loud, vocal, declaratory policy saying, Mr. Putin, stop. We have never told him to stop. We've asked him to stop. We've never told him to stop. We need to say, Mr. Putin, stop. We will not allow you to win in Ukraine. When Putin hears that, when the people of Russia hear that, when the rest of the world hears that, the end of this war will begin.
They're sort of, in a way, getting mixed messages from the United States. And when you look at the way peace talks are being managed, and I'm talking about the latest rounds of talks in Geneva, Abu Dhabi, I don't know whether you see any progress being made there, but we did hear President Trump saying he wants a deal by June. We also heard President Trump saying, and this was directed at Ukraine, you better come to the table fast. Is that a negotiating tactic, or is that a case of Mr. Trump being harder on Ukraine than he's being on Russia?
Well, I don't want to get political here. So let me just say it this way. We need to remember some first principles. First principle, this war is for and by Russia. This was contrived by Russia and is completely on their account. Second first principle, Russia has never been a partner for peace in Ukraine. It is not now a partner for peace in Ukraine, and it never will be a partner for peace in Ukraine. And third, I would just say, what I hear is only what you hear in the press, but some are saying that our negotiations are more about business deals than they are about getting Russia out of Ukraine. And I think that, we have a businessman and a real estate agent doing our negotiations. We need to get a little more serious about the military dimension of what happens in this peace settlement. And we need to remember that Russia is the aggressor and Ukraine is the victim. And we should not get that confused in who we're asking to make concessions. Russia needs to make concessions. The world needs to see Mr. Putin make concessions. The Russian people need to understand that Putin has to make concessions. That, again, is the beginnings of the end of this war.
Just lastly, General Breedlove, from the beginning, it's looked as though with this conflict and others, the Kremlin has banked on that same hope and assumption that there will be Western war fatigue and Ukrainian war fatigue, and that people will just get fed up and decide, let's just end this at whatever cost. Are there any real signs that there is that fatigue setting in?
Well, what we all know, and we knew at the beginning of this, and this is a part of how the previous administration in America was so deterred by Russia, we have all said that Ukraine means more to Russia than it does to the West. And we need to get past that. We need to demonstrate to Russia that it is important for a nation and an independent nation that wants to be a part of the West and is working, maybe sometimes through some tough spots, but they're working to become a real democracy. And these are the kind of nations we want to support in the future. And when we decide that helping a fledgling democracy that is fighting for its very existence is more important than maybe some financial deals out there, when we come to that conclusion, again, we'll start down the right path for ending this war.
OK, we're going to have to leave it there. We really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. General Philip Breedlove, thank you very much indeed, sir.
Thank you.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
I'm happy to put my neck on the line now. I think West Ham will stay up.
Momentum.
I'd love to see Tottenham go down.
And straight from the off.
And I don't want Arsenal to win the league.
Football's supposed to be like music. Music brings the whole world together. It depends what you like. Why are we bringing race into football when it's not? Doesn't need to be there.
Right, we're back. This is the Dressing Room Podcast, Football Without the Filter. And we drop every Tuesday morning. I'm Joe Cole, and as always, I'm joined by my good friends Carlton Cole and Wayne Bridge. How are we, chaps?
Yeah, we're good.
Mate,
good to be back, mate.
Yeah, it's good. It's
You know
great.
what I mean?
Back, baby.
It's great to be back, and we'll get on to the brilliant weekend's football. But we have to address. We need to. It's important we address. You know, the incident in Portugal with Vinicius, and also again this weekend 4 Premier League players racially abused online. Right, let's start in Benfica with the incident with Prestiani and Vinicius. It is alleged and it's under investigation, so we have to say that. But it was just an ugly scene, wasn't it?
Yeah, one that it doesn't seem to go away, does it? Like I thought we're past this. We're in 2026, and we're still having these type of problems. Like, look. Racism definitely on the terraces, I think, has improved. I think culturally, people are starting to accept one another.
Yeah.
But as I've said this before, I think in football, it's its own ecosystem, and it's an example to how to be in the world, because a lot of people have eyes on it. And I don't understand why a player. And I've never got it. Another player will be racially abused another player. Pro. Do you know what I mean? It's a bit weird for me. I look at it, I think, that's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. And listen, it is alleged, but why do you feel to cover your mouth if you was going to say something nice? Do you know what I mean? Like, you've said something that you're not supposed to say. That's why you've covered your mouth. Now you've left the door open for people to speculate what you said, and now then you've got other Real Madrid players saying, "Yeah, he said it. He said it," because you've let that happen. So you was a coward in the first place. Because if you got anything to say it with your chest. And I know it's a high octane scenario, and everyone's everyone's unhappy about this situation, and you do things in certain situations where you're probably not supposed to do because of high pressure. But then what signal is it going to send to people that actually are abused on a daily basis? They're going to be upset by it. Even if you might not have said it.
Yeah.
Because you covered your mouth. Yeah. Everyone thinks you said it now.
Yeah, that's what I said afterwards. And it's why it's under investigation, because ultimately he's covered his mouth, which I said at the time was a coward move, like you said. You know, if you've got something to say, you stand by it. And that's the reason it's going into under investigation, because it's going to be obviously the Real Madrid players' word against the Benfica players. And I suggested after the game, the only way to deal with this now is anytime there's an altercation and there's a player covering his mouth, you're going to get dealt with as if you said the worst possible thing, you know, to that person. So I think that's the way that we're trying to find solutions for it from UEFA's standpoint. From the societal role, right, what you said, there's certain countries which are behind, I feel, because we've all grown up multicultural. And then we know. It's this country does. It is. Listen, it's not perfect. I'm not saying that. You know, there is.
Yeah,
you can never. If you get 100 people in a room, some people are going to be morons. And if you get to a certain age and you haven't quite worked out that, regardless of the colour of your skin, you know, the person is underneath, and they can be a good person, they can be a bad person, an angry person.
Yeah,
you know,
it doesn't matter.
All of these things, it doesn't matter. But I think there's certain places in the world where they're not as, and when you have an incident like that, it sparks what we saw in the stadium.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And we have to have an opportunity as, you know, as human beings. You know, it's about bringing the people together, and just, you know, the kid, if he said that, educate the kid.
Yeah.
Don't. You know, he needs to be dealt with, and there needs to be punishment if that thing happened. But it's about bringing people together, you know, and learning.
It could have been dealt with properly. Better than it has been.
It's a world problem. It's everywhere, which is really sad. But what's even sadder, like when you say cowardly, well, it is really, isn't it? When I look at sport these days, and when I go and watch some of the kids' football, you know, like if a player annoys you. It's like there's people who are inside who think, I've got to say something to hurt him here.
Yeah.
I've got to do something.
Yeah.
I've got to do something back. And I think what we need to realise as well is it's like, it's just as harmful people saying stuff and it's turning around and punching someone. If anything, it could be a little bit worse because you don't realise what it does to them internally and mentally. Yeah. But I think that it's a problem that people, for instance, whether he said it or done, but how he's dealt with, if he said it and he's come out and he apologises to it and he is remorseful about it, he's probably going to get a bit more love from people, from owning up and saying I said it, if he has said it, and hopefully that has then a knock-on effect for other people knowing it's the wrong thing to do. Yeah. But something has to be done.
Yeah. Well, it is alleged as well. So he's hiding behind that he didn't say it, but another 5 players said they heard him say it. So it's their word against his. Plus, afterwards, we got to understand how it's dealt with. Yeah. That's the main part, how it's dealt with and how you're going to own up to. If you said something, what did you say? Yeah. If you're saying you didn't say that, what did you say? And he's saying that you misheard. Tell the world what you said then.
Yeah.
Come out and say, so we can see it for what it is. Okay, he said that. It might sound like this. It might. Let us try and make an excuse for you. But you're saying you didn't say it and you're not even telling the world what you said.
Yeah.
So we can speculate all we want now and then it's going to get worse for you.
Also, the fans, like they're going to have to be dealt with as well if you want to kick it out.
Yeah.
Because hopefully it will stop people doing it in the stadiums. But people just need to
chill out,
learn a lesson and just, you know, whether it's you were taught it in school or, you know, I think it's mad that you even have to be taught it.
Yeah.
I think it's mad that a colour comes into it or where you're from comes into it. It blows my mind.
Yeah, it does. Well, listen, like you said, you're right. You're right. Kids don't see it. Do you know what I mean? And then society changes them as they get older, and then they. But ultimately, this is an opportunity for everyone involved in this thing to come together. Maybe someone put their hands up and go, this is what I said and it's wrong. And then what a lesson for all the people out there. All the Benfica fans, all the sports fans around the world. We're not going to tolerate this. But Company said it. But if the player holds his hands up and says sorry, we're also not going to ostracise that player, because we've all got one planet, we've all got to live on it, we've all got to get on. And anything in the world now that brings us all together, I'm all for. Do you know what I mean? And we got to live.
Football's supposed to be like music.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Music brings the whole world together. It depends what you like. Yeah. You know what I mean? But why are we bringing race into football when it's not? Doesn't need to be there.
Yeah.
You're making it like that.
Yeah.
Is he a good player or not? He might be annoying, but he might have celebrated something a way that you didn't like. But there's no need to abuse him because of the skin of his colour, his tone of his colour, or anything like that. Yeah. It's nonsense.
Yeah.
Football needs to do better, and I think we can stand for something here.
Coley, you're right. Football needs to do better.
Yeah.
Another at the weekend, 4 more players, Premier League players abused online. But what we do need to remember is football is a beautiful game that brings people together and can bring unity and something that we can move forward.
Yeah, you're right, Coley. I think, listen, we need to move on to this, but it's such a lovely game, a beautiful game, and it's just a bit hard when you do see this type of stuff still happening in our game, the game that we love, and I hope we can do right by the players and by the fans as well, because the fans, not all fans are like that. And I think right now we're in a tipping point where things are changing. And once we get to this point now, I think we've got to make a difference. And the way we talk to each other, the way we embrace each other, and the way we treat each other in stadiums, all needs to change. But I think we're getting there, and this is just it's a reminder that we need to do better.
Let's get on to the football now.
Yes.
The beautiful weekend that we just saw.
Brilliant.
Some beautiful football.
Actually.
Yeah, brilliant football. We're going to go straight away to the North London derby.
Oh, mate. What's going on?
The shenanigans that were going on. First of all, me coming from Kentish Town, I've got Spurs fans who are at the game.
You claimed that there.
Arsenal fans were at the game, right? So this is just it was beautiful, right? So my pal's gone to the game, right? And this is what football can do to you, right? It's about getting people fired up, right? I've got the group chat's popping off. He's at the game. Ozzy, we give him a shout out. He's got his tickets, right? He's going, get on this, lads. Get on the seats I've bought, right? So he's showing me the seats, right? He's got the seats. He's there, bang. And I turn around and it's the Arsenal fans there, right? And he's going, I can do without this. About 30 minutes later, when they scored, he's videoing them going, you mug. This is a normal guy. And he's looking over at him, he's going, see you lot, I'll give it.
Yeah, do you?
I'm like, listen, and I'm like, if that invisible line weren't there, you
man,
ain't nothing.
You ain't doing that at all. But it's hilarious.
He said when they went from the 3-1 and 4-1, he said I had to just.
I'd have to leave.
He said I just couldn't even engage. I turned my back to him.
He had the blinkers on like them horses.
Yeah, he said I did not speak to the geezer for 30 minutes. He said what a game, and it's one of them watching it as Chelsea and West Ham. It's Tottenham could get sucked in.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So you want that to happen.
Yeah.
And also Arsenal,
You want to see bottling.
You like to see them make
You
make them a
it's
little bit nervous.
It's something to talk about for us anyway.
So we're watching it, and it was actually had a little bit about the game. What did you think of it, Bridgie?
They were just too good for them, weren't they?
Yeah.
Just too good. And like I said, it's a hard one to call who you want to win, or because I'd love to see Tottenham go down.
Yeah.
And I
straight from the off.
And I don't want Arsenal to win the league.
Oh yeah, it's true.
So for me, it was just like,
which one? Using
a draw would have been nice. You know what I mean? But I think Tottenham, they're in amongst it, but I can't see him going down.
Yeah, but why not?
Why?
I look at that team.
I don't know. I know.
But you can see West Ham going down.
I don't want him to.
Why can't you just... No, hold on a minute. We need to get something straight.
I want the Spurs to go down. I want West Ham to stay up. There you go.
Yeah.
I want it.
That's it.
That's what I want.
That's the good thing about this podcast.
That's what you prefer.
So it was a step in the right direction for that.
Okay,
that's what
cool.
I will say.
Yeah. Fair enough.
That club, I can't put my finger on
Listen,
what it is.
For me, Arsenal
can't...
can't win the league. I'm saying it here.
What do
I'm
you
not
mean?
hating on you.
What do you mean they can't? You don't think they will?
No,
or you don't...
I think they might.
It's in City's hands, you could say.
It's in both of their hands.
It's
a
in both
unique
their hands, but
situation.
if City win every game,
The reason why, listen, for me,
and the same for Arsenal.
Yeah.
They've got to play each other.
Listen,
One thing.
No, but I live in London.
Yeah.
I can't have another London team winning the league.
Yeah.
Like, you got to understand, this is it's close proximity.
Yeah.
Like, it's too in your face. I've been seeing Arsenal shirts in South London. Yeah. All of a sudden.
Really?
Mate, I see the guy jogging down the road in South.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, mate, you lot weren't out like 2-3 years ago. Now you're all buying Arsenal shirts.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? They're full-grown men, not kids. Yeah, they've all got Arsenal shirts on now, bro. Oh, mate, it's getting ridiculous.
The bottlers have come out a lot over the last week or so. The bottlers shout.
The bottlers shout.
So they've answered it.
There you go.
Should we just get an Arsenal bottles made? If they don't win it, we've got to get bottles made up of Arsenal written across it, mate.
Right.
But do you know what I mean? They've answered, but it's against Tottenham. Do you know what I mean?
Well, you put an asterisk on it. That's hard. That must be harsh
No,
for Tottenham fans to hear.
It
fact
is.
He said
There's one over there.
There's
one in the room.
You say that Man City went there and drew. Do you know what I mean? So they went over there, and this is more of a high-intensity game. But look, one thing I've got to say about Spurs, they're in a bad way injury-wise as well. They've got loads of injuries.
That's just never-ending for them. I feel like it's every season we talk about
someone's got
injury problems.
So they've got something, like the medical team's got someone to answer to now.
Did you see Igor Tudor's comments after the game? He does the same thing what every manager does when he comes in. We need to be fitter. We need to run more. I'm not necessarily sure because I think the players. I think they must have been running into the ground.
I'm like, were you with Jolian? I think you were Jolian speaking, and it was about these younger players and how they get rested and stuff. Whereas Jolian speaks more like me. I'm like, no, you train hard for your body to be conditioned. Like I used to hate going away.
Talk about going to the red zone and it's
like,
the sports science.
Training at Chelsea when we were there, it was intense. When you felt like you had a training session. You'd go away with England, and I'd be like, mate, we ain't done anything. You just sit around eating and do like a little training session that you don't get nothing out of it. I think you have to. So I don't know. That's Tottenham. They doing enough, not doing enough.
So many sports scientists around. Like
I think it's more than that.
Get rid of them.
I think it's more. I think it's no. It's nothing to do. I think
too much.
They're making the players soft. Yeah, they're making the players soft because the players use it as a tool to get out of training.
Really?
Of course they do. I would.
I would. Remember Rennie
If I was lazy, I'll do that.
Like you'd be told you're not training.
I'll be like, bingo.
No, I want to train. I feel good. Let me train. They go, no, you need to rest.
I
I'll be
remember that.
no, I need to do something.
And you'd be home doing what?
Nothing.
No, you wouldn't.
I'd go to the gym. I'd go to the gym at the thingy, but I wouldn't go home and train. I'd go to the gym.
Okay.
Like, I'd always go to the gym before training.
Do you remember the old DVD players?
Yeah.
Like I've come into training. And I'll be like, I think I'm the first one in. Like I'm eating scrambled egg or something, and I go down to the gym, and it's him like Lance Armstrong, he's sweating with a little DVD player like that. And I look at it and I go, what, you warming up, geez? He's done like 45 minutes at like RPM. This is what he does. Stupid.
When we go to his house, look when we go to his house.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, we went to Sam Palmer's house.
Yeah,
it was good. He was in Sam Palmer's gym before him.
Yeah.
I think it is because I love food. Because I love food so much.
I don't know how he let himself in. Yeah, to Sam Palmer's house. He was downstairs in his gym before Sam. Yeah?
What about these things?
Waiting for him.
What about this? Right? Because he gets proper angry, right, when you don't train properly.
I know.
And he went. And we ain't done enough. We'd done a little circuit, and I was blowing. I was questioning. I walked down to your garden, and you come out trying to speak to me, and I thought, just leave me alone. Right. I had the lactic acid building up.
I remember that.
He's gone, one more thing. I thought, if you don't do one more thing, he's going to be annoying all day, right? So he went, should we just throw this medicine ball, right?
Yeah.
And I've gone to pick it up, and I thought he's nailed it. I thought he's nailed it. This is a joke. He's nailed it to the floor. Right? So I'm like, no, but and he's like, just like a machine, just picking his finger.
No, it's not that I'm not. It's not that I'm. It's not crazy.
It is.
The workout wasn't that bad.
It is.
It's like you've come to have a workout, right? So we're going to work out.
Yeah, but there's
you
limits.
two, You two and Sam, what you do is you do one exercise and you start chatting to each other.
Social.
And it's like, yes, it's a social event for you.
It's
like,
supposed to be social.
We'll have the social bit afterwards. We're here to train. Do you know what I mean?
Can we?
How have we even got onto this anyway?
Listen,
Because you're anyway.
That's podcast with ADHD. Podcast with ADHD.
Yeah,
Right, let's get back onto North London Derby because we talked about the actual game. We've got to give a proper big up to Eberici Eze.
Oh mate, he scored 5 goals in
5 goals,
2 games.
and this geezer nearly signed for Spurs.
Oh,
he had the
mate,
shirt
they
ready
must
to go.
hate him.
Yeah,
But when you talk about Spurs. No, I've got one more thing to say about them. Sorry.
Yeah.
They've got a problem mentally. Like they don't understand how not to be losers. Something's in their blood over there. It's in the waters.
Yeah.
Like they get so disappointed so quickly. Yeah, and then once they never come back. The only time I saw them show a bit of fight was against Man City.
Yeah.
And this is in the last 2-3 years. I've not seen anything else to say it. So I think they've got a problem mentally, culturally maybe. Yeah. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
They're losers.
They're good at losing. You're saying.
I'll tell you what, we've just lost. We've just lost some listeners there.
No, but I think they need to change something there. And I think how they do it is take certain influential players out of the dressing room. So they have to sell. They're gonna have to sell a few players. That I saw a clip on Van der Ven. Yeah, and Igor Tudor was saying, "Listen, I want you to push up high," and then he was saying, "Nah, I ain't."
Yeah, let's bang
he
out.
said, "Nah." So this is what I'm saying. This is the type of people they are. They're like, "Nah, I'm not listening to the gaffer. You're not here for that long." So, but he's trying to save you. Listen to him. Do what he says, but you think you know better. That's the problem at Spurs at the moment, I think, anyway. Culturally, they need to get off their high horse and start learning the game and understanding that the manager knows best.
Yeah, I agree with you, mate. So, bad day for Spurs.
Yeah.
Brilliant day for Arsenal. The title race is back on.
Yeah.
I'm just happy that we got a title. Like, honestly, I'm just happy we got a title race. And from one title rival to another, we're going to go Manchester City. I covered the game. I love going up to that stadium. Really good place to watch football. One of your old clubs, Bridgie. What did you make of them?
Do you know what? Well, they were good. But Haaland was great.
Yes,
really good. You know, at one point he was heading out of his own box. He's bringing people into the game. Like he was really good. But I got a feeling, and I pep talk about it afterwards. The way they celebrated, the way it felt, and the fans. I think there's actually a feeling. That they're going to do it.
Momentum.
I think they've got that feeling. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
They've been there before.
Can I give you a stat from the game? Haaland touched the ball more times in the Premier League than he had done in any other game.
Is it?
And didn't score. Yeah, he was brilliant. And you're right because I've covered the game.
For the goal?
He got an assist.
Yeah.
He's now got the most goal involvements by a country mile of any other player. When you watch him live. He's like a different species of footballer.
Yeah.
He is, mate. Poor Dan Burn. Poor Dan Burn. You know when you look at someone's face, and Dan Burn's a good footballer, by the way. Because I
saw him had him in a headlock.
Mate, I saw Dan Burn after 15, 20 minutes. And
he bullied him a couple of times.
Do you know what he looked like? You know, like, yeah. And listen,
Dan Burn, yeah.
Dan Burn is a very good player, and a bit, you know, massive respect. But he was like, worried. How do I deal with this geezer? Yeah. And he had a go, but he was just brilliant, Haaland. And you're right. Late on in the game, you know, Man City, they wasn't flowing at their best, but they were better than Newcastle. Then Newcastle come into it, and you've got to give them credit, Eddie Howe and his boys. But what they done so really well, Man City, and Haaland led it, was dealing with crosses from the box. At one point, Haaland chased Anthony Gordon down into the corner. And
fighting for his cause. He wants to win the league.
Yeah.
He wants to win the league.
I've never seen a player like him. I'm not going to lie. I think he's incredible.
Yeah. Another one, O'Reilly, mate.
Yeah.
He can play anywhere.
I haven't seen... O'Reilly's a really good player. Young player as well.
Oh, mate,
I've never seen Haaland live, I don't think.
Really?
Not live.
Yes, it's real.
Do you know what?
It's real. He said it's
real.
real.
It's so different watching someone on telly and watching live. Because I remember the first time I see Phil Foden, I was just like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Like, it's so different watching him live. You can just see it.
Yeah.
The power, the quality,
strength, passing, speed of pass,
first
touch, everything.
Yeah, he's
just different in real life.
Would you be able to cope with these players? defensively.
Of course he would have.
Look, it's so easy to say yes.
No, but do you rate yourself that highly? It's just like,
yeah, but it's such a different game these days.
You talk about the tackling and the challenging.
Yeah, it's just different game.
It's not physical enough.
Yeah, do you know, like now it's some of the yellow cards. Oh my God. I'm like, that's a yellow card. I'm like, as a fullback, I'd be going into a game thinking, oh my God, don't get sent off today.
Is it? Yeah.
That's how I'm watching it.
Yeah,
I'm not in it playing it, so I don't know. But looking at it, I'd be like, oh
well, that's
God,
why I say. That's why I say.
You get 2 yellow cards easy these days.
You see, like when we do these these comparisons with different generations of footballers, and you say, oh, he's better than him, or he scored more goals than him, or the game's changed so much, even from the days we were playing.
Yeah.
It's hard to compare different types of strikers for different types.
It's impossible to compare.
Yeah, because the defending's different, the rules are different,
the pitch is different,
the pitch is different,
the ball's different, the boots are different,
everything's different,
training's different.
So like us lot, we were coached to play in our era. Now, when you take us out of this era and put us in this era, I don't think we'll be able to survive. But if we was coached in this era, we'd be able to, because we're athletes, we can do it. But it's just totally different eras that you're trying to put a player into and say he's better than him. He's better. I think it's unfair when you do that.
Yeah, do you know? Just quickly going on about O'Reilly. Just keep it on
Good
him because
player.
he's a.
He used to be a centre midfielder.
Mate, he played midfield at the weekend and scored 2.
He started off in midfield, and
he's played all his life in midfield. Petra said you're playing left back.
But you got to get in where you can get in.
Yeah. You've got another James Mill, mate.
So as a young player, you have to get in where. My son, for instance, right? He's played left back.
Yeah.
Like for the last 4 or 5 years now. He's about to get his pro, right?
Yeah.
They put him in the 21s.
Right.
First game in the 21s, he's playing right wing.
No way.
Do you know what I mean? Furthest player. But he done well.
Did he?
He done well. And this is the thing when you're saying about players, like when you've got no pressure in a position, you actually come out your shell and show that you're actually a good footballer first before you play the position. So I can play.
You know you're a player when you go left back, midfield.
You go further up the pitch.
He's like number 10, whereas I went left wing, centre forward, number 10 left back. Get
him out of the way.
So good.
No one else is left back. No one else can do it. Only
we go 2 off piece.
No one wanted to do it.
No, yeah.
Go on.
I want to go one more off piece. I want to make a
on.
point. One more off piece for the Man City game because I did it right.
Yeah.
The referees, right?
Oh,
what's happening to the referees? Like they look
lazy.
No. Like the tight tops, the muscles.
They're not lazy. They're going gym.
I'm looking at this geezer. This geezer looked like he was an MMA fighter. The Ryman. He's definitely got his missus top on. Big, like he had the dye on his beard.
Oh, they're having themselves now, aren't they? That's what I'm trying to say.
I remember David Ellery. They looked like a headmaster, like Mr. Burns.
Right.
That's the referees that I remember. These guys, they look like they're like in a boy band or something. Sort yourselves out, refs.
No, I'm not sorting. They're getting better.
Nah.
What one's going to look better than you now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This geezer was wham. He was just there. Anyway, we're moving on.
City, though. Here we go. City. Who would you rather be now?
Go on.
Arsenal or City? Would you rather have the points and be Arsenal?
It's the City game, the games at the Etihad, right? I prefer to be City.
Yeah,
of course.
I would as well.
And they've been in this position chasing the pack.
Yeah.
Arsenal's been in the position bottling it.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
they've got PTSD.
We Arsenal have water bottles made up for the show.
Arsenal have PTSD. That's why their fans are getting shaky right now, getting a bit touchy because we're giving them a little bit. You know what I mean? There's like, they're all coming up with these stats and facts. Bro, just relax, innit? If you're going to win the league, you're going to win the league. If you're not, we've got something to talk about next season.
I know. That is funny though. I we'll move on in a minute, but there's some Arsenal fans I know. There's one of the school dads, right? Every like you just Arsenal, and he's like he's been like really excited the next few years. Like nowadays, he's got the memo. He's like, yep. 11 games to go. We're just going to concentrate. No, mate, you're not a player. You think you can get excited?
No.
They don't even want to.
They don't want to engage with it because they've been disappointed so many times.
See, I'm that person. I wouldn't celebrate until it's done. Not during the middle game. I'm not giving people stick because you know what can happen. I'd rather.
There's loads of them out there. My mate, Swifty. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's unbearable.
Really?
Unbearable. You asked me to go pub the other day. I declined.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not doing it. Because you're just going to hear his nonsense about him winning the league. So let's move on.
Right, talking of pubs, Pep Guardiola said he would like his players to enjoy some cocktails. It's an interesting...
What for?
No, it's like, you know...
To unwind and relax?
Yeah, just like...
After the game?
Yeah.
Just enjoy the moment.
Just enjoy the moment. Go and have some cocktails.
Enjoy Arsenal
decent. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Yes, Pep.
I think it's a good
I'd have
era
been first
to
in
do
the
it.
bar.
Yeah.
I'd have been making them. What do you want? What do you want?
Tom Cruise cocktail.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, why not?
I mean, I think it's a strange, he's been here long enough to know that you don't, go for a few beers, lads, but go for the cocktails.
I think it's a different era, though. The drinking culture is not as big. I think saying it back then is very different to saying it now.
You don't say cocktails.
Can you imagine?
No, okay.
Imagine like
Cocktails.
Sam Allardyce.
I like a cocktail, mate.
Imagine,
but no one says that. I'm going out for a few cocktails. No, bro. Leave that for the women. That's not what we do. Cocktails. He's been.
I don't mind a little spicy marg. So do you, by the way.
Pina colada.
I'm giving it. I'm a geezer. I do like cocktails.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
I don't mind a rum punch.
Spicy margaritas.
Rum punch is nice.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'll have a rum punch.
Mezcal and ginger ale is my drink at the moment.
Mezcal, that's
I'm
the
obsessed
key
with it. Like anyone's going to Mexico, I'm saying bringing me back bottles. I love it.
I think him saying it as well. I think the day we're in at the moment in football, I think they go out and it's not going to be crazy.
Yeah.
Whereas if back in the day when there was a drinking culture,
No. Can I just say,
do
do you know bullfighting? When the ball, if a manager said that to him, if the ball's coming out the trap,
mate. that red mist.
No, there's an exaggeration going on here. I was never that bad.
What? I beg your pardon.
We had a belting one the other day. We were talking about your goal against Arsenal in the Champions League, and you ended up. Was you? Can we talk? We might have to cut this out. I don't know. Kipping in the club.
Yeah, but that was all right. Basically, I was a bit drunk, but it was one of them things that after the game, it was Bridges. There was loads of Chelsea fans. They all just kept giving me shots, and I just passed out.
You don't have to take them. You don't have to take the shots.
Oh, mate, I was just on a high, wasn't I? But I went from hero to zero very quick, mate. Very, very quick.
What was the zero looking like?
Well, they covered me in pillows. and forgot about me.
He popped up with a cleaner in the morning. Imagine the geezers watching the Champions League the night before.
I'll tell you what, I made it to training, though.
Did you?
Yeah.
The geezers watching the Champions League, he scored the biggest goal in Chelsea's history, and he's just popping up from under a China White under some pillows.
Yeah. Not my brightest idea.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Mate, this it's making us smile.
Oh, mate.
Anyway,
so
let's break this down.
Let's break this down.
Right,
the cocktails, So what?
In the group chat,
you got any ideas for a cocktail for Man City players?
A Man City teeny?
Man City teeny?
I'll come out with the best one. Donna Rum Punch.
Donna Rum Punch. Yeah,
that's a good one.
That is good.
And there was another one I come up with, but I don't know if I can say it. Looks all right on paper. Is it Rodrito?
Rodrito, yeah, decent.
That's all right. It's not too bad.
If anyone wants to...
I was struggling after that, to be honest.
Yeah. I said a Grand Haaland Rise.
Yeah.
I like that.
That's all right.
That sounds...
but I don't know what's in it.
Yeah.
Tequila Sunrise, isn't it?
Tequila Sunrise. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
what else have we got? A Sky Blue Lagoon.
Sky Blue Lagoon, yeah.
That's a decent one, isn't it? But I do like the Donna Rum Punch. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
You won. Makes sense as well.
That one.
You won there.
I think they might do one in the Man City bar, isn't it? Donna Rum Punch. Come to us.
Yeah. If you think you can do better, email us in. Coley, you got the email address.
hellodressingroom@gmail.com.
Moving on from that, someone who I don't think has many cocktails, and that's why he's still playing. And it's an amazing achievement, and he needs to get his flowers. James Milner broke the record, 40 years of age, 654 Premier League games. It's incredible.
Blimey.
You played with him, Bridgie, right?
Yeah, great lad.
Yeah, I've only played with him for England, and it sort of crossed over a bit. Great lad.
Great lad, and I think any kid growing up, I think he's one of them pros you just got to look at and go, I should be like that. Not like me, because otherwise you'd be sat in the studio while he's still out playing, basically.
Yeah.
Mate, he lived the life.
Yeah.
Lived the life.
No, you lived the life.
Let's
get one thing straight here. Yeah? He lived professionally.
I like to think I was professional while I was there, but
Enough.
some off-field stuff I probably could have been a bit more professional, whereas he was just... Yeah, he's one of them people that...
He's tea and biscuits.
If you miss his...
I don't even think he has...
It's tea and biscuits.
He has the tea.
Yeah.
Just tea, not biscuits.
Yeah.
He eats well, mate. He's like
does
chiseled
everything
like
right,
Bruce
Coley.
Lee. Like, he lived everything right. Work rate, like...
It's perfect. It's perfect.
He, like, if your daughter brought him home, you'd be happy.
He's your son-in-law, right?
Yeah.
He's
You'd
one
be
of them.
happy.
I wouldn't, man.
Yeah.
Why'd you rather have me?
Yeah, I'd rather have you. More exciting. You know what I mean? Tea and biscuits. I'm not having it.
He's
But
one of the
kudos
guys,
to
I
him.
can't think of any other player.
Ashley Young.
Ashley Young's up there as well.
Is up there as well.
Yeah.
Gareth Barry.
Yeah, they're all in the list.
I mean, like Gareth can enjoy a beer as well. I mean, strictly
Clean.
just lived the life clean.
How do you know?
Let's just celebrate.
James doesn't he have a beer or anything like that? No. It's teetotal.
Yeah.
Blimey, that's boring life, isn't it?
Well,
no, mate, he ain't having a boring life at the moment. He's still running around playing football.
That's true.
Which I was.
That's boring.
I mean,
When you're 40, you're still running in the Premier League. That's boring, mate.
Mate.
But listen, I take my. That's just what he wants to do. That's what he wants to get out of his life. But see, like with me, I wanted to enjoy being a footballer too, and what it came with off the field. And it does shorten your career, definitely.
I've seen your knees.
No, you've seen my knees, but at the same time, I can say I enjoyed my life.
Yeah.
And we all do it in different ways. That's what rocked my boat. That's what rocks his boat.
Yeah.
Your boat rocks in a different way. But James Milner wanted to be the model professional, and he's got it.
Yeah.
And listen, kudos to him.
I can't see many people beating it.
No, I don't see anybody beating it.
Did you know what? I think there will be. Because the way football is now, they're starting so young. They're starting at his age, 16 years old.
Someone like Jordan Pickford.
Yeah, goalies don't count.
To be fair,
they should have a record already. Oh, J-Mo's up there. He must be up there, J-Mo.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree. There needs to be an asterisk if you're a goalkeeper.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Why?
They'd be fuming with that. Any goalies would be fuming with that.
No. I know they've got their own little goalkeeping union, but at the same time, they're still professional footballers.
Yeah, they are.
And I just don't like the way you just
they're
discredit
professional
them.
goalkeepers.
Don't discredit them, man. They're proper.
Okay. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
I hate him. Really?
You know what? He's so good at getting a knife out and just twisting.
I'm provoking.
Okay. Fair play to James Milner. Yeah. It's an amazing achievement. I hope he keeps playing on for as long as he wants to. And we move. We move. Right, we're going to try a few new features, and one of them is going to be called Carlton's Away Days, because you travel here, there, and everywhere, being loans manager.
Yeah.
And you've had an interesting one this week.
Yeah. So I went to Germany.
Yeah. What's too funny? Say Germany.
Because I went on my own, didn't it? Like, you know me. Like, I'm not organised. I'm not organised.
Basically, Carlton struggles to even get on a flight with a passport, mate. He gets to the airport and he's got on his passport.
Right. So anywhere in England, I'm fine. This was a trip abroad. Okay. Right? So I've got to go and watch a player called Callum Marshall.
Striker.
Put him on loan to Bochum.
Good loan.
Bochum. Yeah, very good loan. It's in Bundesliga too.
Mm-hmm.
And look, I got, mate, it was stressful from the off, right? So obviously I get there, I could get on the plane, yeah? and the club secretary, Kim Montague, she knows me.
Right.
And she says, listen, you're going to stay at the airport. So you can't get lost. So we put this Sheraton. I'm like, yeah, perfect. Yeah. Now, I didn't know that Bochum, wasn't in Dusseldorf, because I've landed in Dusseldorf.
Right, okay.
Bochum, you got to get on a train or you get an Uber.
Yeah.
So now I'm looking at club expenses. I'm trying to look after the club expenses. So I said, I'm not going to go in an Uber.
Right, okay.
I'm going to get a train, go on a little bit of an adventure.
That's very good. I'd have got
I'm a club man.
Executive.
I'm a club man.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, I want to bring the cost low.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Anyway, I've got on the first train that I saw.
Right.
And it's taken me towards Bochum, but it's stopping at every stop. I'm like halfway, and I've stopped at, I think, every stop in Germany, right? Before I'm getting, and it should be only like a half an hour journey, but it's getting on to an hour now.
Yeah.
So I've got there. Then now I've got, once I get to Bochum, now I've got to find the stadium. Because I don't even know where the stadium is. Got there. Mate, it's ridiculous. I just said, you know what, I'm getting an Uber now.
Yeah.
Got on the Uber, got to the stadium, just made it in time for kickoff.
Yeah.
Watched the game. By the way, I've got to say, Bochum fans, unbelievable.
They're Germans.
They're proper. In Bundesliga 2, unbelievable stadium, lovely stadium.
Yeah.
The fans are unbelievable, great atmosphere.
Yeah.
I was like I was watching a Premier League game.
Really?
Yeah, it was wicked. Like, and then Nuremberg, so it's Bochum v Nuremberg. Nuremberg were in the corner. They had that tifo.
Tifo.
Yeah. They had the tifo. They had everything going.
Yeah.
When they scored, like fireworks are going. It's going crazy. Great atmosphere. And like the fans are really welcoming because I was sitting with obviously the Bochum fans.
Yeah.
Really welcoming. Even offered me a beer, a pretzel as well.
Yeah.
So I had a pretzel. Nice. It's dry, man. It's dry. I was like, what do you enjoy this? Do you enjoy? I was just like, I'm eating it. I'm thinking I'm fries. Where's the beer? I'm supposed to be working. I've got a beer in my hand. You need a beer with the pretzel anyway. So when I spoke to the player, he played really well, by the way. I think he was man of the match for me.
Yeah.
Doing really well. Spoke to him after the game. And I wanted to take him out, but then I was like, I don't know where to go. He don't know where he's going.
Yeah.
So I was like, do you know what? I'm going back to the hotel. So I've gone back to got to the hotel, slept, woke up in the morning, had to go to the airport to go and get my plane. Got to the airport. Damn. Yeah. It was, what do you call it? It was
the day before.
No, it was delayed. Because there was no straight flight going back. So I had to go to Zurich first, then on to London. But there was the delayed flight, so I would have missed my flight to go to London from Zurich. So I said, I called our secretary. I said, listen, book me another flight, a later one that's going to go at 5:15. So I said, all right, cool. And then they cancelled it. So now I've got to stay there. So I stayed there for 2 nights.
In the airport?
At the airport.
You had a pretzel, mate. I think you've done all right.
Yeah, so I've had a mare getting back, but it was actually a good trip because I got to know a little bit of Germany. Yeah. And I've learned a bit of German. And I've learned a bit of German as well.
I bet you have.
And the football was good, though. The football was good.
The football was good. Right, so we're going to start a league table.
Yeah.
You're our very own Wish You Were Here.
Yeah.
Remember that show? Going over, Wish You Were Here for football.
No,
so
I don't
away
remember that.
days. You don't remember it?
When was that?
It was basically
it
was like a holiday show where they go and rated it. So
I'm
going to ask you to rate the fans of Bochum, the beer, and the food. So out of 10, let's start with the food. So
I had the pretzel. That's the traditional German food.
Yeah, and what we're saying,
or a bratwurst, they call it, the sausage. I didn't have that.
Oh, right, they're the best.
Yeah, I didn't have that. I didn't really fancy that. But I had the pretzel. Pretzel. This type of pretzel is like, you know, the pretzel that we get in England. It's like the little ones you get in the packets. That's what I know as pretzel.
Yeah.
This one was the big.
Yeah.
I've never had that.
Never seen it before.
No. So I was like, he bought me a pretzel. So let me rate it. I had sesame seeds on it.
Okay.
Yeah, bit of glazing.
All right. Ready, steady, cook.
I'm gonna give that. Yeah, I'll give that. I'll give that a 6.
I don't know why I'm writing it down.
I'll give it a 6
You were
out of 10.
slating it earlier, saying how dry it was. You need a beer to wash it down.
Is it? You sure?
I think that's what you're supposed to do. You need that beer. Yeah. So 6 out of 10.
Right,
but it tastes nice.
Okay.
The texture is dry, but that's where the beer comes in.
Okay, that's fair enough. And the beer, German beer, at the stadium, because people will be watching this. Maybe they might be thinking, "I fancy a Bochum game."
At Bochum, the beer was beering. Yeah, and I'd say I'm gonna give that. I don't even know what beer it was because it got given to me.
Right.
So got me a bit lively. So I'm gonna go 7 for that.
7. Okay. And the fans.
Fans unbelievable.
Really.
Yeah, really get behind their team.
Okay.
They love Callum Marshall as well.
Really?
So that's gone up in my estimation. So I've got to give them an 8.
An 8. Okay.
Good. Yeah, 8.
That's a decent score.
Did these fans get you these?
Yeah.
That's amazing,
mental,
isn't it?
I'm the only black man in there, mate.
Did they know who you were?
No.
So they just
saw me. They thought
because you were the
that
only
guy
black
needs a
guy,
beer.
They thought he needs a beer and a
He
pretzel.
needs a beer and a pretzel. That's what I'm saying. That's why I say that.
I like that place.
I like that place.
That's what I'm saying. I said we need to go.
We're gonna
They
go.
love us over there.
All right, okay, we'll go. We won't take logistics. They love us.
We'll just bring vibes.
We won't take logistics from you, but we'll go.
No. As long as that part's organised.
What you been up to, Geese? Anything?
Mate, I've been on my own with the kids for
Yeah,
a while.
you haven't, yeah.
And it's been half term. So a bit of skateboarding.
Yeah.
I'm
desperate to get me skateboarding. Every time you go,
I
you go
want you
like,
to go on it, but I'm giving up, mate.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I've ripped my
Skateboarding,
best
man.
trousers.
You ripped your best
Yeah.
trousers.
You know,
Fall over.
I can't bend my knees that well, and Carter's just got too good.
Right.
So
that's the main reason.
Yeah.
What? No.
His son's better than him now. His son's better than him now. That's why I stopped playing computer. I know the feeling. Like when my son stopped playing.
Like, if you ever stand on the top of a half pipe and you've got to drop in, one, you've got to have no fear.
Yeah.
And just go forward, and you've got to be able to bend your knees properly and have a bit of cushion. I'm just too stiff these days.
And
mate, I just dropped it, went straight over the top, ripped my trousers. I went, this
And
ain't
you
for
think
me
you can
no
beat me
more.
at paddle?
I'll beat you at paddle. I'll beat you at paddle.
You're having a laugh, mate. You can't even skateboard.
Other than that, that's a bit of skateboarding and kids football. That's ain't not a lot going on, mate.
Yeah.
Well, what about you?
Me, I had the same thing, mate. The kids after term. I've been doing a lot.
You were skiing.
I was skiing. Yeah, my little girl needed to still do a filming for the had a similar experience to you, so we had to go and film for the GCSE. She said she does skiing, but you know, she dropped it on me last week. Oh, Dad, I need to go and film these things. So I'm like, you've seen me ski. I can ski, but I'm not good enough to be filming someone. So we went there.
Skiing, yeah.
It was lovely to spend time with my daughter, just us two. It was really beautiful. But the organisation was messed up, staying in the wrong place, and ended up I didn't book a car park underground. So I parked my car on the outside car park and not thought about it.
This is a reoccurrence thing with these two, right? They literally couldn't organise anything.
Listen.
That's why you're here.
You like it. Anyway, so I've gone. We checked out the hotel. We had a lovely time skiing. Like we really bonded. Everything was nice. I've got 3 hours to get to the airport, so I'm thinking I've cracked it here. Organisation. I've got plenty of time. A nice slow drive. I've got there. Got to the car park. I'll show you the picture. We'll put it up so people can see it. The geezer, I've gone, mate. What do I do here? To the fella, I went, how am I going to get out? He just went, hold on. You give me a spade and laughed
So
at me.
proper snowed in.
Mate, you can see my car. Right, I'm thinking, someone's going to do it for me.
To be fair, if he was there, he would have dug out the wrong car.
I went, it's that one. Oh, mate.
Right, so listen. So I'm like, mate, I've got to get to the airport. And he's still laughing, this geezer.
Is he laughing at you?
He's laughing at me.
Oh,
He's going,
mate.
yeah, you better get started, sort of thing in French. And I've got, like, give me that, right? So then I'm digging out, right? And there's two geezers there. But they're like, I'm like, mate, have you got to get out today? He went, no, we knew. Like, we're going to do a little bit today and then put the things on. And they had tools for it. They had, like, things you put under your car.
The
They're
chain,
just me.
And then you got the chains go around the tyres.
Yeah, and none of that. I was just raw. So
I said I'm raw. Barebacking.
Took me top off like that. I got the tunes on because I thought I need to get in the zone here. I told her just go and have a cup of tea or something. I'll deal with this. And I'm got my t-shirt. I'm sweating. It took me 2 hours, mate. But I've never felt so manly in my life.
Oh mate, it took you 2 hours.
2 hours of sweat. My back.
Mate, you've never worked a day in your life, and this is what you're doing.
That's true.
Now.
That's true.
This is mad.
But we got
I'm so
to the
happy
flight
for
on
you.
time.
I'm so happy for you.
And logistics similar to yours.
Yeah.
Before we go, let's touch base on a few things from the Premier League, a few games from the Premier League. Sorry, and we start with all of our all of our clubs. Chelsea. It was a really tough day, Bridgie. Like 1-1 at home to Burnley. My son actually went to the game for the first time by himself. Like,
Was it?
Yeah. So and he was fuming.
Was he? Yeah.
But yeah, he said Chelsea were really, really poor. What did you make of it?
Oh, I didn't watch it because I was busy trying to get back. I'm not going to lie to you.
There's the sending off didn't help, obviously.
Yeah. What did you make of the sending off first? From a
I've
defensive
said
point of
it.
view.
So this is why I think like it's so easy to get sent off, because I don't think the tackles. It's not that bad. I know, like he's like got on his foot, but you know, it's not high. It's just, you know, he's got close to getting the ball. So that's it's harsh. But yeah, that's the law now, isn't it? I guess, but it's harsh. But
I'm more concerned with Bridgie. I'm more concerned with the fact that Chelsea should be able to dispatch Burnley at home with the players they've got, and
they should do.
1-0 up after 4 minutes. Wonderful bit of play. Neto, João Pedro, you know, the players that the team can rely on. And then there was just this. It weren't like Burnley were.
But
Burnley were making chances. You know, like that can't happen.
Do you feel since like, I love Liam, but do you feel like he's come in? They've like won games comfortably.
Liam's come in and his record's good since he's come in.
The record's good,
and he's come in.
And
but
have they won comfortably?
Not,
would you say they have?
I wouldn't say that there's. They're not. I haven't seen Liam. He hasn't had enough time to implement his style.
Yeah.
So I think he's been smart and he's stuck with the sort of thing that Enzo did before him, because Chelsea are still sitting fourth, which is where I think is par for the course for the club at the moment. But you know what football's like. Good. 1-1 at home with Burnley, and the fans were sort of on the turn a little bit. They're not happy. Look, you can't lie. The fans are not happy with the way the clubs run, right? Then there's loads of fans. West Ham fans are probably the same. Tottenham fans are definitely the same. Manchester United fans, you know, up until last few weeks. So you have to take that into consideration. So Liam's coming into the job, and Liam's got to manage up. So he would have a mandate, and whatever agreement he's got with the owners, is the players, how they will make, you know, how they will manage the club. You know, I'm sure he would want to do it slightly different, because we all know him as a person and as a player. Like, I think that, and I've said it, and I'm a broken record, the team's crying out for experience, because you look at the fact that they've lost more, they're the most team that's lost points at home after, you know, so that's one thing that can't.
It's experience.
They can't see a game out.
They can't see a game out. And discipline. So discipline and seeing out a game in different stages are the one things that come when you have experienced players and leaders. So they need that.
I don't think they have a strong like core at the back.
Yeah.
There's no real.
They've changed the back four more than anyone else.
The thing about it, when I spoke to Axel Disasi, and he was talking about who he enjoyed, because he was obviously at Chelsea. He's at West Ham now on loan.
Doing great, by the way.
Doing brilliant.
Yeah.
And I got talking to him. He basically said that Thiago Silva, when he was there, was the voice of reason, like the big brother, the uncle.
Yeah.
And then when he left, that all kind of went, because there was no experience to lean on. So they're all leaning on each other, and they're not experienced enough to lean on each other. So they have to look at each other as we're all in this together. But they're gonna make mistakes, because they just need that guide that's been there, done it, knows how to get out of a situation, knows how to protect a lead. And you need to pay for that. You need to pay for that. And I know their policy is not to buy an experienced pro over a certain age, but I think these players, if you're going to have young players without the experience, you're going to need one or two that can be in that dressing room to try and guide them when they're not, when they're failing.
Yeah, culture setters.
Culture setters. Like, it's very, very important. And you've got to get the right characters as well that people respect. Now, Liam, you look at him, you think, he's trying to do that for them.
Yeah.
So, but he's got to manage. And he can't make everybody happy. Do you know what I mean? In that team. So now he's in a bit of a dilemma where he knows that he needs that, but how is he going to manage up to say, listen, we need... I know Liam thinks that as well.
Yeah.
Because he's like the old school. Because he had it. He had someone to lean on when he was coming through. Do you know what I mean? So how do you try and steer that conversation with the owners and say, listen, I know the policy is this, but if you want to have stability and climb up, we need to get a few experienced pros in that will help the younger players.
It's the it's the unseen, right, with Chelsea. It's because, you know, they want to buy these players at this age, play them, improve them, and probably sell them,
Yeah,
and then climb up slowly,
Yeah.
while building the business, right? So they're looking at it from data going. We signed Esteval at 18, 19. He plays 200 games for Chelsea. At 23, he's worth this, right? And there's data to back that up. So the people that run the football clubs they run businesses, and they'll go, right, boom, 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 right, that makes sense. But what they're missing is the sort of all the nuances and all in the dressing room and all of the and they'll go, well, we got this coach, and this coach has improved this player and this player, but this coach may have improved this player and this player and this player at this club, which has got a more traditional set of experienced players within it. So it's like the numbers. There's more to football than just the numbers, and they need to understand that.
It's a feeling.
That there's a feeling, and there's a culture that needs to be set. We talk about the culture of Tottenham being completely sideways. The culture at Chelsea for 20 years was success, win, success. It was chaos at times, but you knew what you was going.
Yeah.
Tottenham's down there, and now Chelsea, with the new ownership, have just slightly dropped down, and that's why the fans are going, what are we? What are we? And then you need that leadership from within the dressing room, because everything stems from there. Does that make sense?
No, it makes complete sense. But hopefully they do address that. 'Cause I know some of the staff at Chelsea, and they're good people.
Yeah, they are good people,
and I think they will get it right.
Yeah,
but they do need to take some advice from some people that know the game a little bit, and I know they do. They've done really well to get to where they are, but this experienced pro thing for me is the main thing for them at this moment in time.
Yeah. I bet you they listen to this. They might
do.
listen
I'm not
to
naming
it.
no names, but I think they do. They listen to all of these.
Go, they're all the same old thing, things. Professional, senior players. But it's just the truth. You can't get away from the truth. That's what you need, and that's it.
They have a bit
trying
more
to reinvent the wheel.
They have a bit more mental strength, I'd say, senior players. Which is what's needed with Chelsea. If you look at like the points they've dropped, is it becoming a thing now that they're worried that they're just gonna drop? It's just a mental strength.
And that would be a cultural thing.
Moving over from West London to East London, another one of our old clubs, West Ham. 2 points dropped, Coley?
I thought so.
Yeah.
I thought look, Bournemouth are a good outfit, but the form that West Ham are in at the moment, I thought, and I saw the chances, and some was gilt-edged. Should have put them in the back of the net, and you put that in the net, and now, and especially when obviously Liverpool were playing, Forest were playing Liverpool, I thought it was a great opportunity to close in and make Forest worried. Even more, and Spurs as well.
They've done all right for us.
So it's one of those ones where I look at it, I think, opportunity missed there. Might have to wait another week now. Do you know what I mean? Another week goes by, then you're thinking, you're going to be thinking about that game.
Yeah.
But listen, when you look at Bournemouth, they were good. They were good too. They weren't bad. They had their chances too. So it could have gone either way, but I'm just glad we'll turn the corner when we don't lose those games. Now we've got something. We registered some points.
So
8 point.
When I look at West Ham now, because they're on a great run of form, right? I covered them in the Burton game and he changed the whole team.
Yeah.
But so I sort of disregard that and I look at it and go, right, what has he done, Nuno? Right? Because he remember when he first come in, he looked like he was trying all sorts of things. Yeah. Right? He's gone right. I've got Disasi and Mavropanos, 2 proper centre halves. We're going to play a low block. They're going to defend the box. Wan-Bissaka and Diouf, I think, very good players. Wan-Bissaka, arguably one of our best players last year.
Got to remember, they went on African Nations as well.
Yeah, so now this is massive for West Ham. So if people are thinking, why are West Ham playing so well? The 2 boys in midfield, Fernandes and is it Magassa?
Yeah, Magassa or Potts.
Potts. Physicality in there now. So they remember the early start of the season, it was like, they looked like 40-year-olds playing in the midfield. They couldn't get around. And then Somerville, I think, has been outstanding.
Yeah, looks good.
They're looking at him for the Dutch national team now.
Yeah, good.
Ruud van Nistelrooy was watching him. Yeah. So now I look at West Ham and I look at them and go, I think they're going to get out of it, Coley.
Yeah.
I do.
I've said that,
yeah. What do you think, Bridgie?
I think they could.
Yeah?
I think they could.
But do you think they will? Because I think they will. I'm happy to put my neck on the line now. I think West Ham will stay up.
It's momentum.
Do you know what? I find it this season really hard. I feel like anyone's going to beat anyone. And I think it's really hard to go, are they going to win this week?
Banker.
Yeah,
I think it's really hard. You look at all the games, you've got to pick one or two teams to win. I think it's really hard.
There's loads of surprises.
There's an upset all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I look at it.
Like I said, they're on good form. They're heading in the right direction, whereas a couple of others aren't.
The reason why we're heading in the right direction is because of a settled team. So now, when you look at any team, that needs to get out of that situation, you need to have a settled team, as in who's roundabouts, who's starting every week. When you're chopping and taking one out, putting another one in, no one knows where they're at as players. Remember, if it was us, you'd want to know that you're starting next week so you can mentally prepare yourself for that game. Now, if you've got something going on, like say, he might be coming, then you're just you're 50%. You don't know, you're not quite sure. And I think that having a settled team and that repetitive, knowing that I'm going to battle for this cause every week, and then it's up to, and if I get injured, that's when another one can come in. Do you know what I mean? And then he knows he's going to try and keep his place. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? And that's where the competition, that's healthy competition for me.
Yeah.
And it's not like, I played rubbish this week, but I'm not going to start next week. Yeah. I think you got to stick by them until they get it right.
What I will
and I think
say,
it's happening good for
I've
West
been
Ham
there enough times, well, with Southampton and with West Ham, and I think the fact that they're playing well
massive.
is great, because if you're down there each week, each training session, you're not playing well, mate, is mentally very, very tough. So I think the fact that they're playing well and better is setting them up for open.
I think you got to be when you're down there, you got to be a little bit predictable, and then tell them to give 100%. It's as simple as that.
I don't want to be predictable though.
You have to be, because for the players, I mean, you got to say, this is what we do. This is what I'm good at.
Yeah, you need to know what your jobs are.
Yeah, you need to know what your jobs are.
That's what you meant.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Before we wrap up, chaps, I just want to ask you for your players of the week. This will be a feature. I'm good. Shall I go first?
I'm going to go first.
Go on, you go first.
I'm going to take your one, Haaland. Sorry.
Typical striker, just stealing in like
first post, mate.
I've beat 3 players and put it across the box. He's tapped in from 2 yards.
And I'm running off like that, like Alan Shearer.
Any reasons? Well, give us your reasons.
Because you said he was unplayable. I'll take that too.
Okay, right.
I'll go next. In case he picks one of mine.
Haaland, go on.
No, I was going to go Yorkeres, but I'm like, just because of the style of his goals, and I think he's been having a hard time. But I'm going to go Riley.
Oh,
Man City.
Okay.
Mate, just some of the positions he picked up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where he's moving, getting
Left
2
back
goals.
Union.
He's not really, he's number 10 now, isn't he?
All right. You can go Haaland.
Okay,
you can go
No,
Haaland. I was actually joking. I was actually joking.
No. I'm going to go with this guy who I've got deep, deep love for.
Your type of player.
Eberici Eze. I love this guy.
Vibes.
I love everything about him. I love the way he plays. I like his smile.
Yeah.
I like how he conducts himself.
Even the way he walks.
His
dreads.
And you know, I'm going to tell you a little story about Eberici Eze.
Yeah.
I was about 4 or 5 years ago. I was taking the kids over Battersea Park for a bit of and this was deep into the summer, and he was there training by himself.
Wow.
Do you know what I mean? And I just said hello, and I was just like, I think this was when he first, might have been longer, I don't know.
When is that QPR?
Mate, I don't know, but it was. But I was like, this kid's going to do it, man. And I love his story about, and he doesn't. I know he doesn't like this because he got released by lots of clubs, but I think it's such a positive message for young players and anyone in life. If you get a knockback, you come back. So seeing him do that in the derby was beautiful. So
he's the type of person you can rely on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's been through the mill and back, and he deserves everything he gets now. So hopefully he can get some form after this.
Right, love that, boys. Thoroughly enjoyed that. Best thing I'll do in the week.
Yeah.
Right, we're going to be dropping every Tuesday. So please watch, listen, rate, review, subscribe, and like. Do all of them.
Is there anything else you want them to do?
Send us some money as well while you're at it. Anything you want to do.
A few quid.
Right, boys. Great. See you soon.
Laters.
Baked potato.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome back to our special coverage here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Melinda Nucifora. We have a special interview for you coming from the World Defence Show here in Riyadh. Well, when you walk into these vast expo halls, one of the first things that may strike you is the sheer number of Turkish-flagged companies on display, and chief amongst them is Aselsan. We are pleased to welcome the CEO and president of Aselsan, now one of Europe's most valuable defence firms, Ahmet Akiol. Thanks for being with us, sir.
Thank you so much for visiting us. Welcome to Aselsan booth in World Defence Show.
Thank you so much. One of the flagship accomplishments of Aselsan, and one of the things that many people here are talking about, is the Steel Dome, the first Turkish-made air defence system. Talk me through why it's so unique and why it's capturing so much attention.
So thank you so much. First of all, we started this project for about 2-3 years back due to the developments in the battlefield and the change in the technological wise, because now threats are more faster, harder to detect, harder to intercept, and also AI is coming for everywhere, and all threats are connected. So also there are some developments in the technological wise to make some platforms stealth, and also there are many cheaper drones and everything are now very common in all around the world. So due to these developments, in order to overcome these threats, we analyze inside Aselsan with many supercomputers, and we work with the military guys that only way to overcome these threats is integrated, layered air defense systems. Then we started this project. In the past, we have been working on the air defense systems. There were many separate systems delivered to battlefield. There were many radars delivered to battlefield, communication systems and electronic warfare systems. Now, this is fully integrated. The unique part of Steel Dome is electronic warfare is also integrated to this system. There are 4 layers and radars with the multi-bands, and also many different interceptors, including gun-based, missile-based, and soft gear and hard gear. Now there is a network, there is a AI-based command and control systems managing this Steel Dome, and in Turkey many units are delivered. At the same time, we are now in the serial phase, but with the serial production, we are trying to add new features, new capabilities for all layers. This is the situation. The main idea is to make Turkey and ally countries safer than before. And that's why we are here. That's why we are in World Defence Show with the ally country, with the ally countries, to make these capabilities common and to invest for our future.
You mentioned low-cost drones are becoming, or low-cost UAVs are becoming much more common in the battlefield arena, and yet typical air defence systems shooting a very expensive missile at a cheap UAV is not tenable. So how does Aselsan tackle that new and emerging development?
First of all, in the drone protection layer, we have 4 different solutions. The one is soft kill, it's existing, and the second is hard kill, smart ammunition-based hard kill systems. We have got a Korkut product. Now it has very common usage in Turkey and in many ally countries. It has a smart ammunition, so you can eliminate drones with a small pieces of tungsten pieces of the ammunition. It's very cost effective, cheaper than a drone. So there is a new version over here. You see 25mm version is ready now. So the smart ammunition Korkut air defense system is the very cost effective solution. The third solution is laser weapon. We have this solution for different scenarios. And the last one is for swarm attacks, high power microwave.
Yeah, I was going to ask about swarm attacks. Yes. I mean, we've been seeing that a lot. How does the Steel Dome address that?
There is a high power microwave weapon, Ejderha Dragon. The name is Dragon. So Dragon weapon is capable to send very high power microwave and eliminate the drones with its high power signals. When it faces the drones, the drone become unavailable. This is a new technology. You have a huge power behind the antennas, so the high power microwave is a very promising technology. We have now this. Now we are trying to widen this technology to the Turkey and allies. So there are 4 solutions in the drone protection phase in different scenarios for swarms, for separate drones, for FPV drones. For all of them, we have solutions and we deploy these solutions to the battlefield. It's very important. In the past, it was conventional threats. Missiles were very critical. Today, it is critical again. You have to eliminate ballistic missiles, fighter jets, everything. But the other side, drones are as important as the other long-range missile side. So we are trying to combine solutions at the Steel Dome umbrella.
The UAVs are also proving themselves, as we've seen during the conflict in Ukraine, being very useful as far as continuous surveillance of the battlefield goes. So that means traditional, larger, static sort of military formations are perhaps much more vulnerable now. So how is Aselsan addressing that particular threat?
Yes, we have different surveillance systems to detect drones. First of all, we have got ISA radar technology. It's very advanced technology. So in different bands and in different layers, we have multiple radars, and we are able to detect all layers and all types of drones. At the same time, we are investing for optic detection, infrared search and track systems. This is another way to detect especially stealth drones with the optic technology. So the IRST, infrared search and track, is another area. And also we are investing for acoustics. There is a product in Turkish, we call it SEDA. It is able to detect the noise of drones. So we are trying to now widen whole of the country to acoustic detection capability, and also it is possible to integrate this acoustic system to your vehicles and the military bases. So by acoustics, by radars and by optics, we fuse the solution, and now this solution is able to detect all types of drones. Then you have to analyze when to intercept, how to intercept, and task the air defense systems or anti-drone systems for elimination. This is the idea.
Your company is at the cutting edge of technology as far as defence industry goes. Do you almost consider part of your operation now anticipating future threats, looking at where warfare may be going, as opposed to just addressing the threats that are already present?
We have been, as companies and countries and armed forces, working on joint operations in 1990s, 20s, 2010s, but the reality is now integrated warfare. This is the also message of this World Defense Show, integrated defense technologies. That's why it's chosen. The integrated warfare is the reality. AI is the center of all decision making. So as Aselsan, we are trying to connect everything. Steel Dome is just an example. But when we go to the, for example, Kaan aircraft, all sensors are from Aselsan, again connected and fused. So AI AI-supported decision-making systems and connected systems is the future of warfare. If we will achieve this, all of these countries will be more safer.
There has been a very long history of bilateral cooperation, particularly in the field of defence between Turkey and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Can you talk me through that level of cooperation at the moment and how your company is working with Vision 2030 and that goal of localising defence industry in Saudi Arabia?
First of all, this is the second time in this week I am here as a CEO of the largest company. This is the result of the cooperation, I think. At the beginning of this week, the President Erdogan was in Riyadh. I was the part of the delegation. So I can say the relations are very well. And as Aselsan, we have been operational in Saudi Arabia since 2017. We have got Aselsan Saudi Arabia, but nowadays we are trying to open a Aselsan Riyadh Excellence Center. And you will see in coming days co-design activities with Aselsan Saudi Arabia and Aselsan Turkey and local partners in Riyadh in coming days. There is going to be opening ceremony. I informed all the necessary government units that Aselsan considers Saudi Arabia a long-term partner, this excellence center, these local partnerships with many companies, and also there are some companies in our supply chain from Saudi Arabia. So these activities shows us we will be long-term partners. We consider as Aselsan Saudi Arabia as a second design house for us. You will see in our excellence center software developer guys coding for our future together. Just 2-3 months later you will see. So I can say the cooperation and collaboration level is very well, and it will be beneficial for Turkey, Saudi Arabia and the regional security. It's my opinion, and day by day the government relations and company relations are getting better.
There have been reports that Saudi Arabia is considering purchasing the steel dome. Is there anything you can say about that?
There are many cooperation areas, but as Turkey, as I said, we can say these technologies are not for only Turkey, for all our brothers countries. Whoever want to be the part of this project, this is open. There are many works we are doing now. I can say we will work more and more. This is only answer from my side.
It's a very interesting development and we really appreciate your time. A lot of mutual cooperation. Çok teşekkür ederiz.
World Defense Show is very critical platform for us, and the next time it will be larger, I believe.
We look forward to talking to you as the years progress.
Thank you so much.
Ahmed Akil,
thank you so much.
Thanks for joining us on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you so much.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence, they've got to have a vote and a say. It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Rizkan Show for empowering conversation.
Mr. Blair, we heard so many pledges from the donors today on all walks of life, whether it's assistance, whether it's training the police, whether it's donations, etc. So what is the most urgent, you think, in your opinion, the most urgent need for Palestinians in the catastrophic situation we've seen in Gaza?
I think the very first priority is, because we've raised a lot of money today, but to make sure that the urgent humanitarian aid that still needs to go in, and the shelters and medicine and healthcare for the people, that's probably the single most urgent thing, alongside obviously the agreement for demilitarization, because we want Gaza to be governed by the new committee, one authority, one weapon. We want people to be able to go about their lives in peace without being threatened by anyone. And once that happens, a really important thing to understand is that then the restrictions on stuff going into Gaza, which has been so difficult for people in Gaza over the years, then if there is demilitarization, disarmament, and a proper authority, those restrictions go, and the people are then free to live their lives as they want.
Can you do any reconstruction without the disarming of Hamas? This is a big issue for everybody. Who's going to do it? I didn't hear anything today to indicate who's going to do that job.
Well, we're hoping that the process of disarmament and decommissioning of weapons can happen by agreement. And the mediators that have delivered support of all the Palestinian factions for the 20-point plan, we're hoping that then the same process can enable this disarmament to happen with the agreement of Hamas, that then can be, they can pursue a political agenda, but they've got to give up the violence that has done so much damage to people in Gaza. So our hope is that we can do this by agreement. That's what we want to have happen.
This administration's focusing on Gaza, and they talk about integration of Gaza within 10 years, as we heard from Mr. Kushner. But Arab Foreign Minister focused on the two-state solution. You've been leading, you played a leading role in that actually a few years back. So is this a first step towards a two-state solution, which the U.S. opposed to?
Yeah, so everyone talks about a two-state solution. But the reality is, unless we fix the situation in Gaza, and on the West Bank, by the way, because that is also extremely important, but unless we create the conditions in which Palestinian self-determination can be pursued in a peaceful and good way, we're never going to be able to make this two-state solution a reality. And right now, the important thing is not to focus on all the problems, but to look at how we can provide solutions for the people in Gaza. And the money that's been pledged today, and the new civil police force, and the stabilization force, and all of these countries coming together in support of people in Gaza. Okay, there are still massive challenges, but it's an amazing thing that everyone's come together in support of this plan.
In your estimation, how long will it take to see changes on the ground, for people in Gaza to see that there is hope? Whether it is the police force, whether it is rebuilding homes, whether Israel withdrawing, Israel still occupying half of Gaza.
Yeah, so you're absolutely right. The question is what happens on the ground, what happens in people's daily lives. And I'm hoping, within a short space of time, people at least see some change. Now, building Gaza in the way we want to see and the way that was set out today, that's going to take time. But at least in the short term, we can relieve the immediate problems of people. We can start the process of clearing the rubble and the ordnance. We can train the civil police, and we can at least begin the process of renewal.
Many people suspect that Mr. Netanyahu does not want to be part of this process, although he's been praised by speakers today. But in general, do you think that Israel can also derail the process as much as Hamas would?
Well, in the end, Israel's also agreed to the 20-point plan. And, the leadership of President Trump in this is pretty important because he's got a relationship with Israel. He's got a strong relationship with the Arab countries. And as you can see from the time he's given today, this is a priority for him. And I know from my own conversations with him that he is personally committed, not just to the security of Israel, that's important, obviously, but to the people of Gaza, to the Palestinian people. And, all of us who've dealt with this issue for so long, right, and initiative after initiative, and they all failed and come to nothing. We're not sort of blindly optimistic. We understand there's massive problems. But at least this is a plan that, if it's implemented, gives us a chance to make things different in the future.
Mr. Ali Shaat is here representing the Palestinians, but also the Palestinian Authority is completely absent. Does not cast a shadow on this talk?
Well, look, we want to cooperate closely with the Palestinian Authority on all of this. They've obviously got a role to play. We need also to stabilize the position on the West Bank. And, they face many, many challenges there. And that we will come to also, I think, and hope in the next weeks. But this today was really about Gaza itself, the state of Gaza, and how we change it.
And finally, the first thing you want to do after this conference, when you go back?
I think begin the hard work, building the capacity, for example, of the government in Gaza. Because, governing is not just about having a program, it's about having the capabilities and the people to implement it. So for me, that's the priority.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Incheon, a city with a lot to offer. Incheon in South Korea. There are many things to do, places to see, eat and drink in, and events to take part in. It's got a rich history, plus interesting cultural sites to visit. It's probably most known for being the home of the International Incheon Airport. Incheon City is located in the northwestern area of South Korea. Seoul and Bucheon are nearby, as well as Goyang and Asan. The city has a population of about 2.8 million people. It is considered the third biggest city in South Korea. The city is known for its majestic natural landscape, from white sand beaches to unique rock formations. One of the most popular is the Yevheniia Beach, offering pristine waters and great sand too. Tourists often visit this beach to watch the sunset and take lots and lots of photos. The beach is also surrounded by a grove of pine trees, completing the picturesque view. Aside from Incheon's beaches, being a sight to see, it's also where you can try activities such as swimming, fishing, and some water sports. Incheon is also known for its great historical and cultural structures. There's a Museum of Korea Emigration History. You can go through a display of exhibits that tell the stories of the country's first emigrants. There's also the Incheon Landing Operation Memorial Hall. It is a memorial hall that features photos of military arms used by both the North and South Korean military. Then, there's the architectural masterpiece, Incheon Bridge. It is considered the longest bridge in Korea. It's linked to the world-famous international airport and is also one of the best places to witness the sunset. Incheon is also known for its special market. Want a taste of their famous fried chicken? Or buy the freshest fish from the port? The marketplace is where you should go. Aside from the fresh food, some markets also have amusement parks in it. Some are near the coastline where you can enjoy the view or try an activity. Bupyeong is where you can go shopping in Incheon City. It is linked to the subway stations, so it'll be easy to find and accessible as well. Not only is it a mecca for fashionable clothes, you'll find great products that are for your health and beauty. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.